gotta keep moving forward.
In 2019, the first homestand came to life in Dallas. Packed with hometown fans. Heroic upsets.
The upset win in front of all the fans here in Dallas.
EMP's gonna be coming out and finds all 6 of them. The shatter comes down. Dallas Fuel, they take it home.
And iconic moments.
The battle for Texas, they win it
Dallas burned blue as the Fuel enjoyed an undefeated weekend. We're back for more. In 2020, the battle comes home. The Overwatch League lands in 20 cities worldwide this season. And you know, on day one, we had to come home to Dallas.
Hello and welcome to the first Dallas homestand of 2020 here live in Arlington, Texas. My name is Brent. I'm joined by Sideshow. Unfamiliar settings if you've been following the league for the last 2 years. Now we're going to be bringing you commentary live during the matches.
And I could not think of a better homestand to start it off, honestly, because the matches here are going to be incredible. We've already seen in New York that this meta is shaping up excellently. Yep. All of the matches have got to be spectacular here.
Absolutely, yeah. And we've seen some phenomenal games already in New York, but now it's time to see what the Dallas crowd is made of as well. And as you've already mentioned, Josh, I'm starting to think as well that the Dallas crowd might be the better crowd out of the two, personally.
Okay.
I mean, what we saw last year when we saw the Dallas homestand, was the first one, it was phenomenal from them. The energy that they brought was absolutely unreal. But let's take a look at the schedule of what we've seen so far. You can already see 2 of the matches that have been played in New York, and we now have 2 more matches to be played here in Dallas. Of course, the Los Angeles Gladiators versus the Vancouver Titans will be coming up, and then later on, the Los Angeles Valiant versus the Dallas Fuel. The hometown crowd here will be happy to see that one.
Yeah, and that's a bit of a rematch as well from last time that they had the homestand. But it's this first game that I'm so excited for. The Gladiators going up against the Vancouver Titans, 2 really strong teams at the moment. And Vancouver, they've made a lot of changes. Really their last year performance, they made it all the way to the finals. They looked incredibly strong, but they've made a bunch of changes.
Yes, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the Vancouver Titans are going to be adjusting moving forward into this game. They've made one change, and that is the introduction of Fisher. They've removed a couple of players as well, of course. Gladiators also very interesting as far as these teams go. But as it stands, there's a lot of history to the Vancouver Titans. The highest of highs, but also the lowest of lows.
Oh, it's just been phenomenal. Nobody was really expecting an expansion team to be able to make it all the way to the grand finals. But the Vancouver Titans have been leading this entire season long. They've been at the head of the pack. They've been defining how the game is supposed to be played in a number of ways, adapting to certain metas. Their teamwork is better than any team we've ever seen before in Overwatch. I really believe that. And I think it's going to carry them through to an insane performance here again today.
다른 팀들이 멘탈을 좀 강화했으면 좋겠어요. 저희한테 다 4대 0으로 질 거니까.
Gets a duck back around the corner. Shatter time. Oh, Gatwin gets blocked though, and he is down.
This is it. The Vancouver Titans must finish this map to stay in the series. The shock, it's 3 already, and they're looking for their last. To fall here for the Titans, it's a long way from their expectations.
Well, there you have it. I mean, the Vancouver Titans, a team that last year they came absolutely smashing out of the gates, demolished the opposition, but unfortunately could not capture what they needed to in the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, they were incredible all throughout the year, and so just the fact that they lost in the finals in such demoralizing fashion caused them to make a couple of changes in the offseason, but they're still an incredible team. One of the players that they brought in was Jae-Hong as well, so he's going to come into this squad as like a bit of a player mentor coach for Twilight, and they've already got this kind of bond because Twilight is part of this wave of flex supports that came up idolizing Ryu Jae-Hong, an absolute legend of the scene who, yes, he had a bit of a tough time on the Seoul Dynasty last year, but that team made playoffs. He is still a legend of Overwatch, and everybody respects him. He's still going to be helpful for this team in helping to develop Twilight and make sure that he plays his absolute best.
It's so evident as well as we walk around as well. I've seen Jae-Hong walking around the corridors and whatnot. He does have that sort of aura around him, that respect that a lot of people will give him because he was there when it really mattered at the start of the Overwatch as a scene when it was coming up. He was there with his gameplay and he made waves in the scene. But unbelievable scenes as of yet.
Yeah. And the Gladiators, they really have made a bunch of different changes. They don't look that much like the team that we saw last year. They've still got Shaz and Big Goose, that back line, but the tank line has changed. We've got fan favorites of OG and Space up there as well, and the DPS line is all shaken up. But the real one that you want to focus in on is Birdring, I think, because that guy, all of the hopes of the Los Angeles Gladiators rest on his shoulders. He's had an up and down kind of career in the Overwatch League, was known as a fantastic player beforehand, but he's been very inconsistent. A lot rests on his shoulders for the Gladiators.
And it's a bit of a risky pickup, if I do say so myself, because he hasn't had the greatest performance last year, as you mentioned, Josh, but this is an opportunity for him to get possibly back into his old form. As you can see from these highlights, the guy is a phenomenal talent.
Oh,
the
yeah.
mechanical skill is off the charts. And this is maybe a good new team environment. This is what he needs to really start to step up now, get back into the sort of position that he was known for previously, just absolutely dominating the opposition. You never wanted to play against Birdring previously when he was playing at his highest peaks.
And with the heroes that we've seen currently floating around, the McCree, the Reaper, the Widowmaker in the games that have been happening in New York, those are all ones where Birdring can have a huge impact. So that set us up for an incredibly exciting match here between Vancouver and the Gladiators.
Wow, I think it's enough of us talking for the time being. I want to get this game started, Josh. And it is time indeed. Please welcome to the stage the Los Angeles Gladiators. Team that's made, as we've already mentioned, a lot of additions, a lot of changes coming up, and a team that's always just scraped almost so close to a very far-reaching position in the playoffs every single year. They've always come very close, and maybe this is the year with the changes they've made that they might make it happen.
And they've acquired Space from their rival team, the Los Angeles Valiant, as their key player, their franchise player moving forwards. He's going to have a lot of the solidity in that tank line to be able to prop up whoever he's playing alongside. And that happens to be LH Cloudy today. He's part of that starting lineup that walked out. But Space is such a phenomenal player. He's there in the off-tank position, can play every single hero required of him. We're expecting him here to be playing a lot of the Diva, because we've seen Rhine Diva be played by a lot of these teams. But the Los Angeles Gladiators really could come out and show us anything.
And it's going to be interesting as well. Space as well, if you didn't know, has his own clothing line, you know, with Sinatra.
That's true. You can tell just by looking at him, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's a very stylish guy. He's always dripping in the swag, I think is what the kids are saying. But the Los Angeles Gladiators, as you see here, and they're going to be facing off against the one and only Vancouver Titans. A lot of familiar faces that you might be seeing here on the Vancouver Titans, but one face that's coming in that's quite new is Fisher, that we mentioned a little bit earlier. This guy has been on 4 Overwatch League teams so far.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. His average span on an Overwatch League team is only about 6 or 7 months. Now that just about gets you to the end of the season, maybe. So he's a big question mark for the Titans. But what we do know about him is he's incredibly good. His mechanics, his game sense, his hero pool, he can just play everything to an unbelievable level. Also rocking a fresh cut.
Absolutely, yeah.
So
militaristic.
Fisher, when he synergizes well with his team, is going to absolutely destroy. The question marks are never about how well this guy can play.
Absolutely. I mean, he was known for his Winston performance. Plays like this, where you see him just the mastery and control of his ultimate, the Primal Rage. This is what really put him on the map for a lot of people, despite the fact that he was doing this as well prior to the Overwatch League in previous leagues. But look at the mechanics of the guy. There's no doubt in my mind that he is a star talent. The doubt lies in whether or not he's going to be able to keep it together and stay on this roster for a long enough time without it particularly imploding.
Yes.
Is that fair to say? Because he has been on a lot of teams.
That's true, but that's a long-term thing, right? Fissure, in the short term, is fantastic. They call him the Revenant because he just comes back and smacks around his former teams. He used to play for the Gladiators, and his record against his former teams is fantastic. He's only ever lost once playing against a former team. So this right here is another opportunity for Fisher to rack up heads and keep claiming those trophies from the teams that he used to play for.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see if he's going to be able to step up to his previous form and really lead the Titans to a victory here.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are expected to play slightly different styles. One very brawly in the Gladiators, one a little more flanky in the Titans. That's what we've heard from teams. It's not what we've been able to see on the stage just yet because we haven't actually had an opportunity to look at the matches.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at the map say here. You can see the first map in our rotation is Nepal, followed up by the fan favorite of King's Row. We're seeing a lot of that today, and then Hanamura. You know, Josh, I had a part in this map pool being case.
Did you really?
To fruition. My advice, yeah, led us to King's Row being played in the opening week.
Well, I'll tell you what, you've done a fantastic job then, because King's Row is one of the most well-loved maps by fans and players alike, and Nepal is no different. Its various different levels allow for different variety of hero comps to be played, but a lot of Mei. Mei has always been good on Nepal, and we've seen in the New York games earlier today that that is still a fan favorite pick. It's just coming up all over the place. It looks like Haxel and Jaru already opting to run that hero.
An absolute staple, and now we'll see as the players begin to roll out what the Los Angeles Gladiators are made of as they go up against the Vancouver Titans. Already LH Cloudy going to be charging into the fight, mitigating a lot of the damage of his shield, just trying to build up the Earth Shatter for now. Both teams looking for opportunities. Big Bio Nade comes out there from Twilight. Jaro forced to use the Ice Block to try and purge it off. A great boot. Jaro manages to save himself there. Not necessarily needing to use the Ice Wall in the process, but so far no casualties on either side, just rotations. Both teams trying to gain positioning.
Yeah, and with the main Reaper coming out from the Vancouver Titans, they want to go and fight. But for the Gladiators, they want to wait for Birdring to get picked. Nice aggressive play by Big Goose, though, to take out Twilight. That should be an opening.
Yeah, and his plays like that are going to absolutely crack open this point for them. However, Stitch is going to answer back with a kill of his own onto Cloudy. We'll see now if the Vancouver Titans can capitalize off the back of it. You can see now the aggressive maneuvers being made. Slime gets the kill onto Birdring as well. Shaz keeping his team up from afar. Good Biogram to the back line, but the Earth Shatter by Fisher connects onto two of them. Allows Stitch to really clean up the members of the LA Gladiators. And that is going to be the point held on for the Titans.
And I like this switch from Birdring, immediately going over to the McCree, because the Vancouver Titans, with their main Reaper composition, were able to dominate the point. They got on there, they made sure that the Gladiators couldn't come and fight them in a 6-on-6, and Birdring was denied any opportunity to get picks. Janu all over him.
But you can see the Ice Wall now is going to be segregating off the LA Gladiators. Huge Bionade from Twilight again, and Fisher cleans up with 3 kills. The Blizzard, just the icing on the cake, really, isn't it? And that is going to be another one-team fight there for the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah, they have double support ult to go into this next fight, and in these small choke points, Fisher is going to be able to do so much damage. He's already up to 60% of another Earth Shatter. This guy is so phenomenally talented. If the Vancouver Titans can put him in position to succeed, he will deliver.
We'll see now. Twilight has the Nana Boost available to him. We'll see who does the recipient. Ends up using it now onto Stitch. Stitch unloading the damage. Cloudy's ultimate doesn't get any value, and look at that. The Death Blossom absolutely shreds the Gladiators. 80% and counting. The Titans are still in control.
They were forced to use their sound barrier in the middle of that, so the Los Angeles Gladiators have a little bit of an opportunity, but with only 10 seconds left to touch the point, the Vancouver Titans know exactly where they're coming from, and the Gladiators are going to be hard-pressed to be able to get in here. Only 5 seconds to touch.
Space coming up on the flank here. He's going to try and touch the point in the meantime. Fisher going aggressive. The Earth Shatter lays down, and nobody can touch the point. It's going to be 1-0 so far on this round in Nepal. For the Vancouver Titans, a dominant showing.
It really was. I think the Birdring swap onto the Widowmaker at the beginning may have been a bit of a strategical misplay, and they might adjust accordingly, because that he didn't really get much value from that, and it just gave Vancouver Titans the point a little too early on.
See the players just discussing for the time being. Getting to know each other, if they will. I mean, they already know each other. They've been playing together for quite some time now.
Playing together and against each other as well. These players go back a long way. Even though the Vancouver Titans feel maybe a little bit like rookies, because last year was their first year in the league, they have been playing for a long, long time together, since 2016, some of them. Whereas it really is the Gladiators that have a bit more rookie talent on this squad. With Jaru coming in, playing that Mei, he's a brand new pickup.
Yep. What do you think the Gladiators' issues are right now, just based off of that first round?
I really do think that they just got locked out very early on with that Widowmaker pick and weren't able to take the 6v6 fight. And then the Vancouver Titans were great at being able to push their aggression and be able to push their advantage home. They rotated their ults incredibly well and just locked them out at that first choke point. Nepal is so brutal to play against when you have a disadvantage, because all of the choke points are just perfectly sized for the old big rectangle man of Reinhardt.
Yeah. I'm seeing a couple of preemptive picks so far from the Gladiators. Vancouver Titans, we'll see if they also want to be running with very interesting damage dealer, Symmetra, possibly on the field. We've seen a lot of it in New York.
That's true. A lot of the time, though, teams will just use it to get a bit more advantage and speed out of the gates, but Symmetra is also pretty powerful on a bunch of
they're going to
these
switch, yeah. So I'm going to be seeing it for now. It's going to be the May Reaper. Seen as a bit of a classic, but Shaz's going to be sticking onto the Moira here. A bit of a risky pick, especially when Janu's on the Diva. Could be getting his orbs eaten up, but we'll see now the teams are going to start to clash onto the point. Already, Haxel being pressured a lot, has to use the Ice Wall defensively, pushes himself back. The aggression by Gladiators straight into them. Charges, though, going to be almost immediately, and Fisher's going to be brought down. Great opening pick there for the Gladiators. See if they can capitalize any more off of it. The Titans forced to just poke and prod from afar.
I mean, that's a 6-man Bionade, but there's nobody going to be able to follow up. The kill onto Fisher just allowed the Gladiators to play the point, and if they can maybe manage to get another pick here, they'll start accruing capture time and be in a great position.
And this is the position that the Gladiators wanted to be in because they have that coalescence. And now they're going to unleash it, keeping the team up, absolutely chunking down the Vancouver Titans. Another counter charge comes out from the Reinhardt players. And a great slip down from Twilight is going to take Shaz out of the flight temporarily. Jaru falls though, and this is a huge opening now for the Titans, and they're going to clean up off the back of it.
Oh, that was such a good sleep dart by Twilight to cancel Shaz's coalescence, but also to deny any healing that he was able to do. The Los Angeles Gladiators were essentially down their main support. He might as well have killed him, because while Shaz was lying on the floor, the rest of the Gladiators fell. Insane play from Twilight. That's what we expect from this guy. He's such a good Ana player.
Yep, his Ana, phenomenal across the board. You can see in the previous tweets that we listed as well, you know, he looks up to Ryu Jae-hong as his idol.
Another incredible Ana player.
Absolutely. But now we'll see if the Titans are able to hold this. They have a ton of ultimates to work with, but so do the Gladiators. See what they choose to use. The Death Blossom used preemptively. Soundbarrier used by the Gladiators as well. Vancouver Titans with a slightly better one as we see the Blizzards coming out. Fisher gets the charge onto Cloudy, and those two kills should set them up for the win here. The Titans are easily going to be able to clean this one up. Space just wants to try and not stagger there. He's going to jump off the map just so he can respawn with the rest of his team.
Yeah, the Blizzard coming out from Haxel was the big game changer there. Jaru was only at about 90%, and as they all came in, they have to kite the Blizzard, otherwise they get trapped in it, and the Vancouver Titans are able to take advantage. But now that advantage flips over to Jaru. He has the Blizzard available, so if they can get to the point and force the fight to happen down there, this Blizzard should be able to get big value.
Well, all eyes on Janu right now to see if he can eat up this Blizzard from Jaru. It's going to be one of the win conditions. Cloudy looking for an opportunity, searching for the Earth Shatter, comes down, lays it down. Stitch cancelled out of the Death Blossom, and that's exactly what the Gladiators wanted. The Blizzard gets maximum value. Shaz using the Coalescence just to win and close out the fight. The Gladiators are going to be able to recap this point. What I believe is the second time in the series, I should say.
Yeah, the first retake though, and that's crucial. Because the Gladiators, it's all well and good winning the first fight when everything is equal, but being able to retake against an opponent that's as strong as the Titans bodes very well for them moving forwards in this map. Now, a slightly easier part. They have to hold on.
Fisher caught out of position though. The wall is being destroyed. You can see another defensive ice wall being used. The self-destruct's going to be traded up and over, but it's the Gladiators who have come out on top. Cloudy, along with Birdring, pounding in the damage with the Hellfire shotguns. And immediately Titans, they have to disengage from this. It's a lost fight.
That's the value of Space's Diva Bomb there. It just threads its way past the ice wall and forces the Vancouver Titans to either commit or retreat. Their team split, and they ended up dying as a result.
This is something that Space was famous for on the Valiant, I should say, was getting Space and maximum value out of his self-destructs. Nice little Bionade there from Twilight. It's going to force Birdring back. Has a Death Blossom to work with as well. Now we'll see, we're getting into final fight territory so far. Soundbarrier connects onto everyone but Birdring. Earth Shatter laid down, doesn't connect. Flips the point though, and the Vancouver Titans get a better Soundbarrier. Now we see the Blizzard being used by the Vancouver Titans. Doesn't quite catch as many players as they were hoping for. Stitch just trying to find a pick or two. Twilight with another huge bionade in the backline, but it's Jaru comes up on top with the opening pick, and that has absolutely cracked this one open for them. Stitch tries desperately to try and get something out of the Death Blossom, but the Gladiators are going to be coming out on top in this team fight.
It was an unbelievable Death Blossom coming out from Birdring, actually, that just shredded everyone. He found the perfect flank angle when it all looked lost, and the Vancouver Titans crumble when it looked like they were going to wrap up this round of this map so easily. Now their backs are the ones up against the wall with no ults available.
Well, here we have it. Fisher after switching over to the Wrecking Ball just to touch the point. The Blizzard is going to be zoning them all out. Everyone getting frozen on the point. They can't even touch the point for that matter. Jaru finds the kill onto Stitch. That might be exactly what they need to seal this round. Put it in their back pocket and keep this map going. Fisher falls as well. A last ditch Earth Shatter by Cloudy will do enough. It mitigates it, and that's going to clean up the majority of the Vancouver Titans, making it 1-1 in this opening map.
And we have definitely got a game now. The Vancouver Titans look dominant on that first round, but not so on the second. A really clutch Death Blossom coming out from Birdring, and Space, he looks like he's sweating, but it's all right. Things are even. You don't have to look so pained.
Yeah, I mean, he might be sweating. That might just be the clothes he's wearing, you know.
Birdring looks on fire, though. He looks absolutely focused, and that's what you need from this guy. Yeah. You need motivation, determination. It's all a mental game for this person. I'm absolutely confident that that's the case. And with a slightly new setup in the Los Angeles Gladiators, especially that honeymoon period at the beginning of the league, when the team feels fresh and your attitude is new, I'm expecting big things from this dude.
It's often what you need, and Birdring certainly needed it, a change of scenery. Seems like he has that in the Gladiators, and now they are already out onto the point. Again, running the May Reaper, but this time Space is going to be flexing over to the Orisa. Double shields, a lot of damage mitigation, a very powerful combo if you manage to take the point early. Shaz's Immortality Field is going to get taken down, but Cloudy with a crucial pin onto Haxel. And that is going to do it realistically for them. LA's Cloudy, look at him just swinging ahead with his hammer. He's already built up the Earth Shadow for the next fight. And now this is a dangerous situation for the Titans, because with the composition that the Gladiators are running, you don't want to let them get up a nice stronghold onto the point.
No, it's so difficult to break Ryan Orisa, and that's not so much because of the shield coming out from the Orisa, but it's more what the Orisa can do in the middle of fights. Be able to put down that shield to block the freeze, to isolate people.
Oh, aggressive! Cloudy! My word! Lays down the Earth Shatter. And oh my word, you don't need to say anything more than that. That seals the deal. The team fights over. The Titans realize that, and they get sent straight to the back of the respawn queue.
And the Vancouver Titans have got to scout a little bit more than that. That was way too easy for Cloudy to pull off. He was just stood there waiting the entire time. They knew the Titans were coming from there. And the Titans, they don't have a comp that wants to brawl that much. If they brawl, the Gladiators have got the better composition.
We'll see now if Twilight can get value out of his Coalescence. Ends up using it now. Along with the amplification matrix here, the Earth Shatter comes out from Fisher, doesn't connect. Stitch, though, is getting value from his Death Blossom. That's going to force out the Sound Barrier and the Immortality Field now from the Gladiators. Still a winnable fight for either side. Now Stitch seeing if he can get the opening kill here onto Jaru, just laying in the damage into the side, but the Gladiators are the ones who are coming out on top. Ultimate's being used just to try and really secure this team fight. End up using the drums from Space and the Blizzard, but they are still in control of the point, and that's the most important fact.
It really is, because this Gladiators team, where they're running the Reinhardt and the Orisa, it's so good at staying in control. You want to invest those ultimates just to stay in control. Vancouver Titans, though, they've got this Blizzard available. So if they can bait the Gladiators into an enclosed area, the Blizzard can get max value. That's their win condition. They need to win this fight.
We'll see if they can do it. Taking the high ground positioning right now. Cloudy knocking a player or two off the high ground. Birdring just trying to set himself up for a position, maybe a teleport into the back line. And here we have it. Orchestrated straight into the back. The Death Blossom, he sets it up. Cloudy, though, manages to secure the 3K, and that is going to do it. At least in the textbook, that many players fall for the Vancouver Titans. The Gladiators have almost all but secured it, and that is going to mean that map 1 is going to be going to the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Huge performance from the Gladiators, honestly. We really saw the strength of that team when it came to the third round. When they were able to flex Space onto the Orisa, that's not something that I think we'll see a lot of off-tanks doing. Teams will often rotate in 2 of their main tanks to play that kind of comp. But here, the Gladiators just know that their team is able to do it.
Well, a phenomenal first map, but we've got more Overwatch coming up after the break.
Verið óhrædd.
Well, welcome back, everybody, to the series, Los Angeles Gladiators versus the Vancouver Titans. And it has been a good one so far. It went the distance on the poll. And now we're going to be heading up to a fan favorite map, of course. We've got Kings Row coming up next.
Yep.
And it'll be interesting to see what teams cook up on that map in particular. Gladiators have one of the most famous plays of all time on that map.
That's very true.
So they've always been known for that, you know, in ingenuity when it comes to their sort of strategies that they like to employ, especially, I mean, largely parts of their coaching staff as well, DP. So it'll be interesting to see if they have anything to really try and cement this lead that they have so far against the Vancouver Titans.
It's also a map where you can play a lot of brawly compositions, the Reinhardt, the Orisa, just that style where you want to rush into the other team and play very fast tempo. That is going to favor the Gladiators, I think. So, Titans on the back rope. Who saw this coming? Not Fisher. He is out here ready to defeat a former team, and this is not the start that he would have wanted.
And I do wonder if this is where the mentality starts to crumble a little bit. I mean, I don't like to comment.
One map in.
I don't like to comment on players' mentalities too often because we don't know. We're not listening, right? No. We don't know for sure. But Fisher does have a bit of a reputation, you know, for being a bit of an alpha male, if I do say so myself.
That's true.
So, you know, when the going gets rough, it might just power him on further, as we've seen.
Yeah, absolutely. Shaz and Big Goose, though, are just the cornerstone of this Los Angeles Gladiators team. They're able to make everything work. They lead the league in terms of overall healing, and they really focus on that, being able to stay safe, being able to empower their team. They're the quintessential support duo, and this is the backbone of the Gladiators that have been kept throughout 2018, throughout 2019, and are back for 2020. Big Goose himself, I'm such a fan of.
Yes.
He's so phenomenally talented on the Lucio. Look at this. He runs circles around people so often.
It's not just his talent, though. His work ethic is second to none, it feels like, in the league itself. The guy was learning Korean to help himself better fit into teams in the future. Not many players will take that next step, that initiative, to try and learn a second language so they bond with their future teammates or any teammates that, you know, might be coming in, don't speak English that well. But Big Goose does. And as you can see here, we have Kings Row coming up now. The fan favorite, my personal favorite map. I don't know about you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay.
No, it is. It's a great map, and you see so much diversity on this map in terms of strategy, because the high ground on the first point is so interesting, and then it has a very unique dynamic with those tight streets that favor the brawly compositions. I think this is going to be a great start to this series. First two maps are going to promise great things from both the Titans and the Gladiators.
Absolutely. We'll see if the Titans can turn it around. 1-0 down. They're more than capable. They've been in this situation before. It's going to be the Gladiators on the first attack, going to be using the Symmetra teleport just to get up to the high ground. Switching immediately. You see Birdring now moving over to the McCree against Stitch and Haxel, going to be running the May Reaper.
Gives them an opportunity, though, to avoid the May wall that often happens on that first choke point, so very smart.
Okay, now we're going to see an aggressive May wall here. Jaro ends up getting slept here, but Fisher stunned up. That was a counter charge comes out, and Cloudy, when he was down on the deck, he got brought down almost immediately. Janu gets teammate though, and this is an opening now. Remember, the Gladiators, they have a superior spawn advantage. The respawn doors are just a little bit away. If they get these players back, they're going to get there before the Vancouver Titans.
And this is why we see so many people playing McCree recently. You can flash over the shield, you can fan the hammer, you can deal with these tanks very effectively compared to the Reaper. And Birdring has done a lot so far.
But never sleep as well from Twilight. He's been on point all day long, but he is going to go down to space using those micro missiles. Now we can see Birdring as well, doing what he does best. Absolutely popping off with McCree. Hax is going to try and clutch this one up, though. Ends up using the Blizzard. It's not too sure about this one. Tries to clutch it for his team. He gets one kill. Slime with a follow-up, but Birdring shuts it down immediately. The Deadeye is going to collect two. The Fisher looks like he wants to try and recontest, or maybe just poke him with the Fire Strike, and it will be the initial point going to the Gladiators.
Birdring is so talented. This was the risk that these guys took, picking him up. They know that he's so good. And as long as you can keep him in that right state of mind, he's going to deliver you plays like this. He cracked that first point open.
Well, here we have it. They're pushing the cart forwards, but it looks like an aggressive maneuver from the Titans. Great Ice Wall from Jaru. Shuts off a lot of the Titans. The Nanoboost is used here onto Stitch, but he's not getting too much value out of it. Everyone just kind of kiting him around. The Gladiators using the speed boost from Big Goose to try and mitigate a lot of that damage, just run backwards, and now the go button is pressed. You can see the Nano Boost being used here onto Cloudy. He has the Earth Shatter as well, but throws it up for the time being, and now the Blizzard just on top of it. A lot of players falling now for the Titans. They have to back off. Gladiators, however, invested a lot of ultimates to try and win that.
But I think that's great. They broke through a choke point that can so often snarl up aggressive teams. Is that Twilight just waiting around, sleeping people as he tries to escape? This man's got no respect. Birdring deals with Stitch.
Yep.
Birdring's been on fire on this McCree. If he can keep this up all season long, we are in for a resurgence. It might be a little too early.
Might be a little bit too early, but I like it a little bit too early. You know, I want to see the old ring coming out. Birdring was phenomenal when he was at his peaks, and if he can play like this for the Gladiators, I see no reason why this team cannot make it into the playoffs and further a little bit later down the line. Maybe a little bit too early to say in the opening week, but here we have it. Shaz, cheeky little sleep dart sets up the Earth Shatter, and they all come falling down. Birdring, though, has to be kept alive here with the Deadeye. Going to be able to get the teammate, but that's going to force the self-destruct now out from Janu. Going to try and remech as well, but in the meanwhile, while the teammate was happening, Jaru was happily just cleaning up the rest of the Vancouver Titans. They didn't have that tank line to try and separate them. The Gladiators are absolutely steamrolling this one. They have 3 minutes. They're about to cap the second point.
That was such a lovely, well-coordinated play from Shaz and Cloudy. They demolished the Titans before they could even come and contest, and they've just kept this momentum rolling all the way through. 4.5 minutes are left for them to capture point C.
Slime going to be making the switch over to Brigitte now. And we'll see who's the recipient of the Nano Boost. It's going to be popping onto Cloudy. Once again, has another Earth Shatter to use. He unleashes it, but it connects onto no one. Great block by Slime. Managed to intertwine his shield right at the key moment. And that means it's still a winnable fight now for the Vancouver Titans. Twilight cleans up Jaro with a Bionade, and they've shut down this push from the Gladiators at the critical time.
Very, very clutch, because the Gladiators and LA's Cloudy at the forefront looked like they had an opportunity in that fight. They have reset the momentum, stopped it dead, and now they've got a position to actually defend from. No ultimates really on the board, but they're ahead in that Blizzard game, and Blizzard is such a pivotal ult at breaking and holding choke points.
We'll see if Space decides to create some space with his own self-destruct. Just waiting for the time being. We see the Deadeye being used by Stitch. He gets a kill onto Big Goose. That might just put an end to the fight, but Space ends up using his self-destruct to create the, oh my word! 2 kills. Stitch, desperate for the elimination, doesn't find it and gets punished for it instead. And now the Gladiators, they have an opening.
That kind of play you feel should really never result in 2 kills, but Space can just come up with the goods when you don't expect it. This is why he's ranked as the best Western off-tank. He is such a powerful figure and finds the openings.
Axel has his Blizzard. We see the self-destruct being used by Jano just to try and force the positioning. Ice Wall going to be used to try and push apart the Gladiators, and now we see the High Noon as well from Birdring. Doesn't find any picks, but now the Blizzard is going to be free on the point. Fisher kills LH Cloudy, bringing him down. It's going to mean another 1 fight here for the Titans, and when it gets to this point of King's Row, it becomes especially difficult to try and crack into that final checkpoint.
It really does. You're looking for the Gladiators to build up an opportunity in terms of their ultimates, and that may be right now. I mean, they're coming up against a High Noon, a Deadeye, and also the Rally. Those are 2 ultimates that it's difficult to get maximum value out of. They're not fight winners, unless Stitch manages to pull something ridiculous out. But Jaru's Blizzard can absolutely be a fight winner. Gladiators are going to speed in here aggressively, see if they can find value out of that. Big Goose may be forced to drop the Shadow.
See what I can do. Stitch just holding a very long angle. The sound barrier used aggressively. Instant High Noon collects the kill onto Birdring. That's what he was looking for. And that one opening, but Janu with a clutch eat as well as the Jaru's Blizzard. It's exactly what the Titans needed as well. And this fight has gone disastrously for the Gladiators. Cloudy attempts to clutch it up, but it's too little too late. As it will be the Titans once again defending this final checkpoint.
And I just feel that was the wrong ordering of their abilities there. Big Goose started with the sound barrier, rather than trying to take a fight first. If they had turned up the tempo and gone aggressive with his speed boost, then Jaru would have been less predictable in when he was using his Blizzard. As it was so telegraphed to Janu, and the eat comes through.
Fisher's holding onto this Earth Shatter. Got a couple of opportunities to use it. The war chest of ultimates is huge. Sends down the Earth Shatter, connects it onto Space. The self-destruct collects Big Goose and the D-Mech. Beautiful orchestrated plays there from the Titans. And now only a minute on the clock here for the Gladiators to try and make something work. The good news, they managed to get at least 2 ultimates out of the Titans, but those 2 ultimates have just been replaced by 2 more.
You can see how opportunistic Fisher is as well. He spotted at LH Cloudy's shield just being slightly angled, and 3 players in his sights, just instantly goes for it, instantly hits the Earth Shatter. And now Vancouver Titans have still got a lot of ults to play with. That Blizzard is online, the Nano Boost is available to pop onto Fisher as well.
Space eats the Blizzard, that could be the game-winning moment here for Gladiators. Stitch playing the long angles once again. Nobody can really pressure him from here. He's able to get off a good High Noon as well.
You see Space baiting, he flew up top and then he flicked his defense matrix around. Bomb goes into the back as well, and that's when Haxel strikes.
Blizzard lays down. Stitch manages to collect the 1 kill there onto Birdring. The Nano's going to be used as well onto Janu. Nice little sleep onto Cloudy. Pin as well. Great little set play. The Gladiators have lost so many players now. They're going to try and clutch it up here. Jaro uses the Blizzard. Doesn't really lock down anyone. Janu finds the kill onto Big Goose. The Gladiators desperately throwing bodies onto the point, trying to get that final capture, but the Titans stop them in their tracks.
A good defense in the end for the Vancouver Titans. With 4.5 minutes to capture point C, the Los Angeles Gladiators were not quite able to do it. And I feel like, okay, Bren, we haven't had an opportunity to look extensively at the meta, but Slime should have the advantage there with the Lucio.
Well, this has been the Dallas Homestand Series presented by Frontier. And my word, what an insane game it's been so far. I am very much looking forward to the rest of it after this break.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping! Now we have a game!
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Batman can do it. Oh, what is this?
Are you ready?
Well, we're going to be straight back into the action here as the Vancouver Titans have already started to make their move. They're going to be going on to the attacking side. They win the opening team fight.
Yeah, it was filthy. We couldn't show it on the screen. It was too grotesque. Too grotesque. The Vancouver Titans just slaughtered them, and they've managed to take point A immediately within 1 minute. It's making great use of this classic McCree May composition.
Yep, and this is what happens when you make Fisher angry. He just comes at you hard and fast. This guy, he's not a guy you want to upset. He's a bit of a savage as well.
Really interesting that they're running a variety of supports here, though. The Zen Brigitte is something that I haven't heard any team talk about as a classic support composition paired with these kind of other heroes. But it provides a huge amount of pressure onto Cloudy.
We'll see the Earth Shatter and the South Destruct laid down. Space manages to get 2 kills. That could set Gladiators up to try and hold this one now. The Blizzard used against the corner. Going to be freezing up a couple of them, but now you see the Transcendence by Twilight. Jaru attempts to try and cut the line of sight with his Ice Wall, but not quite quick enough. But despite that, Slime is going to end up falling. Now we see again the South Destruct used by Janu. Defensively going to remake as well. The Titans are not showing any signs of slowing down. Fisher seals this deal with the Earth Shatter at the end.
Had to use both support ults, but that's perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned, because Slimes should basically be used on cooldown. A Brigitte rally is just a benefit in these team fights. It's not a huge ultimate. They do have to watch out for Cloudy's Earth Shatter, but take a look at some of the DPS swaps that have happened here for the Gladiators. Jaru wants to brawl with the Doomfist because he can get into the backlines onto Twilight and Slime and eat them up like little snacks.
They're so susceptible now to the Doomfist pick, and we'll see what Jaru can do. He's poking, he's prodding, he's searching for an opening. The high ground's going to be contested by the D.Va players for the time being. It's just shy, and now we see the punch comes in, counter bash. Stitch comes up now with the Deadeye, finds the kill onto Jaru while he was down on the floor, stunned up. And that's a great opening for them. Biggers tries to even it out as well by Twilight going down. Now we see Space using the South Destruct again. 2 kills for the Gladiators. And it looks like off the back of that, they are definitely going to be able to defend here, just shy of the second checkpoint.
Space has 6 self-destruct kills so far this map. That is bananas. You should not be expecting those kind of numbers, even from some top-level star off-tank like Space. He is being able to find openings all over the place. And Jaru is committed to this Doomfist now. So Stitch on the McCree is really going to be looking to deal with him repeatedly.
Yep. I don't know if I'm too keen on it, but we'll see. Space now opts to take it off angle into the backlines. They want to try and force out the Transcendence, and they do exactly that. Twilight has to use it to keep his team up. The Gladiators are coming up slightly on top. The Blizzard gets no value. Fish ends up using the Earth Shatter, but who can follow up on it? Absolutely no one. Shaz with the Coalescence, keeping his team back up and alive. But Fisher staggered at the tail end of that fight as well. Another lost team fight now for the Vancouver Titans.
And you're just seeing that when the Gladiators turn up the tempo with a speed boost, with the heals coming out from the Moira, the Vancouver Titans can't do anything. They have damage, sure, they have utility, but they don't have the heals and they don't have the speed with their previous support lineup of the Zen Brigitte. So Twilight makes the swap over onto Moira, and Haxal has gone onto the Doomfist.
This is wild.
It really is. The Titans have got a much deeper playbook than anybody else we've seen so far. Will it work, though?
That's the question on everyone's mind. Haxal's going to be taking a couple of odd angles, just trying to see if he can find an opening. Nice counter pin, the charge, Cloudy goes down, but Burnering answers back in the backline with the Death Blossom. He's going to find Stitch for the time being. You see the Meteor Strike being used. Haxal manages to collect one of the supports, not too bad. Uppercut, I should say. Followed up, Haxal is really setting his team up now. The sound barrier by Big Goose just a little bit too late here. The Titans are going to be able to clean up the rest of this team fight.
Yeah, Big Goose used that sound barrier when there was only 3 alive, attempting to clutch, make time for the other players to be able to come back. But I think he would want that back. The Vancouver Titans now have a little bit of an opportunity to keep rolling forwards. The ult advantage isn't in their favor, but if they can rock off this Coalescence and maybe get a pick with Haxal, momentum can certainly keep going at point C.
Yeah, we'll see Jana. You can see the reactions of him. He's just trying to peel for absolutely everyone on his team. And it is control of this high ground is what they're battling over. Space forced, he was demeced. Had to use his Self-Destruct early, but the fight kicks off the Meteor Strike. Fisher with 2 kills. Unbelievable form so far. Seismic Slam for Haxel, trying to get to safety. Comes out to 100 HP. The adaptive shields are going to be helping him stay alive, and the Titans are absolutely rolling this one to the finish line.
Yeah, Gladiators were not able to hold on there, and they've made a swap. Jazz going over to the Ana. He's going to look to build up a nano within the last couple of moments. He's got the additional healing as well, a bit of safety from Spawn, but all eyes are on Cloudy. He needs this Earth Shatter to land, needs to be able to dodge someone.
Oh my word! The flank players might have just set this one up now. Stitch follows up with another kill onto Cloudy here, and no one is able to touch the point. Titans are going to be able to capture it, and that's going to be map 2 going their way. And Josh, I think we got a series in our hands.
We certainly do. Blink and you'll miss it. The Vancouver Titans slam home that offense. Unbelievable scenes. They were pulling out heroes that we haven't seen in this meta. Heroes that don't seem like they would fit. And yet they come out with the magic. That guy is so skilled as well.
Fisher, just absolutely astounding gameplay so far, but it's not over just yet. We've got still the rest of the series to go. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this?
Are you ready? The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage!
It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game.
Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this?
Are you ready?
The first two maps have been a clash of literal titans and gladiators in Dallas, Texas. Vancouver is looking to continue their successful run of their personal inaugural season last year. And I mean, so far it's an even Steven match. Costa, you were actually the one predicting gladiators to come out on top. And honestly, they've been looking really, really strong in that first map. What's going right for them?
I was really worried in the first round. It did not look close. That was a very one-sided round. I was like, well, this is going to be a rough one. This is an L. But they turned it around in the second, third rounds of the control point. They just looked a lot better. But this is a slugfest right now. They're going back and forth. Maywalls, the Reinhardts just running each other, trading massive shatters. Both teams are trading massive diva bombs. It's really hard to sort of dissect it because they're just running at each other right now.
It feels like in this match, more than the two prior, that there's a lot more playmaking going on. There's a lot of big ultimates, a lot of value getting thrown out, which makes for an entertaining series. So I'm all about it. Here we see the Nano Reaper coming in from Stitch, of course. So there's a lot of stuff going on, and you can't really tell what team has the upper hand so far.
Yeah, there's been a lot of back and forth. I mean, we saw Vancouver looking much more concise on Kings Row, able to come back, get that full push over to the end. We'd like to point out that any team that has picked up control in round 1 on the first map has not been able to close out the series, so trending upward right now for the Vancouver Titans.
Right,
Let's just get that out.
two matches in.
That is going to change the world.
There's empirical data behind this.
I'm glad that you're building all of this on actual stats. We have them for you. So, yeah, that's that. Now, it is once more time for Crunch Time, presented by Cheez-It Grooves. I know you like it, and we got it for you.
Here we go.
So, of course, the big question here is reinforced. Who did come up clutch in that first map, or the first 2 maps?
Well, so production made me pick out a clip. And, of course, I can only do one thing with it. So, you know what it is. You know what clip I picked out.
No.
You're right. It's going to be not this one.
Not that.
Loved it.
But it's going to be.
That was actually also one of our favorites.
Okay, it's Johnny. Do you think he's choosing a TPS clip? We need a main tank clip.
No, that was just bait. That was just bait.
Here we go.
Here we go.
That looks like familiar territory.
I'm not going to pick a TPS clip. I'm not going to pick a Stitch clip. I'm going to pick a Reinhardt clip. So let's get it going. Let's see what actually happens when LH Cloudy gets substituted in and gets to land those big shatters. Because that's what we really like, okay? We don't care about main supports. They're useless.
I just want to
a little bit about
can we point out
they're the
that
least valuable player on the team. We all care about the main tank. Oh, look at that. Oh, that's what we like to see. That's crunchy. Any crunchers in chat, dude? That's what we like to see. That's what Overwatch is about.
We're pushing it here a little bit, but you know I'm all right with it for now. Let's be real though. Let's talk. It's true, yeah. But talk a little bit about Cloudy. Cloudy is their starting main tank. They did have options, but they went for Cloudy. Why is that? And I know you always believed in him. Costa seemed a bit more critical.
I had a lot of doubt. You know, you bring OG into this roster. I thought he was going to be the default main tank. But, you know, he's been benched. We have Cloudy coming out, and he's actually been performing very well, going back and forth, punch to punch with Fisher. So he definitely struggled at times, but, you know, you look at that shatter, he's making plays.
Yeah, I think when it comes to the other tank heroes, I definitely think that OG is probably the favored tank. But when it comes to the Reinhardt, I feel like Cloudy is like a mini Fraggy. So,
okay.
I mean, it's true, right? He's from
that
Finland.
worked great for Fraggy.
Right? Well, okay, Fraggy did a lot of great things, okay? Overwatch history, we never forget, okay? History was captured, and Fraggy did a great job. So, Cloudy, for me, he's a bit of a mini Fraggy, he's up and coming, and I really like his Reinhardt. So, when it comes to the Reinhardt pick, I think that Cloudy over OG actually makes a lot of sense, and I can see why they put him in the roster. So, it's paying off so far, even though Vancouver Titans tied it up on Kings Row.
Well, guys, it's a map apiece, and I kind of want to know what you guys would do if you were coaches. So it's time for some backseat coaching. You ready for this? Okay, let's start with the Gladiators then, since you were heavily rooting for them.
Yeah, they're my team.
What do they have to do to come out on top of this?
I think at this point you got to reset. They obviously sort of coming back, but they just need to tighten it up at times. They're getting caught a little bit too much. Fish is getting too much space, and Stitch on the McCree is just free shooting pretty much this entire match. So if they can get him under control, I think that's what you can do.
Okay, reinforced. You know what's coming next? The Titans. They need your advice. What can they do to continue their success?
How do they beat Mini Fraggy?
Honestly, I think they did a great job shutting down the Reinhardt and Kings Row. I actually liked the Brigitte pick coming out from Slime, and I also liked the Doomfist pick coming out. I think those heroes are very obnoxious to deal with, and I think it shuts down Cloudy pretty well. So I would say play more Doomfist. Not because he's only entertaining, but because it actually works. So give me some more Doomfist.
Okay, Leos, you're on board with this?
Yeah, I mean, I think that both of you guys offer up fairly sound advice, as you should, as professionals who have been coached in the past.
The mighty.
So being able to give some solid feedback here for the teams and for those players moving forward, it's good to see. I do agree with both of your points. I think that it's a bit of like a Babel situation that we saw during the London Spitfire game, where they just kind of had to have Hotba hound him down. I think that's the same situation that you're talking about for Stitch on that McCree. And if they can do that, then we could see some more success for the Gladiators.
All right, and that's it from our game break presented by Cheez-It Grooves. Thank you guys so much for all the insight. And it is time to go back to the guys in Dallas. We'll see you afterwards for the Watch Point Reset. Later on, we have our final match of the day, so don't go anywhere.
That's right, everybody. Get your tickets right now for the Washington Homestand that's taking place in week 3, I believe. We're going to be going there. So that should be all the reason you need to buy your tickets. Clearly, not for the, for the teams and the players.
Yeah.
Realistically speaking. The matches are going to be actually really, really good. So definitely, if you're in the Washington area or the surrounding areas and you haven't got your fill of Overwatch just yet, head on down there, buy your tickets, because it is going to be good.
Well, it's a brand new year, it's a brand new meta, and we've seen new faces already as well. Cloudy taking the stage instead of OG, who you would have expected to play for the Gladiators, and he's done a very good job so far at standing up to Fissure. They're tied currently, and it's been a very good showing from both of the main tanks.
Interesting as well. I mean, Cloudy, he didn't have the best performance last year, but this being said, you know, a new team environment does wonders, and I think the Gladiators has this support structure that's so good behind them, with DP as the head coach and the rest of the support staff surrounding them. They're very good at it. But now we've got a couple of substitutions coming in, and my word, some interesting and familiar faces as well. So-Min Soo is going to be making his move onto the stage, switching out for Stitch. But the interesting one that I am really curious about is this next one that's coming up, because it's none other than the legendary Ryu Hong. Kind of butchered that a little bit, but he's coming in for Twilight. This is incredibly interesting.
Yeah, I did not expect Ryu Hong to get a lot of playtime for the Vancouver Titans, because Twilight is so phenomenally talented. Ryu Hong, you could argue, is a slightly better Moira. We saw his play for Seoul in the playoffs last year, where he was able to play that hero to an incredibly high level. But the Ana, the Zen, those are the kind of heroes where you would expect Twilight. I wonder, Bren, is this Batiste as a flex support? Ryu Hong used to play DPS in the past a long time ago.
Long time.
So it's possible that his aiming skills are required here for a slightly new hero. We will just have to wait and see. Hanamura, the assault map coming up, they always have interesting strategies for assault maps on both attack and defense.
And Hanamura is legendary for this. We often see, you remember last year, Chengdu pulling out the Symmetra TP strat, catching, I think it was Atlanta off guard. You always see interesting things from Hanamura, and it's a personal favorite map of mine as well, out of the Assault collection, if you will. Sometimes you see a little bit of Genji, a little bit of Widowmaker. Who knows if we'll see that as of yet, but so far as it stands, it is 1-1 in this series. The Titans are going to be looking for every edge they can get. Maybe that's why they put in So-Min Soo and Ryu Hong.
Well, here we go. The Vancouver Titans are going to be the team to start out on offense. And they look like they're heading for something interesting already.
Wow.
We've seen in New York teams playing a little bit of dive, some Genji, some Sombra being played from New York themselves, actually. But Haxel on the Genji, that's what I like to see.
Oh man, I'm so happy right now.
Give me the Dragon Blade.
This is it, the Haxel Genji, legendary and official Winston. We get two
for the price of one.
It's iconic, it really is, and I hope we get to see some big plays coming out right now. But you can see for now the Vancouver Titans just taking position onto the high ground. They've got the mobility, remember, when they're playing these heroes. Ryu Hong playing a very long off angle. Bionade comes out, not sure if it connected to too many people. Just trying to keep Fissure alive. Can't unfortunately do that, but the kills are happening in the backline as well. So-Min Soo is being a nuisance, a bit of a pest, as he picks off 1 or 2 players. Almost got a second one there from Ryu Hong's bio grenade, assisting him. Gonna have to Wraith walk away just so that he stays alive. But for now, a free tick. I mean, you're not gonna argue with free progress right now, but the Vancouver Titans are just trying to build up these ultimates. They're gonna try and dive onto a target. They recognize that Cloudy was out of position. Birdring now trying to clutch it up. If he can get a kill onto Fissure, it'll be beautiful, but unfortunately taken down in the nick of time. And the Titans, this is a war of attrition that I didn't think they were gonna be winning, but it feels like they are.
I mean, they're getting picks slowly, but they're also having to retreat, give up space, because the Gladiators team comp can just run at them wherever they are. So apart from that 33% of progress that they managed to accrue that will always stay on the point, Vancouver haven't got much else. And the composition that they're using requires So-Min Soo to get into the backlines before everyone else. Haxel's just on his own here.
He's in danger right now.
Surely going to get frozen and killed.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the peel was almost there from Jano. He tried to come in with the defense matrix. We see ultimates forced out by the Gladiators, though. That sound barrier being used is actually pretty huge right now for the Titans, because look at what ultimates they've got. This is going to be a reset. They're going to go back to spawn, but Haxel is sitting on that Dragon Blade, and Ryu Hong is sitting on that Nano Boost.
A huge amount of pressure applied there for the Vancouver Titans onto the Gladiators. They used their Immortality Field, and then Big Goose had to use his Sound Barrier as well. That means the only thing stopping Hacksal's Dragon Blade is the Immortality Field coming out from Shaz.
Now here we go, show me the business. Axel's ready and waiting, the blade comes up, the Nano Boost lay it down, he collects one, he collects not quite two, but he finally finds it in the end, and that's good enough for me. Axel's back, 2 kills, he's gonna open this one up for the Titans, and they are eventually gonna be able to capture this first point.
Phenomenal stuff. You always love to see Hacksal back on his signature hero, and Big Goose is just wishing he had that Sound Barrier still available, but they had used it in the previous fight. Vancouver Titans did use both the support ults and the Dragon Blade, but they're still looking good for a fight here to go in, maybe force out the Blizzard, get a little bit of capture time progress. But they have to find targets and play the high ground. This isn't a composition they can just go toe-to-toe with the Gladiators with.
Well, Somitsu, the Death Blossom into the backline, bashed up. That was Big Goose switching over to the Brigitte. A critical change. Completely mitigated the ultimate, and now that might be an opening now for the Gladiators, but Fisher comes in with the Primal Rage. Leaps onto the point. See if he can get any value. He gets 2 kills. Meanwhile, on the point, the Titans are running this one all the way home.
Blizzard comes in, Jaro desperately trying to save him, but he's pulled it so far away from the point that it essentially gets no value. Didn't even separate anyone, and Hacksal's almost ready for another blade.
And I'm ready for it as well. Haxal, he's 3% away. The blade is waiting. Big Goose falls. All of his targets are down. He doesn't even need to use it. His team are cleaning up the targets regardless. And with the rest of the Titans, they're able to really secure some capture point. 33%. Just waiting. Ryu Jae-hyung holding on to the Nano Boost for now, biding his time, and now it's go time. 1 slash comes out, Jaro falls, he finds a second one. Oh my word! Haxal, an absolute legend. 5 kills for him, with the assist from the legendary Ryu Jae-hyung as well. And the Vancouver Titans are gonna get the completion with 2 minutes 43 remaining.
What a god tier play coming out from Haxal. And who better to deliver the Nano Boost? The Ryu Jae-hyung goes over, thanks his support. That is so good.
I want to see it again. I want to see it again, man. This plays like this, we've been just void of any sort of Genji gameplay, it feels like, over the last year. It's been very rare, very sparse. But we've come in now, and
it's like lifeblood to me, Bren.
It is. I mean, I feel like I'm back in 2017, but I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining in the slightest. And here's that replay that I was asking for. Haxal just pulling it out as well. As I said, supported. The Nano Boost came at the perfect time. He gets a slash to peel from Janu in the backline, and he collects them.
Absolute max range onto Birdring's Tracer there as well.
Yep.
Oh my word, the legends that we have in this match. Birdring going up against Fisher, his former teammate, going up against Ryu Jae-hyung and Haxal.
Wow, we'll see you on the other side of the break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Pringles Wavy. Big crunch, big flavor.
up. That is a huge kill for the Philadelphia Fusion of everybody to go down. And Carpe with the headshot. Carpe with the follow-up. Finally getting to show some skill here. That's what it's all about.
That's right, the Philadelphia Fusion are hosting the Battle of Brotherly Love next weekend. Tickets are going fast, and you do not want to miss your chance to see EQO, Carpe, and the rest of the Fusion up close in person next week. Buy your tickets now.
Yeah, that's going to be fantastic. I mean, if there's any other team that I think could pull off this ridiculous dive style, I guess it would be Philly.
It would be Philly.
Yeah, I love this, though. Double shield getting cracked by dive.
Get out of here.
I
don't want to see it anymore.
It's an omen for 2020, Bren. That's
it's a good
what
sign.
Is.
It's a good sign.
It is.
I'll have it every day of the week, please. Every day of the week. Until Hero Pools rolls around, you know?
Yeah, and then we'll have it, every other week.
Every other week. It'll be sparsely, but we'll see now if the Gladiators can come back from that absolutely rapid offense from the Vancouver Titans. I say rapid, it took a bit of time to get the first point correct, but the second point was just opened up almost instantly.
Yeah, it really was. That push came through fantastically. They really set it up well. These players have a lot of experience with that style of Overwatch. And honestly, their offense on King's Row was also really fantastic.
Yeah.
Really.
Well, now it's time to see if the Gladiators have any tricks up their sleeve. Knowing the coaching staff of the Gladiators, I'm sure they've got a couple of set plays somewhere hidden. And I cannot think of a better map than Hanamura to really start to showcase them as well. I mean, I feel like they might be teasing us a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Oh, this is a tease.
As they always do. As they always do.
But the Vancouver Titans are opting to run a bit more of a mobile defense. Instead of going for the Reinhardt and the Orisa, where you have to chase down the opposing team and try and fight them as quickly as you can, they've got the Diva to be a bit mobile, to shut down people that try and pick offensive angles for the Gladiators.
Yeah.
It's a bit more of a well-rounded comp.
Well, Gladiators are just going to peek their heads out. They're going to see what's being ran, and now they're going to make a change of their own. You can see them now making moves. Does Gyro want to stay? He does not.
But it seems like, okay, so they're making swaps back now as well. A little bit of communication issues maybe, a lack of decisiveness with what compositions they want to run. And Birdring goes back and swaps to Hanzo.
Interesting. Now, Hanzo was the favored sort of damage dealer that we heard early on, but that kind of fell to the wayside for McCree. A lot of people deciding to just play McCree. Obviously, the projectile change in speed has been affecting them quite a lot. There we have it. Look at that. Immediately, Janet just jumping onto the back line. The Titans able to pick up some early kills as well, early eliminations. Sominsu stuck in the ice wall. Gets himself out of there, thankfully. The Hellfire shotgun's good for that.
But there's already been a huge pick. Jaro managed to kill Haxel really early as they got in here. So if this fight had been a little cleaner, they might have been able to make use of that. But as it is, the fight took so long that the Titans are going to have Fissure and Haxel both back into this fight. I don't think the Birdring could get any value out of the Hanzo, though. Janu's Diva, and just Diva in general, has been buffed to a degree where it is the most mobile hero in the world.
Yep.
And so if you're trying to run a Widow or a Hanzo, you got to be scared of it.
Well, the Ice Wall is going to be blocking up the line of sight. Jayhawk forced to unload the Nano Boost now. We're going to see Fissure swinging into them. He has the Earth Shatter. He saw the shield crack. I know he wants to use it, but he's got to be kept alive by the rest of his team. And they have managed to catch Jaro out of position here. His eyes blocked. That is BM. I think he was anticipating the Ice Wall to come down, but Soundbar is going to be used by Gladiators as well. But, I mean, they get into the fight a little bit longer. Still could be anyone's game right now. Sominsu, look at these shots.
Great
Absolutely demolishing the Gladiators.
Really well-timed flank, and that is the second time in this match where Big Goose has been punished for trying to clutch by using his sound barrier when they are down people. It's great that you have that kind of confidence in your team, that you think you're able to win fights when you're down by investing ultimates. It's what the Vancouver Titans themselves used to do last year, and we praised them so much for it. But when it goes wrong, it goes quite disastrously wrong. Ult advantage all in favor of Vancouver.
Well, Fissure already just swinging away now. We can see Sominsu with the blossom into the back line. Shaz just misses his sleep, doesn't connect it. It's going to be the one-for-one trade, though, as both teams are going to lose their Annas. Haxel being pressured, Janu's there, and now we see the Blizzard keeping them all locked up onto the point. The Self-Destruct from space is going to try and push them away from the point. but it's not good enough, unfortunately. Couldn't quite create the opening that they were looking for, and the Titans are still holding on to this first point.
Only 1 minute left for the Los Angeles Gladiators. They need to be able to crack point A. Point B, they can think about later. Who cares about that? Full complete in the map. This is their problem right now. How to crack point A with only really the Blizzard to work with. They need Birdring in a great position to flank, and they need to force the fight in an enclosed area so Jaru can get maximum value. If Janu eats this Blizzard, it's all over.
Jaru comes in, the Blizzard. Walled off though. Ice Wall, he tries to use it to get over it. He mistimed it. It's gonna be out of the fight, and Cloudy falls. You can't push with this anymore. The push is dead.
They reset, they have 30 seconds. Big Goose may get up to his sound barrier as well, but the Vancouver Titans have more opportunities to clutch. They've got the Nano Boost, they've got the Earth Shatter, they can still play very aggressive. And the Gladiators have to touch the point at some point.
Yeah, they have to push on, and Fisher has this Earth Shatter ready and waiting as well. Nano Boost. Ryujin Hong just holding on, waiting for the right opportunity. The Ice Wall comes out. Fisher! Oh my God, the ingenuity from the man! It's like nothing I've ever seen. He just knows how to play Reinhardt to such a high degree. Comes round, sets it up, the 2 kills were all off the back of him. And now it's the overtime, Birds down. Gladiators, one last attempt to try and find their way onto the point. The Death Blossom from Birdring is not good enough. Space desperately tries to hold on to the overtime, but it's not going to be enough. And the Vancouver Titans are going to be taking map 3 in this series.
Huge plays by Vancouver. You basically knew it when they had set that lightning offense.
And now we'll see as we head into the next map. We've got more Overwatch coming up. Remember, first the 3 maps on the other side of the break. Don't go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
Well, that was certainly a map, and now we're going to see if the Los Angeles Gladiators can take it back away from the Titans. Will we see 5 maps today? It's certainly looking like it, the way these teams have been playing.
It's been very close, honestly. The Gladiators have just fallen a little short of being able to defend these lightning-fast offenses coming out from the Titans. Just a slight step above here. And honestly, the Haxel Genji, that's the kind of weird pocket pick that can win you things when the meta is so new and teams don't quite know how to adapt. Gladiators are still a very new team. They don't have that pre-existing synergy.
Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to it because I can see, you know, we saw a bit of movement on the stage behind us with a couple of substitutions being made from the Gladiators side. And this screams to me as well that they've planned ahead for this. Particular maps, subbing in masses of people. Yeah. I mean, that just screams set play. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing what they might have to try and combat the kind of plays that the Titans are pulling out, because we weren't really expecting the Genji to be seen that much. But as you can see here, one of the first subs coming in is the one and only Mirror, coming in for Jaru, going to be playing on the damage-dealing role. And of course, the main tank as well is going to be changing out. OG comes in.
He's the fan favorite.
Of course, and why wouldn't he be? You know, former Dallas Fuel member. He's not against the Dallas Fuel today, so, you know, they can cheer for him.
Yes.
And I'm looking forward to see what he can do. On the opposite side, you can see substitutions not quite being made. Too much. Twilight coming back in here for Ryu Jae Hong.
That's to be expected, though. But it's all about OG, honestly. Look at how well this guy performed the last time he was playing in front of a Dallas crowd.
Oh, yeah.
Sure, he's not playing for Dallas this time, but he's not playing against them either. This crowd's still very much on his side, and it all overwhelmed him last time. OG is a player that has had his highs, he's had his lows. It was a difficult journey for him to be able to get to this point. And now he's on a team with the Los Angeles Gladiators where his potential can finally be realized. You might see plays like that insane 180 Earthshatter coming out from him repeatedly. He's got a good breadth of heroes. And even if Cloudy is taking playtime away from him because Cloudy's Reinhardt is excellent, OG, I would say, is your pick for almost every other main tank. I would expect him to be a staple for the Gladiators.
That's almost what we assumed coming into this on paper. I always assumed that OG was going to be the primary main tank. But in this case, often when teams do this, when they sub in specific main tanks for specific maps, it means they have something in mind, whether it's set plays, or sometimes they're just still testing the waters and seeing which main tank they want to be running with for the majority of the season. We're still early on. We could have been seeing success. I mean, Cloudy had some very phenomenal plays.
He did.
But now I'm excited to see what has OG got for us. What is he going to be delivering on the Dallas stage once more?
And when you talk about OG, it's very emotion-driven play. If he feels confident, he's going to go for these big plays. He's going to make plays happen. He's going to try and form them out of nothing. That can often bite him as well. He can sometimes end up going for something and not succeeding and end up leaving his team in a poorer position. But with the coaching staff of the Gladiators and a strong team around him, I think OG should be aiming for more consistency this year.
Well, if you haven't been keeping up with the Overwatch League, how about a nice little montage of what the best moments of 2019 are? What's new in 2020? I apologize.
Oh, you baited me, Brad.
I did bait you. Sorry, Josh.
The third season of the Overwatch League is underway, so it's time to take a look at what's new in 2020. First off, the season is no longer divided into 4 stages, which means no more stage playoffs. Instead, we're introducing our own mid-season tournament, where 4 teams, the 2 conference leaders and 2 wildcard teams, will face off for over $1 million during All-Star Weekend. Additionally, to build up new and existing regional rivalries, the Atlantic and Pacific conferences are now broken down into 4 divisions: East and West in the Pacific, and North and South in the Atlantic. We've also moved to a first-to-3 map format, meaning once a team wins 3 maps, the match is over. To make sure all 20 teams get a fair share of map variety, we'll be rotating the map type order throughout the year as well. But the biggest change in 2020? We're hitting the road. We'll be traveling to teams' home cities throughout the entire season, bringing the Overwatch League right to your own backyard. So get ready, Overwatch League fans, because this season, we're coming home.
Well, there's that wonderful commentary from Jake Lyons, the newest member of the Overwatch League talent team. He's sitting back there somewhere, watching it all unfold. Wonderful stuff, actually, for his, I think, his first voiceover, presumably.
Well, he's getting ready to cast this Dallas versus Valiant game that's coming up afterwards, but we've got to conclude this series, and it is match point for the Vancouver Titans as they head into Dorado. You just heard it explained there. It's a first-to-3 format. So if the Gladiators aren't able to get the win here, or at the very least a draw, who knows how that would happen on Dorado, but
yeah,
it's technically possible.
It is technically possible, actually, yeah.
Well, they need to not lose on Dorado here because their match life is on the line. Nobody wants to start the season off with a loss, even if it's against the finalists from last year.
Absolutely, Josh, and you can already see them teasing a pick here or there. Dorado, some of the most famous Widowmaker plays and performances have occurred on this map, dating back right to the start of the game.
Also a very good map for being able to run Pharah. It's not something you see normally because it's fairly hard countered by D.Va with the new rocket booster changes, and also by McCree, who's a very strong hero at the moment.
Yep.
But Mira at the moment looks like they maybe have a plan for how they want to play this one. And like you said, Brent, set plays. We're expecting something special for the Gladiators because all these new players came in.
It's going to be, it looks like to me, a forward attack or forward hold on the defense. See the hold comes out there from Fisher, doesn't connect onto anybody. Sominsu looking for a target. He's going to spot that they are running a fire. He's probably going to be calling that one now as well. The Widowmaker comes up for the grapple shot. Birdring just narrowly avoided the bullets.
Very dangerous risk to take for Birdring when he already knows that he's going to be aiming in that direction.
Yeah. And we see Sominsu actually making the swap now over to the Sombra. In fact, swaps almost across the board here. Fisher going to be running with the ball, and Haxel on the Genji once more. Now, look at the positioning being taken. Just trying to draw them back, surround and conquer. The Sun Tzu strategy, I think.
He's one of the coaches for the Vancouver Titans.
Could be, could be. Sominsu trying to get the hack off onto one of the targets. OG slept in the back line, but Mira falls to Sominsu. Good opening. Haxel falls up as well into Birdring. The res comes up though, so they've only lost one player. Now it's going to be an even trade, so could be anyone's game as it stands. They're scattered to the wind, if you will. But the Titans look like they are coming out on top. It's a slow war of attrition, but they come out on top as they slowly push it in.
And Mira really wasn't able to get that much done there. He would have loved to be able to shoot a bunch of tanks on the floor, but the Vancouver Titans swapped over to dive. And we are really seeing the Titans push forward this idea that dive is going to be viable in 2020, at least against certain compositions and on certain maps. Haxel 70% up to his blade at the moment. I need to see another one of these.
Yep, Haxel's blades have been something else. We'll see him just trying to farm it up. Sending in the shurikens for now. You can see the high ground. Big Goose makes the swap over to the Brigitte as well to try and counter this. They've seen what happened in the last map. They want to try and avoid it if possible. The Sleep Dart is not going to connect now onto Birdring, who switched over to the Tracer, harassing the back line. Heals come out. Haxel's still staying alive. Bionade as well, going to be topping them all up. And now it's go time. The button might be pressed, but that pick onto Haxel is enormous. It's going to actually stop this push entirely from the Titans.
Yeah, it delays it even longer. I mean, Vancouver Titans have the time in their time bank anyway, over 4 minutes, so they're not that bothered about it, but it does allow the Gladiators time to reposition. OG has his Primal, which is another effective way of dealing with Haxel, if he can isolate him.
For now, this is what we were all waiting for. Twilight holding onto the Nano Boost. They're looking for the prime opportunity. Ults are going to start to get used here. Haxel used the blade in the background. And Twilight, he didn't have the line of sight. He couldn't use the Nano Boost onto him. Gladiators immediately jump on the opportunity. They go full aggressive. And they end up finding the picks necessary to once again stop this push. Now, I'm wondering, will Haxel actually end up swapping off this role? And yeah, indeed, he's going to be over to the Mei. Fisher as well with a change, playing a more standard composition.
And it's going to be really hard for the Gladiators to stop this, because the Vancouver Titans have got great point presence once they actually get around the payload. Sure, the Dragon Blade didn't work, and the Gladiators did a great job with their tank ultimates, but how do they approach this now?
Very difficult. You see Mira just on the high ground, laying in the shots, pumping in the damage. He has the Deadeye available to him. Sominsu gets the Nano Boost in the end, but gets absolutely no value out of it. It's going to be a one-for-one trade there. Birdring jumped into the back line, laid down the pulse bomb, did collect a kill, but traded it for his own life. The Gladiators are still in a very good position to try and hold this now. OGE absolutely demolishing onto the high ground.
They're slowly picking people off, but they still haven't been able to fight on the payload once. It has been free push for Vancouver as they've wiggled their way halfway through point B. And they've only expended a minute and a half here.
So interesting to see Haxel again switching over to the Genji once more. Nano boost though onto OG. They're gonna try and take an aggressive fight. Slapped up on the high ground though. Twilight has been massive with these sleeps, negating so many ultimates.
Another one as well, a Bionade onto Shaz to take out his counterpart. Sure, Haxel's died. Oh, but Mirror, nice work to also
huge clutch. 3 kills for Mirror. Lines them up, takes them down, and the Titans are forced to reevaluate how exactly they want to be pushing this one.
And the Gladiators' composition, as strange as it looks, has been getting them results at the moment. I would like to see the Vancouver Titans stick to a very brawly composition. Get value out of your Lucio speed boost, force them to come down to you and try and pick off individual targets. But the last time they tried that, they just lost a couple of people here and there to Mirror's shots, to Birdring's harassment. So instead, they're putting their eggs in the Haxel Genji basket once again.
Oh, Space comes in with the South Destruct, tries to create a bit of space. You can see, look at the aggression! Bishop, he just charges straight into the post bomb, laid down like a nice little egg, a hen just trying to keep it warm, but not quite.
It's a tactical reset, Brad. We see all
yeah, sure.
Oh, that looked great.
Oh, wow. But Birdring is still staying on this Tracer pick as well. Yeah. And why not as well? I mean, Vancouver Titans are not really running anything to try and counteract it. You don't see the Brigitte, you don't see McCree.
I like the ball swap, though, for Fisher, because it allows them to stop Mirror staying on this high ground. They can go up there with both tanks, with Haxel, push everyone onto the low ground, and then get an opportunity to use this blade that's about to come up. They need to control the high ground, though. Otherwise, Mirror is just going to keep putting in damage and use this Deadeye from long distance, and it'll negate everything.
The Titans cannot have another blunder like the last time. Haxel, flashbang, stays alive now, the nano boost, and now the blade, he unleashes it. 1 kill goes his way, turns for the second one, he's going to collect it, and now goes straight for the Brigitte. It's a Jinmu play if I've ever seen one. And now wants to try and contest with the Diva. Space wants none of it. It's getting the heck out of there. Wonderful plays by Haxel, once again finding the value that he needed.
Yeah, they managed to take control of that top right-hand side. Big value blade. But the Gladiators are not giving this one up. OG comes back in.
Oh,
and he's
my.
There with Birdring to take down Haxel.
My.
The ball line has fallen.
Gladiators are doing it here. Big plays from Birdring and OG. Birdring lays down the post bomb. He won't find the target. Stays within the safety of the bubble, but it just collapses in the nick of time. Janu collects the kill. But as they all fall, it means the Titans are going to not cap this second point, and the Gladiators are going to hold them. Wonderful performance from them.
It seems perhaps that the Titans' strategy of throwing the Haxel Genji at everything has finally come to a brick wall. The Gladiators knew that if they just kept space and rotated around, that they would be able to handle it. And if you have to rely on Haxel getting 3 kills just to win a team fight, that's not an effective strategy.
No. And we saw, I mean, a little bit earlier in this series as well, the blade was a little bit whiffed. Haxel kind of using his ultimate. Twilight couldn't get the line of sight, couldn't get a nano boost onto him in the nick of time. We may have been seeing a different outcome than we are now, but we've got to give props to the Gladiators, capitalizing on the weaknesses, capitalizing on the mistakes of the Titans, and really hammering it home. And it's looking ever so more likely that we are going to be seeing this map 5 now.
I would love to see it, but the Gladiators weren't able to put together an offense on Hanamura, so they have to do better here on Dorado. I hope that they've got something interesting to show us on offense, because their strategy on defense of having Mirror on the Pharah, Birdring on the Widowmaker, and then OG on the Winston, it didn't work. But now that this team is on the defense, perhaps they can go for a bit more of a divey style. On the offense, perhaps they can go for a bit more of a divey style and really take advantage of Birdring's Tracer that we saw. OG's Winston. He's not going to be playing the Zarya.
No, he's definitely not. He's going to be switching over now to the Reinhardt as they come out. Vancouver Titans holding very close here. You often see this from teams. They try and basically avoid them from getting any sort of capture progress whatsoever.
I love this. I think it's a great strat from the Titans.
I love fighting early here. Can often maximize the amount of team fights they're able to get before this first point. And you can see switches being made all over the place. Mirror just scouted a little bit with the Sombra. He went back. Now he's going to be playing the Doomfist.
Gives them opportunities to find picks. Just at a little bit at a random while they happen to be in the middle of a brawl. And if he finds a pick, the spawn advantage so much in their favor. He can afford to go for plays like that, though. Not too much of a mistake. They can keep coming out here and keep putting Mirror in position.
Nice little sleep dart there from Shaz. Nothing to capitalize onto Somin Sudo, but you got to remember, as you said, Josh, Gladiators, they have this spawn advantage. They can afford to make these risky plays. But right now, the Titans are absolutely straight. The Bird Ring, though, answers back. Now we see the Nano Boost builds up so fast. OG just charges into the back line. He's immediately frozen up, but he does finally collect a kill. Gets one off the Twilight, at least. So at least he got a little bit of value out of the Nano Boost. Haxel just trying to run his way out of there, realizes it's a fool's errand. Comes back to reset with the rest of his team, and Gladiators are able to push this, hopefully through this archway, which can often be a bit of a tricky point to push through.
A bit messy there from the Titans. They didn't quite know how to deal with Mirror. Half of their team backing off, half of their team trying to take an early fight. Ends up with the loss of Fissure. But they can go for another fight here, and they've got the Coalescence, but the Gladiators are stacked full of ults that are about to come online. Particularly this Space Bomb can make a lot of space.
On the precipice of it right now, Space has the self-destruct. The Coalescence comes down from the Titans, trying to hose them down. Fissure collects the kill to Shaz. No more healing right now, and that is exactly what the Titans wanted. Take away one of the main healers, suddenly the rest of the team will crumble around it.
Yeah, really nice aggressive play there to be able to pick off Shaz early on in the fight. And their composition for the Vancouver Titans just revolves around being able to hold choke points, go in, isolate people with that Mei wall, which is not something that the Gladiators can do. The Gladiators are relying on picks from Mirror, or at least harassment from Mirror to be able to draw eyes and attention away. Ideally, though, they would love to be in a 6v5 situation if Mirror can find a pick.
Birdering, he's looking for opportunities to flank into the back line, but I'm looking at Fissure right now. He's got the Earth Shatter. He's going to be hunting for opportunities. You can see the seismic slam there onto the flag. Oh! OG hits a huge shatter. Death Blossom into the back line by Somin Sudo, but Birdring answers back! 4 kills, and Space eating the Blizzard as well. Absolutely wonderful from the Gladiators, and they crash through the first point.
That went as perfectly as you could possibly ask for. Let's take another look at this. Birdring with a beautiful timing just after the shatter goes down and manages to avoid one. Oh, the eat on the Blizzard as well. But Birdring's already done the damage. Nano boost to Death Blossom. Oh,
pure,
so perfect.
Pure excellence. And the Gladiators, we said there was a lot of mechanical talent on this team. They're showing it right now. Earth Shatter comes down here for Fissure. Doesn't find any targets. Bigger's going to be answering with the Soundbire. Now Haxel trying to make some plays happen. OG goes for the Miracle Charge and ends up collecting a kill onto Slime, but it's not quite good enough. The Titans, they have the damage advantage here. They're able to find the kills necessary to win out this team fight once more. But remember, the Gladiators, they don't have to win that many team fights before they end up taking this to map 5.
That's true, but they're not going to get that free push that the Vancouver Titans got. Both of these teams now have compositions where they're going to take team fights instead of flanking around and trying to pick off targets. So this is going to come down to who wins a big, decisive team fight.
Self-destruct by Janu. Hunting for opportunities, trying to create space. And the Titans, they try to play aggressive off the back of it. They couldn't find anything. Haxel gets counterpunched, but immediately is going to be using the Meteor Strike just to get his way out of there. OG being pressured heavily, but thankfully the peel is there. But Fissure lays down the Earth Shatter, but he doesn't get anything. And now OG, he's free to try and take this one for his own. Look at the kills flowing into the backline now. Mirror just absolutely pounding in the damage. And they still have ultimates to work with. This is almost best case scenario. Maybe I spoke too soon though. Somin Sudo, a desperation play, and OG decides it's time to sort of use that trump card in the back pocket. Clean up this fight. It was getting a little bit too messy after Somin Sudo got those 2 kills.
Certainly was. You would expect the Vancouver Titans to be right in their comfort zone. They made it to the 2019 Grand Finals playing Reaper Doomfist. Yes, the tank line's support line's slightly different, but this should be comfort territory for Somin Sudo and Haxel. At the moment, though, they need to win the next team fight, and the ults are just stacked up against them. Mirror, though!
Oh my word, what a critical pick! The Titans, they had nothing to work with. They needed a pick-off, and they found it in the form of Mirror. Birdwing's going to try and answer back in the back line, but his Death Blossom gets absolutely no value. Now to Nano Boost, OG desperately swinging away, trying to build up the ultimates, and he's going to almost get the Earth Shatter. 90% and counting, collecting 1 kill. A very good scenario for the Gladiators, but it almost went a little bit skew-whipped.
Yeah, it was Haxal and Mirror managed to counterpunch each other, and then Mirror died, but the Vancouver Titans overcommitted. Have they really given away their opportunity to win this map, to defend?
And they're forced to touch, they're forced to go in. The punch, the meteor strike, lay it down with the Earth Shatter! Oh my word! OG lays it down for Mirror to claim the glory, and that should be that. A last-ditch self-destruct from Janu over the top to try and make it work. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. You can see Gladiators, they're all over them. Somitsu, so low. Desperately trying to stay onto the point. Titan turning this around. Remember, they have the spawn advantage. This could be their match.
They're coming back in, and Haxal's got the Meteor Strike. Both DPS ults online. If they can stabilize and find a couple of picks, still very winnable for both teams.
Haxal from on high. Goes for the punch. Is going to miss. Seismic Slam. Somitsu gets nothing out of the Death Blossom. Big Gladiators. They use their Samara response. Birdwing to clutch. And we are going to be going to a map 5. Oh my word. Unbelievable scenes from the Los Angeles Gladiators.
Well, the Vancouver Titans made them work for it there, but the Gladiators have what it takes with their new players substituted in, and OG wins his map in the Dallas crowd.
What a phenomenal series so far. And we've got more Overwatch Map 5 coming up after the break. Well, welcome back to Map 5 in a phenomenal series so far between the Los Angeles Gladiators and the Vancouver Titans. What a way to start this so far in Dallas, right? I mean, just a phenomenal match to kick things off. And I have a feeling probably all of the matches so far over to Dallas's homestand, they might be going the way of this as well.
Yeah, I really think so.
Teams are evenly matched.
They're very evenly matched. It's a brand new meta, so things can get teams taken off guard. And also, with the Valiant improving and Dallas still looking all right, this homestand is shaping up to be excellent.
Yeah.
And this first match has absolutely delivered. We've got to see different team styles. We've got to see different substitutions. We've got to see all sorts of different people getting played. And now Jaru coming back in for Mirror.
Yep.
They've made a couple of substitutions here as well. They've, unfortunately for the Dallas crowd, have decided to sub out OG, but that's fine because LH Cloudy has been performing fantastically so far this match.
Yep.
And OG got to come in and preserve his 100% win rate on maps, matches. I mean, on appearances, should we say, in front of the Dallas crowd.
There you go. Yeah. We see a couple of switches as well. I mean, the Titans are going to be going ahead. No subs for the Titans. It's going to be sticking with what they know. But so far, we're going to be moving back over to the control maps in the map 5. This series will be ending no matter what on the next map.
Yep.
It cannot go any further. But it's these kind of scenarios that the Titans were forged in.
Yep.
In the map 5s, to the very brink, when the going gets rough, I cannot think of a better clutch team than the Titans.
I mean, you would definitely say the San Francisco Shock,
maybe,
of course.
Maybe.
Of course, they're outstandingly clutch. That's the reason why they're our defending champions in 2019.
Sure.
But the Vancouver Titans are so good. They've got to be favored in these kind of scenarios. And so it's on these Gladiator players that have been subbed back in for Lijiang Tower to really bring something special, especially because their strategies didn't work out quite so well at the beginning of Nepal.
Definitely did work out, though, on Dorado, to a degree. The substitutions worked for the Gladiators.
Yep, the coaching staff coming out with these changes definitely paid dividends for them.
And now we see the map. The next map is going to be Lijiang Tower, of course, control. This series will be ending on the next one, no matter what. And I cannot wait. Lijiang, you see a lot of interesting stuff. It's a lot of potential for environmental kills. Sometimes you see Doomfist come out to play.
We've seen Symmetra be played earlier with Orisa Reinhardt kind of metas. It seems like both of these teams are favoring Reinhardt paired with the D.Va, which is what we currently see them on. But there is definitely opportunity for them to swap over to Rein Orisa compositions.
Well, now as the players get ready, do or die right now for both these teams. It's match point. Gladiators versus the Vancouver Titans. The compositions they're running, Sominsu may stay on the sim, may just be getting them a bit of a faster roller. Yes, indeed he is. So it's actually going to be the May McCree versus the Reaper May.
And I actually favor the McCree in this matchup as long as Birdring can hit his shots. It's great burst damage. The flashbang has got great potential as well, but we'll see how it ends up working out.
Birdring, poking, prodding, trying to take a couple of those shots. You see the Immortality Field went down instantly. That's an important cooldown. You can see the peel as well. Look at the backline. They're trying to bring down Birdring, but unfortunately not enough damage is there to try and do it. Now Sominsu is putting in a bit of work, but now he's trapped behind enemy lines, and he is going to be brought down in the end.
What? This is crazy. It's a May and a Lucio versus a May and a Lucio on the point for the final one. These teams could not be more evenly matched.
Axel will fall in the end, though. The Gladiators had a slight advantage as Space came in back into the fight a little bit faster. The Titans, I don't think they're going to choose to recontest this. They've lost 2 members. But it will mean the Gladiators open up here on our final map by capping the point.
That was so close between both of those teams, and I want to give so much credit to Big Goose and Shaz, particularly Big Goose, who stayed alive there all the way to the end, continued to have great impact throughout that fight. That's the reason that they were kept on with the Gladiators.
Well, now we see the Deadeye. Any value to be made? Not quite. It just forces the positioning, and sometimes that's all you need. Sominsu sleeping on the job a little bit here. Shaz hitting a nice little sleep dart. Now we see the Nano lay down onto Cloudy. He's unable to get any value though. He's taking a little bit too much damage. Just peeling them back, and that's going to give the Vancouver Titans a bit of space, a bit of room to breathe. Now we see the soundbar being used, and they absolutely split up Fisher away from the rest of his team. Slime caught out as well. This is going to be another one fight for the Los Angeles Gladiators.
A really nice play, especially by Jaru. The positioning on that Blizzard was perfect to be able to drive a wedge through the Vancouver Titans and pick them off. And the Vancouver Titans, you know, they theoretically should have a bit of an advantage with the Immortality Field if Shaz doesn't get value out of his Nano. But we haven't seen it.
Trading self-destructs, no value, but that's going to set up now this Blizzard. And it does connect onto Cloudy, but look at that. The defense matrix from space was almost enough to keep him alive, but he was just caught and frozen up. Sominsu in a bit of danger, but able to, with the rest of his, and the help of his team, win out that 1v1. Not really a 1v1 when he got the D.Va's defense matrix, let's be honest. But the Titans are able to recapture this point in the end.
Expected with the use of the Blizzard. It's such an enormous pivotal ultimate that can guarantee you a team fight as long as it isn't consumed by the opposing D.Va. But Space didn't quite manage to get it that time. And now the Titans are in control of the point, which is where we've seen them at their most effective.
You can see Somitsu waiting silently,
looking for that flank.
He's looking for the flank right now. Bit of information going to be gathered now. The positioning of Vancouver Titans is very split right now, but you've got the Reaper on the left side. He can instantly regroup with the rest of his team with the teleport. Now we see a bit of an initiation being made. The Deadeye by Burn Ring collects 1 kill, collects 2, looking for the 3rd, but Big Goose will steal it away from him. And this is a great opening for the Los Angeles Gladiators.
The Titans just played a little too passive there. They weren't able to get aggressive in the face of the Gladiators, instead trying to get value out of their Amp Matrix. And it was too little too late. Somitsu just never find that flank. And Jaru and Haxal both coming up to their Blizzards. This would normally favor the team that's in control of the point of the area, because they can just block off that choke point.
Whoa, another great ice wall from Jaru. Fisher completely caught out. The rest of his team trying to follow suit. But look at this, the Titans are answering back. The Immortality Field kept them alive, and it's long enough for Cloudy to go down. Had to commit a couple of ultimates, but now we see Jaru, last-ditch Blizzard on the point, thrown it out. But it's not going to be good enough. And that was a lot of the ultimates being expended there by the Gladiators without too much gain.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of an overextension by Cloudy. He saw an opportunity with the Maywall to try and secure a pick, but instead he split his own team by going too aggressive. Took a very long approach with the Gladiators instead of staying tightly balled up together. And Twilight's Immortality Field found a lot of value. Haxal's Blizzard here should be almost a guaranteed fight win.
All eyes on it. Can Space eat it? That's the question. Self-destruct comes up, and that's cue for Haxal to use the Blizzard. He knows it's not going to be 8. Picks up 1 kill onto Cloudy. The Amber Formation Matrix from Twilight does a lot of work as well in the back lines. And I think the Gladiators, they had to back off because it's only 5% remaining until this round goes one way or the other.
This Nano Boost is going to have to be used by Shaz just to contest the point and wait for Cloudy to get back in the fight.
Whoa! Fisher comes around the corner with the Earth Shatter. No real kills being claimed from it, but it's going to be the one-to-one trade. Immortality Field taken out. Gladiators hunting for opportunities now. Space's teammates. Big Goose just trying to stay alive. Peeling for the backline now, but Janu is all over them. Ends up using his own self-destruct, finds Shaz in the process, and Titans, it looks like this is their point to claim. The Ice Wall is a last-ditch effort to try and stall it up, but the Vancouver Titans are going to be leading in this final map 1-0.
The Gladiators just making a crucial error when they were in control of the point, flipped over to the Titans, and they will capitalize on any weakness you give them. They go 1-0 in this pivotal map 5. The Gladiators have to be playing their peak game. They can't afford to be making those plays, those overextensions coming out from Cloudy. He was playing very tight with his team and getting off a lot of clutch Earth Shadows early on in the series. He's got to hit that kind of level to be able to go up against Fissure and to go up against the whole of the Titans. They're a very decisive team.
Vancouver Titans, I do find it interesting. They are 1 round up when it was the Gladiators who ended up initially capping the first point. It's quite rare for a team to be able to do that, but now we see the teams rolling out once more, taking opposite sides. They're going to clash on the point. It's an eventuality. Ice Wall going to be used here by Jaru to try and split up some of the members of the Titans. No luck though thus far. A lot of healing being pumped out here by Twilight, and it's enough. Somitsu just laying in the damage. Fisher with the Fire Strike. The Titans are going to be able to claim this first point.
Really good Ice Wall by Haxal. Managed to find Cloudy and isolate him. It wasn't Cloudy's fault, but because Jaru had used his Ice Wall really early in the fight and found no value, there was just no way for Cloudy to escape. The Titans playing patient, not rushing things, and eventually Haxal finds them an opportunity. Now they're in control again. This is so important on these maps. It's much harder to push in than it is to defend.
Twilight very close to the amplification matrix as well. The window, as the pro players call it, but doesn't even need it. The Immortality Field will lay down. Amp matrix as well. The choke point, it's the firing range. They're all going to be falling right now, particularly Space and Shaz as they take a quick little dip.
And the unfortunate thing here for the Gladiators is that because they lost these last two fights quite decisively, Jaru is pretty far behind Haxal in his ult, Cloudy is pretty far behind Fissure, Big Goose is pretty far behind Slime. This is that snowball that occurs on these control maps. Yeah. The Titans can win here with a Blizzard in a choke point. Oh, but this is a nice rotation. Good use of the speed boost by Big Goose.
Fissure has to use his charge to catch up. Tries to basically put himself in between them. He has the Earth Shatter. His team needs to keep him alive, though. Fissure's been so instinctual. The 180 doesn't connect. Great block comes out from Cloudy, but now the Blizzard gets a lot of value. Coming out into the backline, Sominsu! 3 kills with the Death Blossom. And now it is danger time for Los Angeles Gladiators.
Yeah, Sominsu just finding the perfect flank there. His team was forced to use the sound barrier to get him into position, but he comes up with the goods. Beautifully timed, just at the edge of the Blizzard, exactly where he knows where they're going to be. Slime, great timing with his sound barrier, and the Vancouver Titans remain in control. Final fight.
Potentially the final fight right now. The Titans could claim this series here and now. The Ice Wall keeps them off. Someone managed to touch space, forced to just commit and use his body, but now look at Burnring into the back line. He gets nothing from his Death Blossom. The Immortality Field was there. Janu using the Self-Destruct, just trying to create a bit of space. The ultimates are being traded left, right, and center. Overtime ticking. Sominsu picking up Big Goose. It's so big, and the Gladiators, they're falling one after the other. The overtime comes down, and the Vancouver Titans are going to clinch the series out. We almost went the full distance. In some ways, we really did. But my word, what a series for the Titans, and they're still showcasing that they've got what it takes.
They certainly are. This team is back with a vengeance, showing new things, showing old faces, and they managed to secure that final map in a fairly dominant fashion. Fissure with a great Earth Shatter towards the end there, manages to knock down Jaru and Big Goose. They get cleaned up. They're fantastic. This entire team is stacked from head to toe. The question marks around the Vancouver Titans are never to do with the quality of their players, with the quality of their play, especially early on in the season. This is a star-studded roster.
Yeah, and I have to say as well, I think obviously the Gladiators are going to be disappointed with the result, but the fact that they went toe-to-toe with the Vancouver Titans, arguably mechanically upgraded with Fissure being added, with Jae-Hong being added, and here we have it. I mean, this is your Coca-Cola victory moment. The Vancouver Titans just going to be packing up the peripherals. You know, you got to keep them clean, squeaky for the next match.
Yeah, they're going to be looking forward to that. I mean, they play against the Valiant tomorrow, so tough matches all over the place.
Well, we have a lovely little interview with Jake down on the floor. What have you got for us, Jake?
Thanks, Josh. I'm here with Twilight. Congrats on the win, Twilight. I love watching your Ana. Every time I see it, it just gives me chills.
트와일라이트 선수 일단 승리 정말 축하드리고 특히 트와일라이트 선수의 아나를 정말 감격 있게 봤습니다.
I wanted to ask, you've added 2 veterans to your roster this season. Specifically, you've called Ryu Jae-Hong your idol. What does it mean to call him your teammate now?
이번 시즌에 밴쿠버는 2명의 정말 노련한 선수를 영입했는데 그 중에 트와일라이트 선수가 개인적으로 우상이라 말했던 류재 선수가 들어왔는데 류 선수와 같이 하니까 좀 어떻나요?
일단 재용 형이 많이 경험도 많고 그런 모든 면이 다 저희보다 경험이 너무 많아서 모든 부분이 좀 저희한테는 좋았어요. 그러니까 말을 잘 못하겠는데 일단 모든 부분이 일단 재용 형이 들어옴으로써 더 많이 좋아진 것 같아요.
Ryujin is definitely a veteran. He's a very good player, and he has a lot of experience. So everything about him when he joined the team, it was better.
That's great to hear. I also wanted to ask, with such an impressive performance last season, how does it feel to have the pressure to repeat that again in 2020?
저번 시즌에 밴쿠버라는 팀이 정말 엄청 좋은 성적과 좋았는데 이번 시즌 들어오면서 작년 시즌에 대해 비교했을 때 부담이 가는 게 있나요?
딱히 부담은 없고 그냥 저희가 제일 잘한다는 생각으로 열심히 하고 있습니다.
There's no pressure because we believe you're the best team, so no pressure.
Well, thank you so much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Jake. Wonderful interview. You know, he looked very proper with his outfit, didn't he, sit on the stage. But Well, we've got more matches. That was our Coca-Cola victory moment. But coming up next, of course, we've got the one that everyone here is waiting for. It's going to be the Los Angeles Valiant versus the Dallas Fuel. And, I mean, it's going to be hard to top this match, but I feel like this crowd might just make it. But before that, we have our player of the match. Of course, the one, the only. It's going to be Haxel.
Yeah, this is just Ryu Jiahong giving him the nano boost there. And it seemed like Ryu Jiahong was a lucky charm in some sense.
Yeah.
He comes out, gives him the nano. Suddenly, Haxel's coming up with the goods all over the place. Had a 3K on Dorado as well. I love to see this guy playing his signature hero. I love the fact that dive seems to be something that's possible. He's a phenomenally talented player. And just look at what he was able to put up here. Dragon Blade kills 10 as Genji this match. He wasn't even playing it for that long.
No, he really wasn't, but I'm so giddy about it, Josh. Honestly, I've been waiting so long.
That 2.5 Dragon Blade efficiency is bananas.
It's nuts.
That is insanity. You previously would only see really like 1.5. Those were what the best players were getting. 2.5 for every single time you pull out the blade? Who is this guy? I mean, obviously, it's Haxel. Possibly the greatest Genji.
Yeah, well, as I said previously, it's not all over just yet. Coming up next, we've got the Los Angeles Valiant playing against the Dallas Fuel. It's bound to be a good one. I'm looking forward to that one.
The rematch.
But we got a little bit of time before that, so before we head into that match, we're going to hear what our desk in LA has to say about that match.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the Overwatch League. Hello and welcome into our Overwatch League studio here in LA. This is the Watchpoint Reset, and we've seen some great matches so far on opening day of Season 3. So thank you all for joining us on YouTube. Our matches are in Texas right now. So can we get some yeehaws in chat?
That was the worst yeehaw I've ever. You got to commit to it. You really
how
gotta,
committed am I, though?
emphasize
Energy.
it.
I don't know.
How-
Where's the energy?
Push the energy.
Oh, you do it then.
No.
Yeah!
I'm impressed. I'm going to leave it
I
to
don't know.
them.
I don't
Nah.
expect anyone to go for it. Well, I baited them into it, and it worked out for everyone involved. So great success. Now, speaking of success, this was a huge back and forth between those two teams. Went all the way to map number 5, and it's only opening day. It was a little bit rocky for the Titans to kick things off, but they found their groove later on. Now, what was working and what wasn't working for each of those teams, Costa?
I think it was really interesting going into map 3. We saw the Vancouver Titans made a couple of changes. They bring in Jae Hong. They sort of focus around the nano blade of Haksal, and you saw him just absolutely destroy everybody, and it wasn't even close. And then you go onto the next map of Dorado, and now all of a sudden Gladiators have their pocket pick. They bring in OG, they bring in Mirror, and they sort of have their own little edge to what they wanted to play a little bit of dive. So I really like that both of these teams are sort of mixing it up a little bit and sort of trying something different.
Yeah, it felt like both teams had their pocket picks, and while the Haksal Nanoblades are incredible, I do feel like the Vancouver Titans, especially on Dorado, they got a bit stagnant and were relying on it a bit too much. Like, it worked wonders here on Hanamura, especially here on point A on defense, because they managed to shut down the Gladiators before they could even get through the gate, really. But when you're playing that Nanoblade composition, you're so reliant on Haksal getting those frags that if it doesn't work out, you're in a bit of a problem. So here on Dorado, I felt like Mirror and the entirety of Gladiators, they did a great job of shutting down Haksal, and therefore the Vancouver Titans couldn't really get anything done at all.
Now, Kilios, who impressed you the most looking at each of those teams, actually?
Well, I mean, of course, seeing, I tweeted about this, but seeing Jae Hong and Haksal working in tandem with those Nanoboost combos is just something that I never really thought that I was going to see as something we watched from way back in the day. I gotta mention Apex. But it was so awesome to see that. I was really happy to see Stitch off the bat as well, rather than Sominsu. I think Stitch certainly had some very good moments in there, and then Sominsu came in to get the cleanup overall. Gladiators Cloudy started off extremely well on the Reinhardt, and then pretty much everybody played quite well. Jaru and Birdring both looked very solid as a DPS duo for the spot.
Yeah, I was actually surprised that we saw Cloudy come back into the lineup for map 5, because I thought that OG did a great job on Dorado. He actually executed the strategy pretty well. He played safe with his McCree and didn't take those leaps offensively. So I was really impressed by OG and both Cloudy for that matter, but I felt like we should have seen more of OG perhaps in map 5 and see if he could have been a difference maker. But Vancouver Titans, as we look at the B-roll from Nepal, like, they were so strong overall throughout this series.
Have you seen a pattern there, though, in terms of how they use the subbing? Do you feel like OG is in for more divey strats, or like what's their overall strategy?
In my opinion, they came into this match knowing exactly who was going to play in which map. I think maybe they should have just kept OG in, keep the momentum, but you can't blame a team for going, obviously we've practiced LH Cloudy on this map, let's just run with him, hope it works out. But unfortunately in that mirror match of the Mei, the Ryan and all that, they just didn't really match up in the end.
I felt like they subbed him OG for the Winston play on the Roto, and that's why he was required. And so you go back to Lijiang Tower and you don't play as much Winston, so I felt like perhaps that's why they went with Cloudy, because they're reliant on him to play the Reinhardt.
Now, we still have one more match to go over in Texas, but I want to give everyone a heads up because this is your last chance for the Philadelphia Fusion Battle of Brotherly Love next weekend. The tickets are going fast, so don't miss your chance to see Ikyo, Carpi, and the rest of the Fusion up close and in person. So go to phillyfusiontix.com to secure your seat right now.
I'll do that right now.
Right now, Reinforce. This is your chance. However, you will have to give them away because you actually have to stick with us.
The crowds in New York and Texas have been fantastic so far, but I'm excited to see how the Philly sports crowd comes together for Overwatch. They were incredible at the grand final last year. Now they actually get to watch their team in their home city. I think that is going to be amazing.
And it is a very new look we're going to see from the Philly. So exciting matches ahead of everyone. And yeah, guys, we still have one more match to go. And that means we should be talking about that a little bit. It's going to be Your favorite match of the day,
LA Valiant,
Costa.
baby. Let's go. Stonks are up.
Going up against each other. So, initial thoughts on that blue team versus blue team now?
Yeah, we're all blue now. So this is mom and dad fighting for me. Obviously, I play for both of these teams.
Who's your favorite parent?
You never choose a favorite parent,
But you actually do, though.
But to me, this is a really interesting matchup. We have Valiant, who's come in, done a pretty much massive overhaul of their roster. I have a lot of faith in their coaching staff, and I'm expecting this team to be good. Obviously, we've heard a lot of rumors about Stonks going up, Scrimbucks.
Don't buy in it.
It matters how much you buy. No,
you started that
I would
rumor.
never lead people astray.
I don't know how trustworthy you are. I think that given that you've leaked so much stuff in the past, you might have just made this up to throw us off. So
I would never leak things intentionally, and
just
just so I can make it seem that Valiant is good. That is too big brain, and I've never been benched before.
You've never been big brain? Yeah, that explains a lot of things. Yeah.
All right.
You're
Well,
right,
we figured that one out in just a bit. For right now, I want to take a look at the predictions.
Okay.
Costa just fumbled his last one a little bit.
I had a
feel like we
lead,
need to
and I
take
kind of
another look at where we were going so far today. Achilles and I had a little bit of a rough start. New York kept our predictions alive, and so did Vancouver, except from, of course, Costa.
Wait,
Kind of fumbling it. Now we see, again,
Yes, you're
Achilles
3-0,
and I
Johnny.
on the same page. You guys on the same page. I see a pattern.
I see a pattern of me being 3-0.
I saw Johnny trying to work out how to count to 3 right there.
I have Johnny counting on his hands here like, I'm
He's doing
3-0.
great.
He needs an abacus for this.
And coming up next, he will actually learn how to count to 4. But all of that has to wait until we are in our post show. For now, we're going to kick things off with our final match of the day. It's going to be the LA Valiant going up against the Dallas Fuel. The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The Dallas Fuel dominated at the first homestand in 2019. Their undefeated weekend kicked off with a 4-0 stomp over the Los Angeles Valiant.
And the boo's coming out now. They knew they'd be walking into this, man. Every step of the way, they knew.
Coordination just not completely there for the Valiant.
It's a new season, and the Valiants are back in Dallas and ready for revenge. Can the Fuel remain undefeated on home turf?
Because when you do play with the hometown behind you and the home crowd like cheering you on, it is almost like a seventh person playing on this team.
Or will this new Valiant roster start 2020 with their wings out? Undefeated on home turf.
Because when you do play with the hometown behind you and the home crowd like cheering you on, it is almost like a seventh person playing on this team.
Or will this new Valiant roster start 2020 with their wings out? We're about to find out. Valiant, Fuel, the rematch, now.
What a day of Overwatch it has been so far. We started in New York and we are ending it here today in Dallas in front of a packed hometown crowd. The excitement could not be higher.
The fans in Dallas always bring so much energy to support their team, and I think today is going to be no different. You can just feel the energy here around us.
No doubt about it, and of course it's for good reason. The Dallas Fuel, they are undefeated here at home, and the crowd in front of us, it's a big reason why.
They definitely want to keep it that way, that seventh man effect. We've talked about it a lot, and I think it will still come and have a high impact here today.
No doubt about it, and of course, there's a lot to talk about for these teams. Before we get to that, we got our schedule where, again, it has been a packed day of Overwatch. We started out the Defiant versus the Eternal. New York, troubled a little bit by London at home, but in the end, took it. And just a moment ago, the Titans versus the Gladiators went the distance in a match that many people thought was potentially going to be an upset.
Definitely was a close series. Lots of great plays coming out from both teams, but now we have the match that I think everyone here has been waiting for.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. People are in their seats, but I gotta tell you, Jake, they're ready to just hop right out of them.
Oh, definitely. You can just feel the energy.
Of course, the atmosphere was electric. It was packed, and the fans could not have been happier, and for good reason. It was just an incredible environment where, like you said, it was a seventh man.
That energy really allows you not only to keep up the momentum when you're doing well, but also when times are tough and the crowd can keep cheering you on. It just makes a world of difference. You know that you have to keep fighting.
No doubt about it. But of course, the Valiant, they are coming in here to Dallas once more, looking for a bit of revenge, and it is an almost entirely new squad.
Lots of new pickups here, going with a very new strategy, trying to elevate a lot of these up-and-coming players, develop them into a superstar squad. But a lot of question marks, certainly, for this Valiant team.
No doubt about it. But of course, if Packing 10 is going to develop the players as he says he can, could be a lot to look forward to for fans of the Valiant.
Yeah, I have heard good things about the Valiant in scrims, but we know what the value of scrim bucks are when you come to cash them into the bank. Not much.
Yeah, it can be pretty difficult to actually get that conversion up, but now we look towards Dallas, where Dallas, they've gone with a little bit of a different approach and how to build their team, where they've kept a lot of pieces, but they've added some new striking parts.
Yeah, I think Gamsu really, for me, is just such a huge pickup for this team, alongside Decay and Note. I mean, they're really just building out that superstar lineup. I mean, this is a team that's only grown in their momentum throughout the Overwatch League, and this could be the season that they really break things open.
Very much so. I know fans here at Dallas hope that this is a season that Dallas turns the corner, because Dallas, they always seem to start out strong, have a lot of hype, but then sputter a little bit later into the season. But now, you take a look at some of the parts that are coming in. Decay, a player that Dallas hopes can reclaim his former form, not a player that got to play DPS a whole lot last season.
Yeah, but such an impressive player when he does. So precise, so deadly accurate, and I think he's certainly going to be looking to prove his value here on Dallas this year.
It's going to be exciting to see him take form here, and again, it's a player that people thought would be enormously impactful hanging to the Overwatch League. Still very good last year, but now that's going to be 2-2-2 all year long. Really could be a shot.
Definitely, he's known for his deadly DPS, no slouch on the flex either.
No doubt about it. But people, we have been waiting for this moment. In just a moment, we're going to see our Dallas Fuel roster walk on out. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your 2020 Dallas Fuel! After dominating contenders in 2019, he makes his OWL debut today. Please welcome Doha! He'll blast you off the map, but not before waving hello first. Let's see it for Zachary! From Shields up to Burn Blue, he'll remind you of his worth in 2020. Give it up for Decay! A longtime centerpiece of Pro Overwatch, the Fraggin' Frenchman returns. Make some noise for AKM! His championships in Apex, APAC, and Overwatch League. What will he do next? It's Closer! He's a Spanish support legend, one of the longest tenured players in Overwatch history. It's Harry Hawk! This NV star is here to prove his mettle on the Overwatch League stage. Let's hear it for Crimzo! It's been a long swim for Australia, but he's back for 2020. Please welcome Trill! He's a Diva expert. He's played multiple roles. He's number 9 on the all-time eliminations list. What can't he do? Let's all welcome Nodes! And finally, he went undefeated in a stage with Boston. He won a stage last year with Shanghai, and now he's here to lead the Fuel into the future. Give it up for Gamsu!
This roster looking so dominant, so strong. I mean, this is a team that was already starting to have some great success last season, but with all these new deadly pieces added to the lineup, I think their potential is really limitless in the 2020 season.
There's no doubt about it. This team is chock full of potential, and it's going to be exciting to see what they do here tonight as they play in front of this hometown crowd.
Energy here is so high, and that 7th man, I think, will come into a heavy impact.
Well, once more, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for your hometown Dallas Fuel! And this is going to be your starting lineup here tonight. It's going to be Doha, Crimzo, Decay, Gamsu, Trill, and Closer.
Interesting that we see Trill and Gamsu here coming in for that control map type, but it makes sense to me given that we've seen some teams elect to play that double main tank setup with the Ryan Orisa. These are two players who can really play both of those roles to a very, very high level. So I'd certainly expect to see No come in later, but Trill and Gamsu will be a deadly tank duo to start this match off.
Just really noting the meta as it is. But you know what? The Dallas Fuel, they got some opposition here tonight. They're looking for a little bit of revenge to get the first win against Dallas here tonight. It's going to be the Los Angeles Valiant. This is enemy territory that the Valiant are walking into here. Jake, you've experienced this yourself.
You got to respect the confidence on these players' faces. They know the crowd's going to boo them. They know that they're on Dallas's home turf, but it doesn't look like that's perturbing them. It's going to be up to the actual Dallas team to get this win.
How did you feel dealing with that last year? Did it pump you up, or did it get to your head a little bit?
Well, I think we were really lucky on Houston to have so many Houston fans still coming out to support us, so it didn't feel like such a dominant crowd, but we're a long way from Los Angeles.
It is a very long trip, a trip that we're probably going to make a lot this year. But we did get to talk with the Gravy a little bit beforehand, and not only a start on the roster, but he said he welcomes the boos.
I think that's a sign of a strong player. You know, you need that mentality that no matter where you are in the world, you need to play to win. I mean, whether you have that 7th man in the crowd or not, it doesn't matter. You have to put up those great performances. And, you know, LA with so many rookies, the question is, can they handle that kind of pressure?
And it'll be interesting to see where many people looked at London earlier today and went, London, they're going to be completely outmatched by New York. But then you looked at the actual game in progress. The rookies were impressive. They might not have won in the end, but they made it very close. The Valiant, they hope to improve on that themselves and be a rookie team that takes down the Fuel.
There's a certain hunger that can drive you, your first performance in the Overwatch League, wanting to prove that, you've earned this spot, you deserve this spot. So I don't think the Valiant are going to be any pushovers today.
No doubt about it, and really right now we've seen the meta. Everything's up in the air. Even though we're seeing a lot of McCree, a lot of May, teams are willing to change things up. We saw a Genji, unironically, in 2020.
Love to see the Genji. I hope we get some more of that this series, although I'd be a bit surprised. I'd expect these teams to play more of that dominant May, McCree, Reaper style. But I do think we'll see subtle differences come into play between these teams, what styles they want to play and how they elect to play them.
It's going to be very cool to see. Of course, the Valiant, they have some star players that you can still take a look at, and Shax and KSF among them.
I love this clip of Shax just taking down absolutely everybody with the Death Blossom.
To look there, and it's very interesting to see how this has developed. Some of the remaining players here for the Valiant and KSF, he's on Widow right now, but I don't think you're going to see it here tonight. KSP just probably going to be slotting into that role, but you take a look at our maps, it's going to be Lijiang Tower starting it out.
Lijiang, a great control map type. We've seen some of it today, but I think we're going to have potentially some different looks coming out, especially with the Valiant. Like you said, I think KSF has talked about this in the offseason, being a player who had to play that hit scan role out of necessity for his team, but now bringing on KSP, just a hit scan superstar, lets KSF go right back to his comfort zone.
KSP just kind of feels like the UK's answer to Corey, and anyone we've talked to, and heck, if you had your own eyes last season, you were able to see that KSP, he's for real.
Definitely having great performances in the World Cup. Can't wait to see his Overwatch League debut, but I'm honestly more excited to see what Dallas can put together. I mean, this is such a star-studded roster. My expectations are very high.
Just take a look at the Dallas starting roster. Behind the gates, there shouldn't be a whole lot of surprise here. Doa did play a lot of hit scan back in contenders, but also with Flex to May, gonna let Decay be the hit scan star here today.
The really interesting part, though, is we have KSP on the Symmetra. Might elect to go for a cheeky TP. There are some great abilities that cross that mid gap on this point.
The gates are open. Both teams hang to the center, and the Fuel not wasting any time. Trill right out there early, and Trill getting focused down. Trill barely saved by the Immortality Field to save things out here, and now we look towards Decay. On the flank, dig down, Fuel. First elimination to their side. KSP striking back. Both Reinhardts out of the fight. Decay looking for anything here on the flank. Damage from the side, but Gamsu is down, and the Valiant are slowly pushing this in their favor.
KSP on the Reaper, just so durable. Decay getting a lot of damage, but it's not enough. Trading the Rhine, I think, will benefit the Valiant with their D.Va. It's a little bit better when you have that one tank left. You'd rather have a D.Va.
So Valiant going to get first control here, trying to silence the crowd early.
Definitely looking to get aggressive. Blaster on the Cole. This is going to be crucial as they rush forward.
Valiant looking to contest the white room, moving on in. The Fuel going to try and bust on through it. Mortality Field used early. Mortality Field already down. The Valiant still looking strong. Blaster of the Coalescence just forcing the Fuel out.
Great defensive play from the Fuel, though. They wait out this ultimate. Now they're going to have a window, but it looks like they're going to rotate back around to the other side. Create some space for Crimzo's Amplification Matrix.
Take a look at Gig. Gig, Shatter, drops it. Shatter. Gamsu falling immediately, knocked off to the side. And this puts Fuel in a real rough spot. They're already down one. The Valiant still pretty healthy. Blizzard can be thrown out. No! The Blizzard does its work! Decay with the follow-through.
What an impressive commitment from the Dallas Fuel, dropping one, but still coming back and winning this fight. Decay with some fancy footwork on the edge of the map, and Dallas Fuel takes the control.
First control for the Fuel here in round one. We'll see if they can hold it.
And now it's the Valiant's turn. They're going to have to retake into this devastating potential Amplification Matrix Fire Strike combo. Sometimes that can just cut down your whole team, so the Gravy's going to have to be very cautious of that.
Door now holding back. They're going to drop the Amplification Matrix, looking to focus down McRaven. Gravy and a rough spot to beat, though. He's going to keep him healthy. Meanwhile, Trill dropping a Shatter on the other side. Valiant looking to push through. They drop the Blizzard. KSF and Gig following on through. The Blizzard has done its work.
Valiant, great retake, moving fast, but wait, Dallas Fuel striking back. Decay's still alive, and he's still fighting Gamsu with the supercharger. They're still in this.
Somehow, some way, Decay able to turn it back the other side. Well, there's once a really good start for the Valiant, turning back around, and the Fuel still holding on, 44-45.
Now that's 2 times in a row that the Dallas Fuel have turned it around, down 1 player, so maybe this 7th man is really having the impact they were hoping for.
The Fuel right now feeding off the energy of the crowd. The Valiant looking for a way in. Coalescence, Death Blossom on deck. The Fuel gonna give a little bit of space. Seeing the Ice Wall down early. Decay looking for the Deadeye in the back. Looking for any skulls to pop on up. And Invasion plays off! 2 for Decay!
McGravy charging in, needs to shut him down, but Decay's being kept alive by his teammates. KSP charging forward, but cut down!
Decay so well supported, moving around. He is the threat that must be eliminated.
What great plays from the supports on the Dallas Fuel, keeping Decay alive, understanding that if you can just protect this McCree, he will cut down absolutely everyone that the Dallas Fuel, that the Los Angeles Valiant can charge at him.
And the Fuel, again, they're letting the Valiant move on in. They're not trying to contest the White Room even a little bit.
It's a great strategy here considering they have no Diva. They don't want to fight in these enclosed spaces. They need to kite back and make space, buy time for that Orisa to get shields one after another dropping down.
Early wall going to be out. Doha in the back, looking for the chance to Blizzard, respecting McGravy as it goes on. Gig drop the shatter. Fuel able to use the immortality to stay alive. Decay still in it. And Decay with the R2. The Blizzard's eaten. But we'll see if it matters. Decay finally falls. The Valiant looking to bring it back. It's KSP back the other way. And KSP might have just kept the Valiant in it.
What a clutch from McGravy. Will it be enough? It looks like Los Angeles Valiant is going to be able to scrap back control at this point off the back of a huge pickup by McGravy.
And yet the Fuel are still delaying. The Fuel don't want to give this up, but there's no more point in going for extra delay. You're already at 99%. What's next for the Fuel?
The big question for the Fuel is, can they leverage this sound barrier? Rain only at 71%. If he can get his sound barrier online, it will keep the Valiant alive, but 30% is a long way to go in that final team fight. But the question is, can the Fuel get aggressive enough to make this work?
We're gonna find out now. Early Celestins out. Shatter used early from Trill. Puts KSF on the ground. And yet, the Valiant still able to stay alive. Meanwhile, Decay poke at the side, gets KSF! Once more, Decay, proving to be a deadly assassin for the Fuel. KSP, though, not done. Death Blossom to the back, finds Crimzo, and now on the hunt for a Cowboy. Decay backing out, not out of it. Gig falls on the other side, and both teams scrapping back and forth. The Fuel, though, starting to get a little bit more momentum. Moving on forward, Decay still alive, healed up, and the Fuel about to retake the point.
Valiant, they have to answer this. Point control for the Fuel. Time's running out, but a huge Blizzard from behind. KSF with a huge flank.
The icicle to the head. It's neutralized Decay. The Valiants are moving back on in. Gig is down, but the Blizzard is out. KSF making it frosty here, trying to get the Fuel off the point. And the Valiant, they're about to retake.
What a flank from KSF, keeping the Valiant alive in this match. Fuel, they're going to be forced to switch back to a fast contest comp just to be able to stay alive, but they're chasing forward for more frags of the Valiant.
94% to 99. Now the Fuel are in the danger zone. Gamsu now just barely responding. Decay has to buy time. Decay moving on in. They've touched the point. They have to try and stall to get back up to a full 6. Closer dropping early beat, only hits 3. The Valiant pushing forward. They bring Trill on a ride. Trill and Doha out of it. And the Valiant very close now to getting round 1.
Somehow the Valiant brought this one back. Now Gig with an uncontested shatter, if he even needs it, closing this one out.
The Valiant now on cleanup duty. The Fuel once with momentum in the round, falling one by one to the Valiant as they claw it on back.
I thought that round was solidly in the Fuel's control, but somehow KSF sneaks up from behind, picks off Decay, and once you cut the head off the snake, I mean, the Dallas Fuel's comp does suffer a lack of damage without that McCree.
And this is nothing new, even for as well as Decay was playing. If there's a McCree on the other team, he should almost always be one of your primary targets.
If you can't shut down the McCree, I mean, he'll just eventually chip you out. He's really the highest potential damage DPS that you can choose in this meta. So I see why, you know, the Fuel wants to put Decay on it, but KSF's so clean on that flank, and you know, it's really the Los Angeles Valiant being so scrappy, constantly getting back into that game.
Never giving up fights, and it's kind of funny, we talked about it. You kind of mentioned that McCree is essentially replacement Hanzo now.
Now it's KSP's turn to take a swing at the McCree. He's been a deadly hit scanner here, so we'll see if he can handle Doha on this Doomfist. Now Doha is really the key player for Dallas. What can he find to get a pickoff going?
Doha does have a very solid Doomfist, not quite as good as the Sombra, but no, slap. That's what we call a little bit of a caster curse, but he's still alive. See if it lasts for long. Fuel though, in a rough spot. Doha falls, couldn't make it work. The sleep coming in from Lastro, very nice for the Valiant. But Gig has fallen, the fight is not over yet, and the Fuel are starting to fight this one back.
The Valiant may have overplayed their hand here. Dallas Fuel standing so strong in the corner of the map, using that Devil Shield comp to perfection, and it looks like they're going to be able to get this first control.
The Fuel not giving up on that fight, even with a rough initiation, works out. They're going to get first control.
This is how you have to play the Rein Orisa. Don't give up until it's over. That double barrier can be so devastating. You just get that one last Orisa shield down that the enemies can't deal with, and you can clutch from those corner positions.
Now look towards Crimzo. Amplification Matrix online. The Fuel just got to play this back. A little bit more poking. All gonna deny a little bit use of that. The Valiant moving on in. Gig builds up the shatter. Doesn't have the chance to drop it. KSP meanwhile on the flank. deals with Doha, 5-on-5. McCree Unleashed can be very deadly. Look out forward, looking for a little bit more. The shatter from Trill dropped right as he falls. Both teams fighting for supremacy. Decay, KSF, both based on the point.
Supercharger and the sound barrier, just too much from the Dallas Fuel. They will hold on to the control, and what an important fight to win.
The Fuel maintain control, and I could have said better myself, Jake. That was a fight the Valiant needed, and the Fuel are very much in the driver's seat.
Dallas Fuel looks like they just want to set up on point here, electing not to hold the choke. No, they will be moving forward once all 6 of their members are back. Definitely wanting to leverage that Arista shield all the time. Just force the enemy to break the shields while you're charging your ults.
Valiant, they're not wasting any time. They're just moving on in. Gig charging forward. Shatter at the ready. Blizzard backing it up. The Fuel desperately trying to disengage, but Decay couldn't get away. Shatter drops a little bit later. Gig looking for the pins. Doesn't quite get it, but damage has certainly been done. The Valiant going to be retaking, but the Fuel are in a great spot.
Lots of control going their way, but now it's the Valiant's turn to be in control, and I just want to highlight that from Gig. Great patience on the Shatter. He waits for the sleep to time out. He buys all the time in the world for the support abilities from the Dallas Fuel to time out so that they can actually get that kill onto Trill. So that's great patience from Gig, showing impressive stuff from a rookie.
Should the Fuel be burning ults in this fight?
It's very, very winnable for them, especially with this great rotation. They're the ones on point now.
Wall gonna be up early. The Fuel trying to stay alive. They're gonna drop the Blizzard. Chill out the Valiant a little bit as they try to engage. Self-destruct in the back. Deals with Crimson, but Doha does a little bit more. Back to the other side. Ends up with 3. Doha cracks the point wide open.
Doha with a 4th and a 5th. Doha, what a monster on the Doomfist.
Really nice stuff coming up from Doha, showing why he was one of the most valued players and contenders last season. The Dallas Fuel, they're one good fight away from evening this up 1-1.
That was a just great Blizzard from Decay, slipping it just past the matrix of McGravy to be able to set up that kill on the last run. The team fight just fell apart from there for the Los Angeles Valiant. Now they're really just working with this nano boost, trying to enable Gig's Shadow potentially, but it'll be tough to get value with Doha able to CC the Rhine.
A little bit drained. Doha charging up, doesn't go for it just yet. KSP moving forward. Deadeye, a little bit confusion, moves in. Immortality Field barely saving against that Deadeye. And Trill was too low. Trill could be healed. And Rain moving in for some of the cleanup. The Valiant in a good spot. The nano boost is out, and the Fuel are in hot retreat.
Gig does find that Shatter onto his counterpart on the Rhine. That's huge, enables him to get the kill, and now it's Valiant's turn to take control, but the Fuel, all they have to do is win one team fight, and they have a huge support ult advantage. This sound barrier couldn't be further away for Rain, so the question is, can they somehow corral the Dallas Fuel when they're going to be immediately initiating with the Doomfist? With that sound barrier, they have so much aggressive potential.
How does Valiant get an early pickoff here, if at all?
It's really all on KSF's Blizzard, but you know Closer has that speed boost, so it'll be tough to get a consistent one.
Rain in the skybox time, move forward, KSP already down! Crimzo isolating him at the end of the hall. The Blizzard though, it's pretty big in the middle, but it's not enough. The Fuel, enough got away! The Fuel cleaning up 1 by 1, 99%. But while this went on, the Valiant, they were able to get on the point, but it shouldn't matter because most of the Valiant, they're gone.
KSP, the only one even able to touch, but it's just too little too late here. You don't win a 6v1 in this situation. Wow, what insane stuff there from the Dallas Fuel. That team fight from Doha, picking up 5 kills on the Doomfist. You know, we thought this hero might be a little bit out of favor here, but on a map like Night Market, it's really great for finding those back walls, finding those consistent one-shot knock kills.
I think it's just a testament to how much the meta is in flux. We talked a lot with the teams beforehand. It's not quite how it was when everything was in NLA. Not all the teams are screaming each other. You almost have your own disparate metas developing, and teams are willing to try new things, especially at the start of the season.
And I think especially with hero pools on the horizon, people have a keen eye towards flexibility. They understand how valuable that will become as the league season goes on.
Evidenced by the Dallas Fuel starting lineup. Who would have thought that would be Trill and Gamsu to start things out?
Looks like Valiant with this Moira pickup wanted to get very aggressive into the white room. Dallas Fuel as well with the Orisa want to play this fight a little bit slower.
The Fuel a little bit closer to the point, moving forward, trying to take the fight, backing out a bit. They don't want this to be a full stagger. Gig chasing quite far, healed back up in time. Both teams a little bit back and forth. The Gig a little bit far, dealt with by Doha. 5 on 5, still winnable for the Fuel, and the Fuel is trying to come back in. They've dealt with the front line. Trill back into the fray.
Fuel sustaining so well. The Coalescence does come down for the Valiant, but with no tanks left, it'll be tough to hold this. KSF does find Crimzo, so limited fuel. heals now available for the Dallas Fuel, but Blizzard's being committed from both teams. They want to fight this out.
It is getting frosty here. Neither team has control of the point just yet, but Decay into the backline does a little bit of damage. Deals with the Moira, doesn't get hit with the pin. Moving around, they deal with Gig, and the Dallas Fuel very close to getting first control here on the control center.
This Ryan Arisa comp just working out so well for the Fuel on these initial mid-fights, getting so much value off the shields. You can see, I mean, it's just so much more difficult for the Valiant to be charging their ults as quickly.
So now, the Fuel are in a really good spot here, Jake. This choke point of Lijiang is difficult to get through.
Definitely, though, it looks like they're going to be able to get a successful rotation, get into White Room, but sometimes this second choke can be even more deadly than the first.
Supercharged are going to be dropped. The Valiant in a little bit of danger. They have to drop the beat early just to not get poked down. Gamsu, he sees his opportunity. He's going even forward. And the Gravy to the back! The bomb takes down 3, and the Fuel caught with their pants down.
2 shields, but neither of them available in that circumstance. What a perfect bomb from McGravy. Sets up a quick capture for the Los Angeles Valiant, and we've got ourselves around here.
So the Valiant fighting right back. Both teams, tooth and nail here on Lijiang. It's 1-1 in the Valiant, just getting their first control.
Expect to see the Valiant get very, very aggressive here. They're setting up between the 2 chokes. There's really nowhere the Fuel can run and isolate them with that coalescence. But a huge shatter from Trill!
Trill opening the way. The ground is pounding, both in-game and here in Arlington. The crowd is loving it.
Absolutely, that's massive stuff from Trill. Catches the Valiant right as they come around the edge of the ice wall. They didn't see that one coming. Valiant getting a little bit of capture off that last team fight win, but not much. And now again, Fuel up to the chokes. This time though, will the Valiant go for a different rotation?
We will see. Dallas Fuel right now at the front of it. Amplification matrix out.
Right now. The flank.
Ooh, the Fuel back and forth right now. Doa, so the spot was shatter, or both Reinhardt's charging against the code. Trill out of the fight early. Gamsu back the other way, and the Fuel still maintaining control here at this choke point.
Fight's so chaotic, but it does break down in favor of the Fuel. They may not be able to hold this choke, though. With Trill just coming out of the spawn, it'll be tough to beat the spawn advantage the Valiant can bring to bear, so we might see this fight taking place on the control point itself.
The Fuel still hanging on. The Valiant looking for a way back in. 72% for the Fuel. This is starting to get close to last fight territory. The Valiant need to break something open now. KSP moving forward. Now Blossom up directly into the front. But the Valiant unable to catch what's on. Shatter the other way. The Fuel, though, still hanging on. Gig able to get the pin on the Trill. The Valiant moving back forward. Investing Coalescence. Decay is down, and the Fuel starting to get pushed off the point.
The Fuel going to be able to get to 99 control here, but there's almost no way they can win this fight. That Mura Coalescence is just devastating without a counter hold. Crimzo strikes back for 1, but not enough there, and Negravi just resetting, wants to get back to the fight in his mech suit.
Fuel, though, in a very good spot here. 99% to 35, and the Valiant are looking drained. What does the Fuel need to do?
I will say it's going to be tough for the Fuel to win this team fight, though. With that huge sound barrier advantage, Valiant have shown a lot of confidence in diving in on the enemy team.
Rain opens with the barrier to start things out. This is KSP and KSF. The Fuel dropping the application matrix, trying to get out, and that was a very good disengage from the Fuel.
Great amp matrix from the Fuel, scares away the Valiant. They don't want to peek into that, and they rush, isolating Gig. Can they take him out?
Nice immortality field by Crimzo, keeps the Fuel alive. The Fuel moving forward, they've already punched Gig. Decay, he's gotten into the back line, looking for Lucio. Drops the Death Blossom, moving forward. The Fuel trying to pierce it through. The bomb could be dangerous, but no. They're able to dodge away, and the Fuel moving right back towards the point. Decay, he's still thirsty. He still wants more.
Decay wants to finish this map off. Now Valiant going to have to touch in overtime. But Gravy onto the Hammond, but can they touch it all? Lastros going to go for a suicide play just to keep the fight going.
Trail dropped the shatter, Lastro out of there. The Valiant trying to charge up through it. Doa having none of it, already frozen out too. Looking for a little bit more. The Valiant, they've charged in, they've swapped the Hammond. Doa right now chasing down Gig on the other side, but look at KSP. KSP has the Death Blossom. Where is he at? The Fuel, they're giving up a little bit of space. They're trying to play this more safely. Gig down. Death Blossom KSP to the back. Neutralized, frozen, done. The Fuel well on their way. But they have to deal with KSF and Lastro first. The Valiant are not out of it yet.
Support still alive, but that amplification matrix in the backline gonna enable Crimzo to just deal all the damage in the world, healing up everybody. Looks like Dallas Fuel starting to control this situation, but the Valiant are streaming back in. It's anybody's fight.
The Valiant will not fall. They drop the beat. They're moving on in. Meanwhile, Doa drops the Blizzard. Able to ice block just barely. Keeping himself alive. Sets up the demise of Gig. And the Fuel, they're coming right back. They don't want to give this up. They want to treat the hometown crowd. crowd here in Dallas with a bit of a show. KSF gonna fall, and the Fuel starting to gain advantage here and now, and they've done it!
What an insane map one from the Dallas Fuel. There were so many moments when I thought Valiant was going to take those maps, but it's the Fuel coming out on top. And with series that close, you have to think this hometown crowd energy is really having an impact.
What a way to start things out here. The Valiant looking stronger than how many expected, but the Fuel feeding off the energy of the crowd. We'll see you after the break.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
It's getting a little bit late here in Dallas, but the party is just beginning. The Fuel clutching it out just barely over the Valiant just a moment ago. What a great map that was.
Just a total game of inches. I believe every round going to 99-99. Just insane stuff from both teams. Lots of great plays.
No doubt about it. And I mean, it's really a testament too to the idea that right now, no fight is over until it's over.
Especially with heroes like Mei, McCree, and Reaper, they can just burst down so many opponents so quickly if they get out of control. So, you know, as a team, you have to be really careful. Keep that phalanx formation. Even when you get up 1, up 2, we've seen teams come back and we've seen teams throw from those positions. So, you know, this is not a meta where you can just snowball off a +1. You need to keep playing smart.
I mean, the moral of the story is don't get sloppy. Don't give up your advantage. You gotta be strong. And now, we got a little bit of a substitution coming on in. Trill, he served his purpose here on Control. And now it is Note back into the fray.
Note, a player we've seen alongside Gamsu before, getting that perfect stage with Boston in the past. So the question is, can that synergy continue? And I think that the answer is yes. I mean, Note's a player who's just been just a perfect D.Va player. I mean, you watch his bombs and you think, wait, oh, that can't, oh man, it just is exactly where you need it to be. I mean, he's so good with those deceptive bomb angles. You don't think it's gonna be there and it just lands right on your head.
And I think the thing that really stands out about Note is that Note is always solid. I cannot really think of many instances where people have gone to a team Note has been on, go, you know what, Note's the problem. No, he's never the problem.
Just such a consistent player, and that's exactly what you need in the off-tank role. Somebody who's just going to be holding it down for your team, not only finding those clutch plays, but also staying alive through the team fights, never getting picked off. And with this new buff to D.Va, she can really take over the game.
Now, one of the interesting things to look at here tonight is that there has been a little bit of a day curse going on where the team that wins Control somehow loses the entire series. The Gladiators came very close to breaking that, but not quite. Now we have to wonder, will the Fuel be the ones to break that curse?
Well, I got to tell you, no matter what the statistics say, I'm not throwing control if I'm up there on the stage. So, you know, Dallas up 1. I think that they're going to have some momentum, especially after such a close map. I think it's going to be all about maintaining that, all about who can get this second map win.
I think it's also a moment where the Valiant are wondering, are Scrimbucks really worth as much as we think? We just tried to cash them in, and all we got was an L.
Sometimes that's just how it be.
Yeah. But now, of course, waiting to get into the next map, which will be Blizzard World. And it's going to be interesting to see what comes out here, where, again, we're in a moment where the meta is constantly shifting. And maps, particularly hybrid maps, you tend to see strategies and set plays a little bit more than you do on maps like Control.
I mean, Blizzard World's already a map where we've seen huge amounts of strategic diversity, from that wide open first point to the long sightlines on second, and then finally that constricted Kings Row-esque final capture point. You know, we can see some really, really different stuff come out here in the Overwatch League. So in this meta, I really think we'll be pleased.
It's just something that's really cool about the season so far, and I think you'll maintain throughout, is that we're just seeing more looks. We're seeing more heroes get played. We're seeing different combinations come into the fray, and it makes every game must watch.
Note showing on the Rhine right now. I would love to see that. I'd be a little bit surprised, frankly, but honestly, I would love to see it. Decay, though, has been so solid on the McCree, so I definitely think that's a real pick.
The McCree, definitely one of the more consistent picks throughout the day, something that we've seen quite a bit in scrims behind the scenes, so don't expect that to be changing, and this might be for real, we'll see. Gate's about to open a moment. I would love to see Note on Rhine.
Oh, I definitely want it too, and it looks like it might just be real, or maybe I'm being debated. No, he is out of the spawn. Let's go, the Note Rhine. What can he do?
Oh boy, we got main tanks playing off tanks. We got off tanks playing main tanks. It is pandemonium here in Dallas. We'll see if the Fuel can have a successful first attack. Note leading the way here on the Rhine. The Valiant trying to charge on through. Both Rhines headbutting each other. But the Bionate to the back, saved by the Immortality Field. Crypto trying to keep the Fuel alive, but might not be enough. However, Decay still alive, still in the back. Taken down by KSP.
KSP wins the duel, and oh no, now it's time to just clean everybody up. Cowboys moving forward, and without anybody to shut him down, that's going to send the Fuel packing right back to their spawn.
And this is what many people feel could be a secret weapon for the Valiant this year. KSP, many consider him to be a hit scan god.
I will say Note, though, had a great counterpin on that enemy Rhine just to keep Doha up for a couple seconds longer. So looking like no slouch, but how will he fare against the nano boost from Lastro? This could be devastating.
Well, Lastro's going to get just halted on off. Has to look for the stairs, and almost had D.Va in his face. Now back the other way, the Valiant charging on in. Ginkgos falls early. Decay, the swift assassination. Looking for a little bit more, and already the Valiant, they have lost form, and point A might be the Fuels.
Bit of inexperience there, maybe showing for the Los Angeles Valiant. Lastro trying to rotate back to the high ground, and from the way Gig went in, I think he was calling for that nano boost. So it's going to cost the Los Angeles Valiant their first point defense, and without really committing any ults, the Fuel are going to be very happy with that.
I think Lastro might have been still out of sorts just from getting pulled off the high ground.
Definitely. It's hard to catch up with those unexpected movements from an enemy Orisa.
So the Fuel looking to keep the momentum up. Early wall, early isolation. KSF out, but Gig takes Note out on a ride. Throws him in nano. And look at that. Doha's Blizzard eaten from the gravy. And the Valiant, nice recovery.
Yeah, great plays coming back from that big paywall. It looks perfect, and you know, Note even getting a kill on that initial start of the team fight, but the Valiant are a long way from their spawn, so they may be forced to regroup anyway. It's not really going to be much of a team fight victory really for them.
Fuel moving forward, and as you say, even getting those early pickoffs, if it's not fully clean, it's hard to stay at the choke.
I will say though, KSF has really nothing to worry about when it comes to dropping this Blizzard. He just needs to force Gamsu's Fortify, and as they're diving in, everybody's caught in the corner, they really can't move.
The Fuel holding back, hoping to survive the cold. So far, the gravy, the bomb stuck to the back. Goodbye, good night.
A 6K from McGravy, beautiful stuff, lighting up the kill feed. Let's take another look at that.
Oh, where did McGravy slot that one in? You take a look right now, a little bit to the far back. Fuel going, it's okay, we're not hit by Blizzard, and oh, devastating.
Great pin by Gig to set that up, getting that full 6K wipe. Fuel now going to take a wide rotation through the Mega Room, might be able to get card control, but KSP with the high noon, zoning everybody.
KSP with the Deadeye. The Fuel desperately trying to look for a way in. The Immortality Field already down, but the Fuel poking back to Valiant. Utilizing the supercharger, making a little bit more space. Now trying to turn into the aggressors, looking to isolate a few people out. Note though, falls for the attempt. Doha isolating KSF on the other side, and it's a little bit scrappy now, Jake.
Very scrappy indeed, but Doha is moving the payload, so the Valiant, they need to regroup and get a handle on this payload. They can't just let this progress come out. It's going to be last fight on second point, so great objective awareness by Doha, getting that progress for his team and setting them up in a position to cap the next point with only one team fight victory.
3 minutes left to go. KSP in a pretty advantageous spot. The Fuel still looking for that one good engage.
I will say though, McGravy has been so hungry for these blizzards. Doha's gonna have to slip it off. Great Maywall, picking up to Case, putting him over the enemy wall.
Deadeye connects, takes down Gig. Sometimes it's all you need. One can be enough. 6 on 5. Oh! Nasty flick from Decay onto KSP. And once more, Decay proving to be an incredible asset to the Fuel.
Another pickup onto Decay, bringing him onto the high ground. This teamwork is perfect from the Dallas Fuel.
Decay's not done. Decay's still on the high ground, just picking off the Valiant. Left, right, center. Ninth though, looking to stay in. They're not giving this up here just yet. But Gig falls, and KSP, he swapped right to the Widow. This is high risk, high reward.
Someone's gonna have to take him out. He's far in the back, and this fight may slowly be turning as the Blizzard comes out from the Los Angeles Valiant, isolating targets and exposing them to KSP's fire.
I like this from the Valiant. Not only were they able to turn it towards the very end, but Widow has historically been very good against McCree.
The Dallas Fuel are going to really struggle now without any diva to pressure this Widow. There's really nobody who can get on KSP, and if you leave KSP uncontested, I'll tell you what, he will click your head.
This is someone you do not let be alone on Widow. He will destroy your team single-handedly. Walls coming on out early, and Gig looking, some focus fire down, but might have been off more than get 2. In real danger, taken on out, the Fuel damaging through. Now you gotta look to KSP. Can KSP get a pick-off to turn this around while the Valiant are trying to buy time?
Sound barrier comes out, but is it enough? Not really much damage here. McGravy does drop the self-destruct, forcing Decay back. He can't deal the damage. KSP watching, hunting,
There's
gets one.
KSP has 1, looking for 2. Decay in his sights, Decay getting away. KSP can see where they all are, but can't quite hit the rest of the shots. Moving around on the flank, looking once more, note out of it, Gig moving forward. Shatter ready, but should need to use those. Gamsu just gets slammed into the wall.
Great work by the LA Valiant, somehow coming back into that team fight. Great team play as well, and attacking the Fuel right in that choke. Even without KSP able to support them in that angle, they know that they can't just let the Fuel walk in through that low ground rotation.
You're the Fuel. You got 40 seconds left. You're heading into the last fight. How do you break the stalemate?
The question is, I mean, you've got this high noon, I mean, but really it's all going to be on the supercharger. It's going to be really tough to be able to get a good high noon against KSP's Widow.
Oh, the case, no! Last row, the finishing blow, the Bionade dealing with him. KSP room to work with Gamsu down, and the Fuel, they're not going to have enough time for a full 6-on-6.
KSP looking so smooth, so well practiced on the Widowmaker. I want to see him go in for more. I love watching this guy. Closer though, going to be able to touch the cart. Slight potential for a back count, but KSP is watching.
This is full Hail Mary territory. Lucio hanging out on the cart, trying to buy time, looking for the miracle. Gamsu going north to the Hammond, slept. Oh, last row, sleeping the Hammond. No delay shenanigans this time.
Great stuff from the Los Angeles Valiant. What a great full hold on that second point.
Well, we're going to be taking a quick break, but thank you for tuning in. It is the Dallas Homestand Series presented by Frontier, and we still have so much more left to go.
This is it, the official Overwatch League. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
That is not a homestand you're going to want to miss. Jake, you know all about how Houston has some great fans.
Yeah, definitely make sure to get your tickets now. They are going fast. I hope to see you in Houston.
But now we're heading back into our gameplay here at Dallas, where the Fuel, after starting out strong on map 1, into a bit of a roadblock on Point B Blizzard World.
I will say it's not over yet. We've seen a lot of teams make a full hold happen here on this first point of Blizzard World. It can be tough to close out in the right situation, and very interestingly, we're seeing Note come out on the Zarya. We saw New York Excelsior bring out this same look. Some teams have been making it work, and I think with the Doomfist, they're going to have a lot of aggressive potential to back it up.
I think it has to be dominating for the Fuel, where the best way that they can turn this one around, get a first point hold.
Doha in a hiding position on the flank, going to be very, very important. He starts us off right, but KSP looks like he's going to come clear it.
Bionade already hitting the back. That was nice from Crimzo, delaying the Valiant approach. And the Doha v KSP setup doesn't quite go as planned. Doha ends up backing out, and now the Valiant moving to the point. And early sleep, early pushback. The Fuel still no case. Oh, Gig catches Doha! And that is a nice start for the Valiant. Already the Fuel down 2.
Fuel trying to swarm Gig. KSP, though, poking away at those backliners. Fuel, though, they're going to have to stop this point. Get that control back. Note really not getting any value on those Zarya bubbles. Kind of missing both of those bubbles onto the Doom. So synergy not really working out for the Fuel, and the Valiant capitalized so aggressively.
The Fuel are in danger right now. This is the exact opposite of what they needed. They're going to try and make this work. Back up to a full 6v6, have done a decent enough job of delaying, but now they have to stand the point. KSF going to the back, applying very heavy pressure at tank line. Note taken for a ride. Note about to fall. Gig finishes it off, and the Valiant have capped the point.
Great wall by KSF, cutting off the reinforcements from the Dallas Fuel, and they're going to get that first control, moving their spawn forward. Now it's KSP's turn to charge forward on the McCree, and Doha on this Doomfist just really hasn't been able to find the success that he's looking for. Only at 50% of the Meteor Strike, and Note even less on that Graviton Surge. So this composition is really struggling to be effective, but I think the Fuel are fully committed. They need to just get this Grav Meteor Strike and make it work, and maybe hold right near their final checkpoint.
This is scary for the Fuel. They have to hold for a little under 5 minutes here on point B. KSP gonna open up with the Deadeye. Doesn't quite get much. The Valiant rotating around all the time in the world on their side. Nano boost onto Gig. KSP already finds Crimzo. The Fuel down 1. Leaving it up. Ran out of the fight. 5-on-5. Gig moving back the other way. The Fuel, a wall behind them. Gig, a Shatter ready to go in the front. Taken off to the side, and Gig is down. The Shatter's not coming out this time.
The side swap here paying off for the Dallas Fuel, but the Gravy and Lastro still holding strong. This could be a tough combo to deal with. That Ana Diva in a corner can hold very, very, very strong. So Decay trying to get a freeze off, but he's all alone here and cut down. Valiant playing on their spawn advantage. Fuel, they're on their last legs, and Note only on 75 in the Graviton Surge. This Zarya pick is just not working out.
The Fuel have burned all their mulligans. If they lose one more fight, that's going to be the map. They're charged up, though, and ready to go.
At the very least, they do have their 5 other ults, if not that Graviton Surge. Doha diving in with a Nano Boost, chops down KSP.
KSP immediately gone. And Doha still hungry for more. Driving on over in a rough spot. Meteor strikes to get out of it. Meanwhile, KSF down, Doha down to the back, looking for a little bit more. Gonna just retreat back to the payload, and this is smart for the Fuel. You don't need to over-engage, but here comes Gig. He's ready to engage, drop the Shatter, but it's not going to be quite enough as the tables turn against him.
The Gravy getting a lot with the Nano Boost, but it's not enough. Fuel holding strong here at that final checkpoint, and Note able to hang on to that Graviton Surge. Should give them a great way to start that next fight off. KSP onto the Widowmaker. I wonder if that was just coming back fast, trying to get that recontest from the Siege Tank position, but will be interesting to see if he elects to keep it. There are some significant open sidelines, but it's much harder to use on the attack than the defense.
The hard part here for the Fuel, Jake, is that they have to still hold for 3 more minutes. This is a long time to go without losing a fight.
This is one of those sidelines I was worried about, though. How do you suppress KSP? Doha's Doomfist charging forward, needs to cut him down.
We'll see where Doha is. Doha down to half HP. I don't think he got on KSP the way he wanted. No! Finished off by Rain. And now the Fuel down their initiation with the Doomfist. An opportunity for the Valiant to put this one away.
It's all on Note's grab, but the question is, where's the follow-up? Crimzo's gonna have to find something completely unexpected with that Bionade.
Blizzard is out, the Valiant moving in right now for the finish. Caught with the Graviton. Gamsu looking to dive in. They're trying to defect the Gravy. They get him. He's out of the mech. Something the Fuel needed here as they try and turn this the other way. Gamsu about 20% away from the Earth Shatter. Doha getting dangerously low, but the Gravy can't re-mech. Out of the fight for good. Now you look at KSF on the other side, dangerously low, and the Fuel have done a good job of fighting this one back.
Looks like that D-Mech was just enough, and now Note fully torched, moving forward and spamming, wants to get that grab charging up again, and only 2 minutes left. Can the Fuel make this hold happen?
It has to be Gamsu, the team leader himself, the main tank, 93%, hoping for an Earth Shatter to turn the tide here as the Valiant make another attempt.
Huge sleep though from Blastro, shuts down Doha's dive. Gamsu sitting here with the Nano Boost, but he's got nothing to follow up.
Oh, this is tragic. The Nano about to fade. That one away from the Fuel. Meanwhile, Closer and Decay made purple by Blastro on the other side. But now the Fuel, they're ready to go. The Earth Shatter ready for Gamsu. He drops it, knocks down KSF. That's about it. Meanwhile, McGravy, the self-destruct up, over, does not get what he's looking for. Doha, Meteor Strike, over and in, connects on the last row, and the Fuel remain alive!
Just enough here. That was looking so dangerous for the Fuel with the Valiant taking control of that high ground, but Doha manages to take down in Lastro, and without the heals, the Valiant fall kind of quickly. I'm starting to worry about KSB's Widowmaker. I mean, he needs more than just one pick a fight. He needs to start raining down the frags, and he's going to go back over to the McCree, give himself a little bit more defensibility when that Doomfist comes calling.
I think KSB was also worried about his Widowmaker, given that he swapped. But now, Fuel fans, can you feel it? 1 minute away from potentially stealing this one back. We'll see if the Fuel can do it. Decay holding on to Blizzard. Gamsu in a little bit of danger. The Valiant using the barrier early, going for the poke. No, already down. Gang drops the down the other side. Puts Noah to the turf. And the Valiant, they're moving on forward. They eat the Blizzard. The Blizzard eaten on the other side. McGravy smothers it. And the Valiant about to even up the series 1-1.
Everything coming up Valiant there. Note isolated and frozen before he can get the Graviton Surge out. That's not what you want to see from that Zarya. Great work by KSP as well. The flashbang stopping Gamsu's charge and keeping Gig alive. I thought that pin was certainly going to connect, but KSP slid in to protect his teammate.
Feel a good swap from KSP onto McCree to be the hero the Valiant needed. It's 1-1 here in Dallas. We'll see you soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's.
This is it, the official Overwatch League apparel. Designed by Staple, engineered for gamers.
It's an even match so far, but the Dallas Fuel in their first home match of the season are doing their best to send the Valiant packing. Welcome back one and all. It's for It's time for a game break. I don't know where this one went, but yeah, this is our game break presented by Cheesy Grooves.
Cheesy Grooves.
You heard it here first, and we are about to just head straight into the action, taking a look at the highlights from Map 1. Reinforce, looking at the Dallas Fuel here in particular, who ran away with that one. Who impressed you the most? Which player stood out?
Ooh, a glorious title indeed. Impressed me the most. It has to be Doha from the Dallas Fuel in particular. I think that he's a big talent coming up from contenders. He's really good at Sombra and Doomfist, and he showed off his Doomfist quite a lot so far this match. Obviously, on the first round, we saw a lot of decay on the McCree, actually peeling off the Valiant, but over the course of the series, we've been seeing a lot of good things coming out of Doha on the Doomfist, and he has really impressed me so far and been the big factor for the Dallas Fuel. So if Dallas Fuel wants to win this match, I think it is going to come down to Doha getting more plays on that Doomfist.
I think they also have like some very good consistent damage coming out from Decay. We were talking about how these guys were going to be as a DPS duo, and so far I am pretty impressed, but I do agree that Doha has been a bit more of a standout here so far for the Dallas Fuel. Seems like it's kind of live or die by his fist right now.
Yeah, I agree. I think
That's a good sentence, by the way.
This DPS duo coming together has been very impressive. A lot of people had a little bit of questions of like, will they come together? Will the team work around them? And I think the answer is yes. I was very impressed. They had versatility. They played a bunch of heroes. I was impressed.
And honestly, it looked like Dallas might be able to take Map 2 as well. It did get quite close there in the end. So let's take a look at the highlights from Map 2. Achilles, any thoughts on what we saw?
Yeah, I mean, this really turned into a bit of a nail-biter by the end. It looked pretty catastrophic after Fuel could not get the completion of the map and then gave up point A instantly on the attack from the side of the Valiant. They did make a very good effort as we take a look at that amazing bomb from McGravy. It did look like they might have been able to pull off that hold right at the end, very much down to the wire, but the Valiant able to pull it out.
One big question I had there, though. We saw Note being brought in for Trill. However, Note at the beginning didn't really play D.Va, which I think everyone expected him to play. You were quite confused about that, Costa.
I was really confused because they walk out and he's playing Reinhardt. I'm like, didn't they just sub Trill out, who is in the team for the Reinhardt, I would say. But I think you saw it more on the second point on their defense when they had Note go to the Xayah and they played the Doomfist. The Xayah gives Doha that extra initiation, gives him a lot more room to sort of work with and play with. So I think that's the reason. If it isn't, bring back Trill. You know, Smasher of good ults, please bring back Trill.
Wait, you're biased, right? You come from the same country.
I'm very biased. You'll learn this throughout the entire year. You will realize I'm a very biased person.
But I think that just given the trends, though, we have barely seen any Zarya today. Hotba was, I think, the only other person who played it in
like one
the first map of their series on Control Center of Lijiang Tower, and it didn't go well. So I think that people should probably steer away from that pick for just a little bit here as we continue to flesh out the meta.
Yeah, that's unfair, though. As you said, we're still fleshing out the meta, so maybe there is still a lot of space for her to, make things happen.
It's all about having fun, right?
Things happen. You know what time it is once again?
Oh, baby.
What time
crunch
is it?
Time. It is crunch time.
Crunch time!
Oh, my God.
And it's presented by Cheesy Groove. So, Costa, who was stepping it up in this very match?
Honestly, this match so far, throughout both maps, I've been very impressed with McGravy. He's been very good.
Oh, yeah.
He's eaten 3 different Mei ults. He's made tons of bombs. And this one in particular, a massive 6K from him coming in. But you got to give a special side call out to Gig, who pins Note right here. Make sure that they kill everybody. McGravy gets the baby blaster onto Note to make it a 6K. Big props to him.
Yep. It's fantastically done.
You even give credit to the Reinhardt. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Ken, it does happen. It does happen. Now, I have to ask, though, are you guys still confident in your pick?
Yeah, I think Valiant was a little shaky to begin with in the first map, and they're sort of shaking off the nerves now. I think they'll pull it through.
Yeah, I agree with that as well, because I think Dallas Fuel, they're winning based on this Doomfist pick, and I think throughout the series, Valiant will grow comfortable and actually be able to counter Doha. So I think as we progress throughout this series, I think that Valiant will be fine, and in halftime, they'll talk it through.
Well, guys, it is time to head back into the esports stadium in Arlington to see if the Fuel can secure the win in their own backyard. Stick around after the match for the Watchpoint post-show. The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Grooves. Deep flavor, deep crunch. It's a mind crunch.
It has been a battle here tonight in Dallas, where after a very close 2 maps, it is 1-1, the revamped Valiant fighting back.
We've got ourselves a series here indeed. The crowd is excited, although I think after that last map, they'd have to take a little bit of second and pause because the Valiant looks so clean there. I mean, there was a little hiccup in closing it out, but that defense just looked rock solid.
It looked very, very good, but to give credit to that hiccup, Dallas came very close to bringing that back, where if you look at Dallas, what really went wrong for them there, their offense just not quite good enough on Blizzard World.
Yeah, closing out that second point can be so difficult, even since that final checkpoint was moved closer. It's still a hard place to cap. I mean, KSP comes out of spawn on that Widowmaker, and how can you stop him? I mean, it's just so much distance to cross, and you're leaving the payload to do it, and if you don't, he just farms your head. So, you know, you're in a bit of a double bind scenario, and that's just great play from the Valiant.
No doubt about it. And I think one thing when you take a look at this meta here too is that because the teams are swapping off what they're running a whole lot, where Doha there on Doomfist was playing Mei earlier in the series, sometimes things like engages might not be as clean as what you might be used to because the heroes are changing, the maps are changing, and I wouldn't be surprised if we saw more really rock solid defenses coming out.
Yeah, definitely. Valiant playing off some huge combos, and I want to give a shout out to McGravy. He's had the Blizzard pickups, stuffing those, but also some absolutely massive self-destructs coming in, enabled by great teamwork from the Valiant.
And I think what's really helping with that is that Gig has been sort of throwing himself into the fray, and even if he's the first one to fall, it's making so much space for the Valiant that people like McGravy have been able to move in and take really good advantage.
And just what a perfect instance of it there, pitting the enemy Rhine so the shield comes down, and what a great self-destruct from McGravy.
Well, we're heading into our next map here. The series tied 1-1. Now we move into Horizon Lunar Colony. And you want to talk about a game type that definitely favors set strategies that will give an edge to a team with a better coaching staff. Assault maps, where it's at.
Definitely true. And what I'm really interested to see on this map is that KSP versus Decay hit scan duel. They've been kind of nipping at each other's heels through the last 2 maps, but we haven't seen that brutal one-on-one domination that I want out of that hit scan mirror. KSP's Widowmaker, really known as, I think, his greatest hero of all time. So on a map like Horizon with those longer sight lines, I fully expect to see it come out.
Meanwhile, the Fuel, you take a look at what they're running here on the defense. You won't be seeing Decay on the Widowmaker, though McCree can definitely, you don't want to challenge Widow straight up, but you can definitely poke when the Widow is distracted. The Fuel are going to be looking here more, Jake, I think, to play sight lines and stay out of the Valiant's longer range with the Widow.
I think if you're going to use this Ryan Orisa on defense, you really want a hero like McCree who can just pump out the DPS. You know, without a diva, you're going to struggle sometimes to finish those kills. So having that McCree Mei as that backbone of just damage constantly flowing out is going to be really great for the defense. But that might mean KSP is going to be uncontested on the Widow. There's no diva to hunt him down. Fuel just going to be relying on hiding behind their shields.
So for KSP, it's about finding the right sight lines and ideally one where the enemies are not behind a shield. And it might take KSP a little bit of fishing, but meanwhile, the rest of the Valiant, they're just going straight to the point.
Slipping right under, making a lot of space, but Closer finds Lastro. That's a second pickoff for the Fuel. Valiant trying to capture, but the Fuel are right there, shutting it down. KSP has no time at all to find the kill.
I will say, it was a little bit cheeky to immediately try and go for the point, but the Fuel, they didn't blink. They just dropped down and immediately dispatched the Valiant right out of there.
Yeah, it was a great catch as well. Fuel targeting down those supports first. I love the patience from Decay there as well. Knows that the enemy Widowmaker might still be alive and waits for Gamsu to come up and escort him into the high ground. That's exactly what you want to see from these top teams.
KSP still looking for his opportunity. Poking, prodding, looking for the one weakness that the Fuel may have here on the Widow. And now, good damage on the Gamsu. Gamsu slept. Gamsu in real danger here. The Valiant trying to dispatch him. The Fuel, though, giving good support, trying to recover with the K's down! KSP strikes! Ends up with 2, exactly what the Valiant was looking for.
3 headshots in a row, takes down 2 enemies and then drops the Orisa low. That's exactly what KSP is here for, unlocking the hit scan potential of the LA Valiant. He's got an infrasight set up to push last. The Fuel, they're looking in a tough spot here. I mean, how do you shut down this Widowmaker when she can spot you across the map?
Well, as we saw from KSP, patience can pay off, and he was waiting at the moment, putting in damage onto Orion, and then just good adaptation, waiting. All right, when's this chance gonna happen? It's Decay, right in the back.
gosh, man, just absolutely lighting it up, and now Valiant charging forward with the aid of that Infra Sight.
Decay's down!
Earth Shatter, looking for something.
Decay immediately! And now the Valiant with a golden opportunity. They've dealt with the big cannon of the Dallas Fuel. They're looking to keep the momentum on the way on their side. Crimzo falls. The Valiant, they have the foot on the throat, and they are moving in for more. The Fuel about to let the Valiant set a lightning fast time.
Decay finds one with the high noon, but he's all alone. He can't even touch the point. That's a blistering pace set by the LA Valiant. I don't think there's any way the Fuel can answer that back. They're going to have a long road to coming back on Horizon Lunar Colony.
I just don't think the Fuel were expecting the Valiant to be that raw and aggressive. And as we see more of this newly revamped Valiant team, that's just something that really strikes out to me, is that this is a team that, when given two options, and if one option is wait and the other option is go, they're choosing go about 90% of the time.
I really need to see the Dallas Fuel bring out a diva here. I mean, you can't let KSP be uncontested. There's no stronger proof than that round. I mean, he's just sitting in the back dominating you.
Well, that is the first round over with. We'll see if the Fuel can bring it back right after this.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Cheez-It Groups. Deep flavor.
The Valiant are gaining in momentum here in Dallas after a slow start on Control and a fairly back and forth Blizzard world. They are looking to be the team to beat here on Horizon Lunar Colony.
That's just one of the fastest attacks I've ever seen set here on Horizon. I mean, it's not a map you expect to go that quickly. Somehow, some way, the Valiant's aggression totally working out. I love the confidence in KSP. They can send 5 players rushing forward knowing that their Widow is in the backline. They don't plan to defend him. They don't plan to retreat. They just plan for him to click the head. And as long as KSP delivers, that is a very effective strategy.
You have to have faith in your Widow player, where, as anyone who's played Overwatch knows, you have so many moments where you wait for a Widow to do something, and that moment never happens. But if KSP is on your side, it seems to happen quite a bit.
Blastro as well has been on point with the sleeps, and he'll need to stay that way. Dallas Fuel fielding a very aggressive Sombra Genji dive composition. Looks like they're going to commit. They have that Mercy Ana. That's a comp that you play to absolutely max out the potential of this Genji.
This is Doha's signature hero. This was his claim to fame. His Sombra gameplay, one of the fastest building Sombras Overwatch has ever seen. We'll see if that contender's pedigree translates over to the Overwatch League.
Starting to get some time on the control point, but McGravy biding his time, doesn't need to rush to contest, comes with the aid of Rain to quickly push out this Sombra.
Doha already at 25%. Oh, Decay went a little bit in and just got completely pummeled by KSP.
Trying to utilize the distraction from Doha. Doha going again to the capture point, but can't manage to get the tick. KSP looking so deadly, poking out these tanks.
Doha right now, 38%, not quite building as quick as he used to. Gamsu, though, able to find Rain. The Fuel with something to work with here, but KSP is the raid boss that needs to be defeated, and currently, a lot of room to work with, but hey, time for a snooze.
Nice sleep by Crimzo, followed up on the nade. KSP running for the hills, trying to stay alive, and Closer brings the res on a note, but Gamsu is frozen and taken down.
The Fuel getting very beneficial trades, and it didn't seem like a whole lot, but the Fuel in a much better spot right now as they move forward, and the Valiant in a tougher spot.
Good trades overall for the Fuel, but Decay is quite slow on this Dragon Blade after falling so early in the first fight, so Crimzo's going to be sitting on that Nano Boost for a long time, killing some of the efficiency of this comp.
Doha right now doesn't get the rest of the EMP. It's been slower building from the part. Gamsu finds KSP, activates the Primal. They've dealt with the biggest threat on the Valiant. The Bio Nade's to the back. Gig and McGravy not feeling very healthy right now. EMP in reserve. You got to think Doha would like to save this here, Jake.
Yeah, it looks like Dallas Fuel will be able to clean up without committing their crucial ultimates. Closer, though, does bring out the Valkyrie, so there won't be that easy combo to set up Decay's Blade as they move on to second point, but first point control, that's all you need to worry about
Gamsu
now
can't be
for the Dallas
stopped.
Fuel.
Gamsu cleaning up just about everything there. And now the Fuel, Jake. This is the dream EMP. Dragon Blade on deck. One quick time might deserve another.
Definitely. The question is, what can Decay get done without that damage boost ability coming down on his Blade? Closer gonna switch over to the Lucio and Gamsu to the Ryan, giving their backline a little more oomph, a little more staying power as they get into this fight. KSF also onto the Tracer, wants to dodge that EMP and get something done on the flank.
This is the best opportunity the Fuel will have this round. Doha holding on to the EMP, looking for the raw hack. KSP, Deadeye to zone things out. Doesn't get anything. The Fuel now moving in. They take down Gig. And the EMP has yet to be used. Decay though in danger. Decay gonna get healed back up. Crimzo out of the fight. Dallas Fuel with 5. Do they invest? Oh, Decay
Lastro!
Decay went in, denied by Lastro, and the EMP never quite has a chance to come out.
Doha thought it was enough, just get that hack off. It did look so good as a start, but KSF and McGravy swept it on the flank and picked up the healers from the Dallas Fuel. You know, you lose one of those backline key heroes and things just fall apart on offense 2CP. So Decay gonna switch off that Genji onto the McCree. I like this switch, something a little stronger to defend that Ana.
Feels like a lost opportunity for the Fuel. They had a lot going into that fight and it didn't pan out.
Still, though, the EMP is going to make it very difficult for Rain to make use of this sound barrier. He's going to have to wait in the wings, waiting for that EMP to come down. If Doha can hack that Lucio, hack that beat, that could be massive for the Dallas Fuel.
And now we look towards Doha. The EMP going to decide this for the Fuel one way or another. Early Bio Nade, throwing the Fuel a little bit further back. Doha biding his time, opposite of his team, waiting for the right opportunity. Doesn't want to get caught out of stealth.
Maybe looking again for a hack on the tanks. Does get one, but quickly pushed out.
Gets a hack on to the D.Va, but doesn't quite have a great opportunity to drop the EMP. Meanwhile, the Fuel finding themselves engaged on Shatter. Falling on down and Gig with 2.
Nice nano onto Gig, enables him to get that Shatter follow-up. Separating away from Gamsu, ends up costing the Dallas Fuel their lives, and another reset. So Valiant, this time bank, they're just inching it down bit by bit. Doha, he's been sitting on this EMP for so long, and oh no, another devastating delay. No, luckily, very nicely finished off by KSP. A little bit of charity going their way.
At some point, you have to wonder if there's going to be a pause and the refs are going to have to go in and check whether or not Doha's Q key is working, and it's just a result of the fact that the Fuel haven't been able to set up in a right way to get the EMP off.
And Rain can just wait all day with this sound barrier. He's not going to get caught. He's going to stay split from his teammates. He knows this thing's online. It's been far too long. It's too obvious that Doha's sitting on an EMP.
Once more, the Fuel moving in, waiting on Doha to set the stage. Asleep on the note. Shouldn't result in too much against the Fuel here. The Valiant finding the opportunity. They are giving a lot of respect to the EMP. Doha moving to the back, going for the hack first. KSP gets caught. No, was able to get to the back. The EMP still in reserve. Gig is down, and right now, the Fuel up 2 with the EMP not used. Gamsu with another, and the EMP might not be needed after all.
Great work by the Fuel using their beat. Rain can't commit his sound barrier with Doha's EMP waiting in the wings, and Doha, he's still got it. So the question is, can Valiant come back into this fight anyway? I mean, Gig will need the nano boost to stay alive, but he's falling so quickly. KSF takes the nano, just delaying the point for now.
The Fuel very, very close to getting this point. Oh, KSF! The post bomb, but it's not enough. The EMP is used at the very end where it did not matter, so that was probably one of the weirder times I think I've casted where the EMP just stays forever unused.
Well, that's what you have to do, so it's actually great awareness from Doha. When you hold the EMP for a certain amount of time, I mean, you just know that everyone in the server knows about that EMP. There's no question marks in your mind, so Rain feels like he just can't commit his own sound barrier, so when Closer's diving in with his own, it feels like the Valiant, they just don't have an easy response.
And I think you bring up a really good point, just talking about sort of the mind games aspect there, where we saw it moving in. I think the reason why the Fuel was able to get some of those early pickoffs is that when there's an EMP in play, you do have to position in a way around it. Now, you do expect the EMP to come out at some point, usually as the initiation, but in that instance, still worked out for the Fuel.
Will be interesting to see if the Fuel can transition this limited time bank into some good progress here. I think capping first point is essentially a minimum threshold for them. But with this dive composition, if they can win quickly and cleanly, it will be difficult. But if they can manage it, they have a very decent chance to snowball with a Nano Blade or an EMP. Things can go from bad to worse for the defense if they're able to snowball those fights without losing ults.
One thing that has to go differently for the Fuel this time is that Doha built up the initial EMP very slowly relative to what we know he's capable of. He didn't quite get the same level of support from the backline that he did in his Contenders days. We'll see if he's able to build it up an EMP this time in a minute 20.
The approach here is so important. One player falling for the attack can slow them down so much. That's just the nature of this Genji Sombra comp. You have to play perfectly. If you can make it work, it's devastating, but one little slip up costs you a lot of time, and you can see the poke just looking deadly from the Valiant anytime someone pokes their head out.
The Fuel, though, they need to be acting with purpose. They only have a minute left. They cannot take a lot of time playing footsie here, and ooh. They lost Crimzo. They've completely lost their ability to poke efficiently if they're unable to get him back up. They do get him back up via Closer, so they're still in the fight, but now down to 44 seconds.
Yeah, the clock just inching down. It's going to be a committed dive in by the tank line. Decay as well, dashing through, but quickly repelled. Great movements by the Valiant, keeping everyone up. Although McGravy is low, needs to get healed up by Lastro.
Final 30 seconds left. Doha, much quicker in the EMP build this time. 30 seconds left, he's at 70%. It could come into play before time is over.
Landing right on KSP's head is Gamsu with a follow-up from Crimzo.
This is looking much better for the Fuel. They've dealt with the hit-scan threat in the back. They're starting to swarm the Valiant bit by bit. The K is down, but the rest of the Fuel still fighting McGravy and KSF at death's door right now. Very, very low. The Resurrection is in. The Fuel back up to full strength, and they are well on their way to taking point A and keeping this one in contest.
Valiant wanting to fight this, looks like trying to come back in, but with the baby Diva, it'll be a tough test. Looks like this is just clean-up mode for the Dallas Fuel. Oh no, KSF even committing the Blizzard. This looks lost to me. I don't think they can win, but somehow, some way, even committing the Sound Barrier, this is an all-in play for the Los Angeles Valiant.
They force the EMP out.
It's gonna pay off.
They force the EMP out. Doha getting a little scared there. KSP back into the fray. The Valiant are all in, but I have to agree with you, Jake. I don't think this is going to pan out. You got the EMP out from Doha, but you still have just an absolute wrecking ball of ultimates heading your way.
Two tank ults and the Blade coming out, and you still have Closer on that Mercy, so the poor man's Nano Boost might be enough with the tank ults to zone back the DPS from the LA Valiant. KSP, it's going to be really tough to channel a high noon on the Genji with a Winston primaling in your face.
Can Gig land a big enough shadow to derail the Fuel? He's moving on in, looking for the backline. Crimzo falls early, but will that be enough? Decay, Dragon Blade to the other side, chasing down Ana, both on the side of the fight. KSP though, on the follow through, the Valiant starting to fight it back. And remember, they have spawn advantage here. KSP, Gamsu in his face, trying to roll away, looking for his support, firing back desperately, and oh no! The point!
That's just great aggression from the LA Valiant. They're behind on ults and they know it, so you see Gig just diving in on the back line, taking the solo shatter on the Ana. And once you start snowballing those picks, especially if you can get that Ana taken out first, things go from bad to worse on the offense. That spawn advantage for the defense, fighting right out in front of their spawn doors, makes such a huge difference. So I love the awareness from the LA Valiant. You're behind an ult, you have to get aggressive. You cannot wait, or else the Fuel will just dismantle you. But Fuel making great progress, able to cap their first point. If they can get a full hold here, that would enable them to get the map win here on Horizon. But I think realistically, the best they can maybe accomplish is a draw. I mean, it's very, very hard to hold for 4 minutes 44 on first point. If they can accomplish that, I would be very impressed.
Well, the very sad thing there for the Fuel is that they didn't get any progress on point B, despite having a very intimidating start. Gig took a little bit of a gamble moving in on the Crimzo, but it worked out. You dealt with the Ana early, you really hurt the sustain of the Fuel, and unfortunately for the Fuel, you didn't really see a whole lot come out of that Dragon Blade.
Yeah, not really getting enough was Decay. I mean, getting the Ana, but immediately traded back by KSP, and at that point, there was really no threat left to take out the McCree, and he just had free reign to clean up the map. But now it's Decay's turn to take a swing at the McCree, and he's been very precise so far, so I'm expecting big things. Note also, I love this, onto the Diva. Someone to stop KSP's reign of terror. That's absolutely necessary for the Dallas Fuel.
So KSP going to be going fishing once more. And the Fuel must respect. Oh, already! KSP! Much quicker start this time, and this puts the Fuel in a bind.
Note, though, you can see him immediately hunting, but potentially caught off. McGravy instantly back to help out his teammate. That's a second pickoff. Whoa, beautiful stuff from KSP.
The Fuel are simply not working with the numbers anymore on point. Decay, though, off the other side! The flank, evening the odds. And that is exactly what the Fuel needed to get back in this fight.
Exactly that. Somehow Decay staying alive, still delivering the damage. Doha will be back soon, and Fuel are starting to regroup on this first point.
So the Fuel not out of it yet. They're gonna blow a bit of progress, but that is fine. Still up a full 6. Moving forward, looking to freeze out Gig. Decay back to the high ground, deals with Lastro, looking for a little bit more. This is where Decay wants to be. Lucio in his face, down he goes.
Frags going both ways. This fight could really be anyone's. Both primes pitting each other. It's all on the follow-up, but the freeze comes in. KSF's here, aiding his main tank, keeping everyone alive.
Gamsu getting well supported, still in it, but now one of the pieces of support is gone. Crimzo picked off by McGravy. Valiant trying to press a degree of spawn advantage, but I do think they might need to back out as Gamsu continues to eat bit by bit of damage, and Rain is able to chase him down!
Rain, I think that's his third frag this team fight. Lucio can be so devastating in these low player situations. He's got his sound barrier, but looks like he wants to just hold on to it. Might be forced to commit just to keep the Valiant in the fight, but looks like their spawn is a little bit closer. They will be snowballing back in with no heals available for the Dallas Fuel. That'll be the end of the first point, just playing for the draw now.
3 points to 3 points. 3 minutes and 18 seconds left for the Valiant. Not to full cap on the final point, but to get a mere 33%. Jake, that changes how you play defense.
So many ults up for the LA Valiant, and can you dodge KSP for 3 minutes? That seems like a tall order to me. The Valiant charging in, stifled by the ice wall from Doha, though.
Decay in the back, using the Deadeye, takes out KSP, but falls! KSP now in a prime position, doesn't have to worry about Decay, takes out Closer. Thrown to the ground, Gamsu trying to deal with the threat, deals with KSP. Meanwhile, the Fuel have to stay on the point. They have nothing to give. Doha's already out of the fight. Gamsu trying his very best right now. Slapped off the Nano Lastro, an absolute nut.
It might be just enough to hold, though, for the Dallas Fuel. I honestly like that from Gamsu. Just solo shadow KSP. You got to get this guy out of the game or he will destroy you all. But still, 2 minutes and 30 seconds for KSP to work his magic. Decay on the Tracer. I like this as well. You need to pressure this guy. The Widow will destroy you if you aren't on her face.
Seen Tracer used to very good effect earlier in the day from Nene. We'll see if Decay can do the same here. The Fuel trying to burn off the final 2 minutes off the clock. Okay. Doha! Headshot the KSP. That buys you some time.
A little bit of counter sniping here, and honestly, I love Decay on this Tracer. He can be a sort of dynamic duo with Note, always sweeping into the backline, but KSP is gonna respect it, take the switch back to the McCree, give himself a little more self-defense from these divers, and now the question is, can Decay find anything with his pulse bomb? His team is gonna have a little bit less ability to pressure shields than KSP with McCree.
I think the Tracer swap has done part of the goal here. It's gotten KSP off of the Widowmaker. Now going to something that's a little bit better against Tracer. The Fuel backing out, making the Valiant commit first onto the point, and there they go. They move on to the point. Decay to the back, gets the stick, connects! 2 down for Decay, and that is some vintage Tracer gameplay.
Absolutely beautiful. Decay gets the value off the pulse bomb, gonna go back to spawn and take the swap, so things are working just perfectly for the Dallas Fuel. This draw is looking more and more in reach as the defense comes together here.
1 minute left to go, potentially one fight left. The Fuel, can they hold things off here and now?
The challenge for me is KSF does have the Blizzard advantage right now. Crimzo does have the Nano boost if the Blizzard only finds one, but if it's too many people frozen, then that won't be much help. And a beautiful ice wall from KSF forces the Fuel onto the low ground.
Wall v wall, the Fuel backing up a little bit. Crimzo looking for the sleep. McGravy awfully low, so is Gamsu. Nice Nano on the Gamsu, keeping him alive. Meanwhile, Gig in danger. Gig falling, Blizzard used, but the Fuel have already taken out 2. KSF gave up his life for that. Comes 2 down. The Valiant still looking into it. The McCree's still in play. Decay versus KSP. Who's it gonna be? Sound barrier drop. The Valiant, they want to finish this now. KSP's in the back. Note is down. The Fuel are staggered. They're hurting. And KSP takes down Decay. The Valiant, they're almost there.
This high noon can be devastating. Nobody to stop KSP. They're forced to come to the point, and it's not enough. Valiant take Horizon Lunar Colony.
The Valiant down to their final fight once more, making it work and continuing the tradition of the day of the team losing control first, looking so good on everything else. The Fuel, they're down to their final map life. Can they rally here at home? We'll find out soon.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by T-Mobile. Rank up with America's first and only nationwide 5G network.
The time has finally come. We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage.
It's not stopping. It's not stopping.
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready? Turn up the bass.
The Valiant have walked into Dallas, and thus far, they have kept the crowd silent. But we'll see if that lasts as we head into our next map. The Fuel, they're down, but they're not yet out.
Definitely, the maps still appear to be fought for the Dallas Fuel. This could be a potential turnaround map here as we come onto the Escort game type. This is a place where it's up to the really the Widowmaker to dominate. This is a map where Widowmaker has dominated for as long as the map has been out in Overwatch. You know, in Overwatch League and Ranked, I think everyone has experienced how deadly a Widowmaker can be, especially on Junkertown first point.
If you're a fan of the Valiant, you like hearing everything that you just said, given how dominating KSP has been so far, given his history as a player. Junkertown might as well be his hometown, but I think it would be unwise to underrate Decay, who is very, very good at Widow himself.
And we really haven't seen that true Widow duel. It's been mostly KSP going over to the Widow and Decay making other hero choices. So I think finally the fans will get what they've been hoping for, the rookie versus the experienced Decay. So the question is, can KSP do it? But he just looks so hot so far.
KSF was considering flirting with the Genji pick, ends up going to the Hanzo. It is double sniper, double the threat for Decay to worry about.
The Sonic Arrow really gives KSP a huge advantage if KSF can spot out Decay for his teammate. McGravy as well makes first contact. KSP, though, playing a very safe angle. McGravy forcing Decay to constantly run.
The Fuel staying on the point right now. The Valiant trying to play the angles, and oh, Decay gets caught. McGravy was able to get around to the side, and that means KSP has so much more to work with. McGravy, he's not even done yet.
Note trying to match the D.Va play and shut down KSP, but KSP just sitting back in his own spawn, doesn't need to worry, and that leaves McGravy free to fly around the backline and clean up absolutely everybody. So heads up play by McGravy, understanding that Note is caught up, trying to deal with this Widowmaker. He's free to become that DPS diva every diva aspires to be.
3 minutes left for the Valiant and a very good first fight. The Fuel, they're a little bit drained here. Jake, how do they rally?
The question is really for me all about the Widow duel, but KSP is going to have a big advantage. He can set up wherever he wants, and I love this from Rain, scouting out for his team, calling everything out. There's really no surprises coming in from the Fuel so far. High ground completely controlled.
He's thinking about going for the boop on the same side. Gamsu getting controlled, bionated, frozen, in real danger. Lastro falling to the other side. The Fuel trying to even out, but Crimson and Doe are both down, and the Valiant are just brawling out in this corner, and it's working out really well.
Yeah, gets the pin. Decay, though, coming out on top of the duel. The question is it enough? Now caught in the middle of the map are most of the players for the Dallas Fuel. It's a Lucio on Lucio brawl near the edge, but the superior tank line still living for the Los Angeles Valiant. Should secure it. Oh, KSF!
The Valiant are in full control here so far. The Fuel desperately trying to look for some form of footing, and they wisely decide not to go for the contest there.
Lastro, what an unsung hero. Sleeping Note, that's the player you needed to come touch the card, but Lastro hits a sleep like that, you just have to give up the point. So great work from him, and now Aneo was ready to come down. Decay's constantly running, caught again. He's not even able to take the duel.
You must defeat my team to stand a chance against KSP is sort of what is going on right now. KSP has been given infinite amounts of space, and this has been problematic for the Fuel. Fuel, though, getting a little bit scrappy on the top, trying to take fights here and there, and getting a bit of delay onto the payload as the Valiant regroup.
This sort of extremely split fight is going to favor the team with closer spawns as frags go both ways. Valiant still pushing close to their own checkpoint, so really is going to benefit them. But Fuel, they're building up a bank of ultimates. They will have an opportunity to make the hold as both infrasites come out.
No secrets here for either team. Everyone, they can see everything.
Everyone exposed, it's all in the hit scan.
Meanwhile, we got a Rhine battle. Rock up, sock up, Gig going in for the charge. Gamsu responds, and they're both frozen. Reinhardt Spider-Man in action. Decay, though, down on the other side. Rain was able to hunt him down. Meanwhile, the Fuel on the payload. Crimzo evening the odds. Gamsu looking for the charge, and down goes KSF.
Nice sleep from Crimzo to set that up. Looks like Fuel will have an opportunity to stabilize. And look at this, Closer able to hold on to that sound barrier. That will be so important. Fuel, they have an opportunity to move forward and take these close chokes on second point. I wonder if they'll take it or just elect to control this mid-high ground.
So far, even though it hasn't been pretty, the Fuel have done a pretty good job here, Jake, of delaying things out.
Yeah, exactly. KSP, though, looking hungry, wants to find something on this Widow. Coming up on a significantly faster infrasight than Decay. If he can get that up early, it'll be a big edge. Maybe enough to defeat that sound barrier from Closer, but I expect to see Dallas Fuel getting highly aggressive when Closer elects to commit.
Meanwhile, the Valiant going up to the high ground, looking for the approach, trying to isolate Note. Note just zooms on out of there, not a big deal, and KSF slept. Nice stuff from Crimzo on the other side. Decay, though, again, finding himself being pressured. Gig falls, KSP, room to work with, finds Closer. KSP, the Widow that has not been pressured nearly as much so far.
Everyone getting split here for the Dallas Fuel, fighting on the Valiant side of the map, so it's a great isolation by McGravy and Rain. McGravy, though, caught out, potentially a little aggressive, so this just turns into a massive flank for the Dallas Fuel. Widow on a flank, that's not something you see every day. KSP, though, still finds another. Can somebody shut him down?
The fights are just taking place all over Point B. This is not a focused death ball v death ball, no. We got one-on-ones, two-on-twos, but what's important for the Fuel? They've been delaying here, Jake.
So yeah, they still will have time to wait out the infrasight from KSP. Decay with his own, ready to pop with just one more body shot. So this is potentially looking a little bit tough for the Valiant. Nice ice wall, though. Catches one.
Gamsu had to drop the shadow under pressure. It's not ideal. He falls. Gig following through. The ice wall, setting that up for KSF. And now the Fuel at a distinct disadvantage. The final fall through from the Valiant, and that's going to be Point B.
And what an important duel victory for KSP. Finds Decay just as Decay finishes charging that infrasight. So what a crucial headshot to be hitting at that exact moment. Now Decay, he does have that infrasight, but he can't use it yet. His team is still regrouping, which gives KSP more and more time to catch up and potentially have a counter wall of his own.
A little bit of a sleep there. Crimzo putting KSF down for a bit. And Decay on the follow through. The world's easiest headshot. And again, this gives Fuel time to work with here. Valiant, they don't really want to heavily engage down a May.
Jump shot from KSP finds nothing. Decay's Inversight is over though. Note though, it does find Gig, and that's going to spell the advantage for Dallas Fuel. Might send Valiant running for the hills.
Okay, decent spot. Moving over to the left. Now fully set up as Widow, and I think you get a little bit more space here, Jake.
Yeah, the major advantage here is that KSP does have the Inversight. That's going to enable his team. This hiding play from Doha is going to be completely scouted out. So no secrets. Everyone from the Fuel going to have to play together, stay grouped, but it's a nice split from the Valiant slipping through the chokes.
Nano on the Gomps, so KSP wins the Widow duel and wins more than that. Takes out Crips on the other side. The Fuel, though, they were charging with Gomps. Gomps led the way to 2. It's 4 on 4. Doha trying to buy time, holding on to the Blizzard, waiting for the beat to go down. No, doesn't have a chance to drop the Blizzard in the end. Now it's going to be the Valiant taking a crucial fight here on point C.
Great fight from the Valiant, although I do agree with the decision from the Fuel not to commit that close to the enemy spawn. You want to wait for that optimal place to hold, which is on that final end of the checkpoint. And here we see a replay from McGravy swarming the enemies in this corner. So devastating at close range is this D.Va.
I feel like they forget about McGravy sometimes. And McGravy goes, maybe you shouldn't forget about me. I'm going to do things like this.
That was such a sweet triple kill booster from McGravy. Love to see it, and now he's got the self-destruct. What can he do with it?
Gravy here on the payload. The Fuel, though, looking pretty charged up. Gig, though, one good Earth Shatter could ruin their day. The Valiant right now keeping the payload progress is #1 priority. The Fuel moving forward, and they drop a Nano on McGravy after the self-destruct. Oh, it gets Gamsu! It ends up working out. Now McGravy back the other way, deals with his counterpart, and this is looking real good for the Valiant. Oh, no! The response! It's a far bigger D.Va bomb in the back.
You hate to see a little bit of miscommunication coming out from the Valiant. Nano boost essentially wasted, and oh no, now McGravy's gonna get staggered, and with only 40 seconds on the clock, this is so devastating. Oh, that's not what you want to see if you're a fan of the Los Angeles Valiant. Fuel looking to hold strong here with a massive support hold advantage. This is going to be tough. I mean, you've got a Shatter, you've got a Blizzard if you're LA Valiant, but so much defensive utility available for the Dallas Fuel. It's going to be difficult to actually capitalize and turn those ults into kills.
Final 20 seconds. The Fuel about to hold the Valiant off here on Junkertown. Crimzo holding on to the Nano, waiting, puts it on the Gamsu. Gamsu waiting for an opportunity to go forward. Doesn't quite get the chance to dive onto the Valiant. The beat is used. Oh, no, catches KSP. The big threat in the back is gone. The Blizzard invested for the Valiant, but it's not ringing very true. The Fuel in a very good spot. Up in numbers. The Valiant in big retreat here, but they can't go far. In overtime, the Fuel in a dominant spot. And Decay moving forward, looking to clean it up. The beat from the Valiant, the last gasp. The pin comes in, Gig is down, and the Fuel about to hold off the Valiant here.
Decay free firing in the back line. At least Rain is able to shut him down, but still desperation mode for the Valiant.
Gamsu just drops a Shatter, thinking that's going to be enough. The Valiant, very hard to get rid of here, but they don't stand the point, and the Fuel stop them there.
Able to hold on third point are the Dallas Fuel, but I can't help but feel that KSP is coming out on top of this Widowmaker duel. The real question is, what can Dallas do on this first point where I really feel that there's no one who can stop a Widow but your own Widow. That sightline is so massive. Even with the quick D.Va booster, there's just such an insane range for the Widow to scout targets that are approaching her. It's really all on that Widow duel, who can come out on top time and time again, and it feels like it's been KSP more often than not this series.
I will say, in defense of Decay, I'm not sure this has been a duel. It's more like a duel where you're going, let's have a fair one-on-one, and then the person that's challenging you to a duel has his two buddies come out and just knock you to the dirt before the duel even begins, because Decay has been under an enormous amount of pressure from the rest of the Valiant, where I don't think really KSP has been under that same pressure from the Fuel.
We talked about the scrappiness of these fights, and I totally think you're right. It's Rain and McGravy initiating that scrappiness, sending themselves in deep on the flank. You think of Lucio as this core support hero, speeding your Ryan around, but in this case, they're using him as a DPS. They're following up McGravy's damage and shutting down Decay time and time again, and forcing his rotation, scouting him out. All those things play to KSP's advantage. Not only the calls coming in, letting him know where to expect the enemy Widowmaker, but sometimes just killing him outright. So you're definitely correct on that front.
We'll see if more space can be made for Decay here, although, you know, you mentioned Widow v Widow. How about a Tracer? Because that looks to be the flavor that the Fuel is going for here in a must-win map to keep the series alive.
Definitely possible to leverage that Tracer, especially with the help of a D.Va and a Lucio to dive the Widow. But again, these sidelines are very long. KSP has the opportunity to play at an extreme range.
Decay on the Tracer, heading to the back. looking for the Widow, and hello, goodbye. Nice pickoff from Decay. Picture perfect. And why win the Widow duel when you can just be Tracer and mug the enemy Widow?
An unscouted flank from Decay comes up huge as well, comboed by the sleep from Crimzo. So great work from the Fuel, cracking out of the spawn hold instantaneously. KSP gonna switch back over to the McCree, and I can't help but wonder, what'll Decay do? Back to the McCree on his own. Wants that mirror match. We see a full 6-on-6 mirror. We haven't seen much. KSP goes back to the Widow. He says, you're not gonna dive me anymore? Oh, let's duel.
This is Hero Chess at its finest. Decay didn't want to go Tracer for McCree, but now Gig a little bit far forward. The Fuel more than willing to punish. 6-on-5. The Valiant in some real danger here. Note on the hunt, looking for Widow, looking to just shut down the Widow threat. However, McGravy and Rain doing work on the other side. This is not one yet for the Fuel. It's back and forth. McGravy on one side, Note taking down on the other. And Decay looking a little bit alone here. Decay and 2 supports. The rest of Valiant just tanking it all up.
That fight started so good for the Dallas Fuel, but the Valiant, they're so scrappy, they stay in it. And it's that Lucio Diva combo once again, diving in aggressively. Nano comes on to Gamsu, but he can't really get aggressive here. Forced to just not do much. I mean, swinging on the enemy Ryan, but doesn't get that cleave that he's hoping for.
Ooh, Gamsu gambled on the Shatter, doesn't get much. The Valiant just shutting it down bit by bit, piece by piece. And speaking of Hero Chess, Decay got to the Tracer here as the Fuel, they best the Blizzard, they try to keep this fight alive. KSP's down, the Fuel staying on in it. Shatter from Gig, back the other way, doesn't get anything as KSF takes the high ground, is in real danger.
KSF stuck in a full duration Blizzard there, but protected by his Ana. Now the Sound Barrier coming up from the Valiant, and beautiful stuff coming out from KSF on the Mei. Great team play by the rest of his squad to keep him alive. I mean, rarely do you see a squishy hero last through a full duration Blizzard. That's just great support work coming out from Lastro.
The games of hero swaps continue, Jake. KSP now to the McCree, Decay still on the Tracer. The circle of life continues.
Certainly, and although we talked about Widow being so dominant in these long sidelines, an uncontested McCree can be much the same, especially when that High Noon comes online. So Decay, the question is, how much can he get done here? Mei and McCree, very strong heroes at dueling a Tracer.
I mean, Decay has to be perfect, the movement has to be on point, the damage has to be delivered. And so far that's the case. The Pulse Bomb could be the difference maker. Decay holding on to it, waiting. Look at the finish off McGravy, denies the remake. That's a good start. Now Decay darting to and fro, danger on all sides, chasing down the Ana. Up and over we go, and gets it! Decay continues to be on the prowl!
Decay just looking ferocity on this Tracer. No one seemingly able to take him out. KSF one last stand. Oh, and he gets it, but that'll cost him his life.
That was fine. That was a good effort by Decay, and that's putting it mildly. It did enough to get the Fuel through point A, but there's still a long, long way to go.
Yeah, it's not over yet. Both teams coming up on that Blizzard will be crucial here. Note, though, does have the self-destruct, will give his team that initiation advantage, although there is a potential weak moment where if you commit that self-destruct, you've got nobody left to stifle KSF's Blizzard.
The Fuel hoping to get some momentum. The Pulse Bomb was not used the last fight, but it might start out this one, and oh, Decay's caught. Still, moves forward, Pulse Bomb onto the Mei, ice blocked, denying the impact here from Decay.
No kills, and now Valiant pushing forward on this tempo swing. Gamsu stunned, pushed back, trying to finish that Shatter, but it's Gig who comes up with it first, finds both supports on the ground.
Puts both supports to the ground, and is his own finish in the end. And the Valiant, I think, almost overcommit on ults here. I don't think they needed to drop the Blizzard towards the very end, but I guess they wanted the Fuel secure.
Yeah, KSF, I can't help but feel like that was a bit of a waste, but they are going to get a massive stagger onto Node here potentially, or just feed some of that damage onto their own Baby Diva. I love that, actually, getting McGravy back in his suit, ready for that next fight.
So the Valiant holding strong. 2 minutes left for the Fuel to make something happen, or they will suffer their first loss at home.
Certainly looking that way. Valiant holding strong. The Fuel, they're going to have to pull something out of their hat here. They do have that double tank ult play. Trying to break the barrier is the Mei, though.
Self-destructing over the top will be enough to turn the tide. No! Valiant, too aggressive, just catching the Fuel off guard.
Great work by them, diving forward on the self-destruct. You have to make a decisive decision one way or the other. Go in or go out. You cannot split. So great awareness by the Valiant, knowing that bomb is going to be deep behind them. They charge in and make it work, and just kind of wasting your ults. If you are Dallas Fuel here, you do have some support ults, but Rain has the Sound Barrier, so can you really leverage the Nano?
Oh, that was so sneaky. The wall for the instant Earth Shatter, but I don't think it's enough. Decay got plunked on entry. And KSP not done yet. Looking for a little bit more. The Deadeye, though, really setting the pace for this team fight as the Fuel are now going to be down to their final minute.
Patience from KSP with the flashbang pays off, shuts down Note, and it's just KSP and Lastro, the dynamic duo. They can't seem to take down this McCree. He's so accurate, so deadly. He's just pumping out the damage. I mean, it feels like the Fuel have to answer this, but what more can they do? I mean, Note is diving in, Closer's diving in, but Valiant, they're just coalescing around this McCree and not letting him fall. Now it's their turn to have ultimate advantage. Fuel, not much in the tank here.
The Fuel need a miracle. Maybe it comes from Gamsu. The Blizzard Eden, that's one step, but Gamsu dies immediately. The Blizzard's gone, KSF is out. Gig walks forward, drops the Shatter, and the Valiant more than willing to follow up on that. Final 30 seconds for the Fuel here at home.
Decay finds one, slips out the side, needs to stay alive. Only 20 seconds left on the clock. A stagger here could mean the end of the match. Decay, though, finds a Nether, looking deadly.
Anytime the Fuel need life, they go to that special brand of Decay power, and they're not out of it yet. 10 seconds remaining for them to get through to point B.
That flank, so risky, but so crucial. That's exactly what the Fuel need, and they're able to win that fight with a minor ultimate commitment, now in a major advantage, looking to close out second point and get some more time on the clock.
Doha, Blizzard, ready to go. The Fuel could not be more charged. Deadeye from KSP, fishing, looking for something. The Blizzard from Doha, out successfully, makes a point, a little bit chilly. Okay, Deadeye in the back, gets McGravy, Gig is down, the front line from the Valiant, no longer a thing. And the Fuel doing what they need to do to stay alive here in Junkertown, but KSP, he's still a threat, he's still in the back. The Fuel have not won this just yet. The Bionade coming in from the side. Where is KSP? He's still around. He's coming in from the back. The Fuel, though, they get the point.
KSP does a lot, but it's just not enough. Too many ults for the Dallas Fuel, but they have to commit absolutely everything to close out that point. That's a great fight from the LA Valiant, down 5-1 on the ults, and somehow they still force everything out of the Fuel. That kind of took the wind out of their sails. I thought this could be a snowball, but now they're back trying to charge up more ultimates. All they have is Gamsu's Shatter, and it can be pretty tough to get a good Shatter without any ultimates on support.
The Fuel are still very much in the danger zone. Only a minute remaining here, Jake. That's a good 2 to 3 fights in a row that they need to win.
Valiant prioritizing that high ground control. Big sleep by Lastro. Sets up on the Mei. That's no one to drop the ice wall. Gamsu charging forward.
Both Gamsu and Doha low, eating the Bionade to start things out. Fuel able to recover a little bit. No, Doha got chased down. The supports on the prowl, and Gamsu just out alone behind enemy lines. And this puts the Fuel once more into do or die here at home.
Completely isolated in the backline is Gamsu. That's great awareness by the Valiant, booping him back there and then leaving him alone to think about what he's done while they clean up his teammates. So Fuel regrouping, but only 20 seconds left on the clock. Someone's actually gonna go through on a suicide mission just to touch the cart.
Very likely to be Closer or Note. Meanwhile, Gamsu holding on to the Shatter, going to potentially be the key here once more. The Fuel enter into what could be the final fight. KSP, Deadeye in the back. There's the Shatter from Gamsu. Puts him right to the floor, but his fall through gonna be there. Gamsu gets an nano. The beat gonna save him when he needed it most. McGravy demeched. And now the Fuel playing around the Blizzard from KSF as best they can. KSP, though, on the other side, ends up with 2. It's Decay, it's KSP. Both McCrees fighting tooth and nail. Decay finds KSF. Where's KSP? Decay continues his assault. KSP fights the other way.
KSP, this man can't be stopped. Comes out on top of the duel. Now he's got the nano boost. No one can stop him. He wants this map win. He wants the series.
It's the Electric Cowboy here in Dallas, and what a poetic way to end the Dallas here at home, but it's not happening just that way. The Fuel, they're back onto the payload. We go one more time as Crypto falls early. Shatter being down. KSP still a threat, and that's it.
Insane stuff from the Los Angeles Valiant here in Dallas. The crowd is quiet, and I feel for them. KSP, what an absolutely monstrous performance in his debut in the Overwatch League, and what a final fight to end it all.
The Valiant walked in to a hostile arena here today. Packing said, we want to quiet that crowd. We want revenge for last year, and the Valiant achieved both.
Such great stuff from both teams. We saw a lot of stuff, if you're a Fuel fan, that you can be happy about. A lot of great plays coming out. This wasn't a stomp by any means, but the Los Angeles Valiant, so many people rating them low, thinking they can't do it. Too many rookies. They don't have the experience. KSP just laughs in the face of that experience and delivers just a stunner of a final fight. What a way to end that series.
KSP establishing himself as one of the rising stars here in the Overwatch League, continuing to build on greatness that we observed last year.
Dallas, this is going to be tough, taking a loss in front of their hometown crowd, and their next match up against the San Francisco Shock, last year's defending champions. This could be a tough weekend here in Dallas.
Definitely does not get any easier. As say that, Super is blowing us kisses. Can't see it on camera, but he's feeling pretty good about tomorrow's matchup, I'd say.
Yeah, I think Super's always been confident. I don't think that's ever been his issue.
Yeah. Well, what more can you say? Incredible weekend here of Overwatch thus far, and this is just day one. The best is yet to come.
What an insane storyline, too. The rookies upsetting the Dallas Fuel, especially after the Fuel adding so many superstars to their roster, taking what already was successful and making it yet stronger. And it's a group of rookies to take them down first. You've got these players like McGravy, like KSP. They're hungry. They want to get their name out here. And if you're a fan of the Overwatch League, they better have achieved that for you tonight.
Well, right now, there's Valiant fans hungering for more information. That's why we got Josh with an interview with McGravy.
Thank you very much, ZP. I am joined down here with McGravy, the off-tank for the LA Valiant, after a monumental win, honestly, over Dallas. It's got to be said, this isn't a friendly crowd to the LA Valiant. They booed you last year, they booed you this year. But you got some fans out there, though, it must be said. When you come out here and there's that kind of reception, you seem like the kind of player that gets amped up by when the crowd is hostile, when they're against you. How does it feel to walk out and hear that kind of stuff?
We've been the underdogs since the very beginning, preseason. Even before that, we've been underdogs. We were rated really low, so coming out here and hearing everyone boo us, and they just don't want us to win. It's a really good feeling to come out here, and it's pretty quiet right now.
It certainly is. It certainly is. Okay, you are the first team to beat Dallas at their home arena. They went unbeaten last time, and you've taken them down here. You also got revenge previously, and I know that you have a bit of a personal rivalry with Dallas Fuel too. So, is it fair to say that you came into this match, the whole of the LA Valiant, with a bit of a chip on your shoulder?
Absolutely. I mean, I was their academy team for about 8 years. They've had plenty of time to, pick me up. So coming out here and giving a win is it's big for me and it's big for the team.
You go up against the Vancouver Titans tomorrow. You've already had an opportunity to see them. How are you feeling about that match?
It's going to be a tough match. The Titans are really good. There's no sugarcoating. They're a really good team. But if we come out there and settle down like we did in that match, and anything's winnable.
Well done up here against the Dallas Fuel, and good luck in that match as well. I'll send it back to you guys, CP and Jake.
Thank you, Sideshow. And I have to say, that is what a Coca-Cola victory moment is all about. McGravy, a lot of questions about him heading into today, answered with exclamation marks, I'd say.
Definitely. McGravy, a player that I think has had a lot of doubt. He's had the haters, but they better be quiet after tonight. I mean, insane stuff from McGravy, KSP, Gig. I mean, the whole Valiant lineup last row with these insane sleeps. I can't say enough. It feels like this team is really coming together. This could be the rookie team that we were hoping for.
Well, now, of course, we're talking about the Valiant a lot. Let's see who the player of the match was. And, of course, it was KSP.
This guy is so precise and so deadly on the hit scan roll, enabling KSF to go back to his comfort zone, and you can see why they trust KSP on the McCree, on the Widowmaker. He's not only an accurate player, but he's highly intelligent, always in the right position. You never saw him getting picked off first in these team fights. That's what, he doesn't have the experience in the Overwatch League, but he's showing that it doesn't matter. He's got the skills.
He was exuding pressure all the while. The scary thing about a player as good as KSP, even when he's not getting the eliminations, he's letting his team get more eliminations because everyone else is playing around him.
I love that moment on Horizon when Gamsu has to solo shatter KSP, come in swinging with his life on the line just to stop this Widowmaker domination. That's not something you see every day, and it shows the respect that a veteran like Gamsu gives a player like KSP after a performance like this.
And also, just the validity of that is that we didn't go, oh man, he only did one-man challenge. Like, good, get him out of the fight. That's what you need.
I wasn't questioning Gamsu's decision at all. I mean, someone had to stop KSP. This man is a monster.
I mean, KSP, if this is just day one, I shudder to think just how good he's going to look as the season goes on.
especially with the Valiant coaching staff behind him. We talked with a lot of players from Valiant, even ex-players looking back and saying, this is a great coaching staff. They really do, have what it takes to bring these players up, and clearly the talent is there, the raw potential is there, and it seems like they're already shaping it in the direction they need.
So you might be wondering, day one was pretty good. What you got for day two? Well, going into day two, it's going to be an interesting set of matches. Of course, day one matchups just right here in front of you. And like I said, good day of Overwatch. But day two, it's going to be the Spitfire taking on the Eternal. The Spitfire, though they fell today, they still looked pretty good. The Boston Uprising, their first look against the New York Excelsior. The Valiant take on the Titans, an even harder challenge yet. And the Fuel have to go up against the defending champion San Francisco Shock. Not an easier matchup by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, the Fuel, they really wanted to be going into that match with a win, but not today. Valiant looking just too strong for them to handle, but I couldn't be excited for more for tomorrow. So many matches across the board in New York and in Texas.
Well, thank you so much, Aaron, for tuning in, but we're not quite over yet. Watch Point still heading your way.
Coca-Cola is the official refreshment of the award.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
What a way to kick off opening day, which started off in New York and concluded in Dallas. This is the Watchpoint Post Show in LA. I am Zoe, and I am still joined by my wonderful analysts, Achilleos Costa, as well as Reinforce. What a fantastic day we had. This was the first ever match day of the 2020 season. What are your thoughts so far?
My thoughts are pretty simple.
He has a whiteboard.
Yeah.
I don't know what he expects. Okay.
I think I was the only person.
All right.
The only person.
You got to keep 4 Overwatch
We go
alive
4-0.
somehow.
Yeah, that's it.
4-0. Huh? It was so easy.
Yeah, write that high as long as you can, because I'm pretty sure somewhere down the line.
In my defense, did
Okay.
not get my predictions correct. I got a 50% rating on that, 2-2. But I did call it, and it maintained throughout the entire day. If you win control, you lose the series.
That's true. He did make up, and that happened 100% of the time. I'm surprised.
What's your excuse?
I think Valiant
Your keyboard or like?
I think Valiant threw the first map. I think you saw
Oh,
it. They
okay.
had it in the bag, and they threw. Been like, yo, Achilleos has this stat. It's definitely a curse.
Was
It's
that
a real
a
thing?
was that a regular strat you did last year?
Yeah, that's it. And unfortunately, we just never came back. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, he didn't get the memo that you were supposed to win after that.
Yeah.
It just kept going.
Yeah,
It's very
it took a year.
Well, you know, speaking of winning, let's take a look at how the Valiant got it done, and let's just jump straight into the highlights here. As the all-new Valiant took on the hosting team Dallas Fuel in front of their Dallas fans. So, who interested you guys the most on that Valiant roster?
On Valiant, I think from Valiant, the things that look the best would be KSF and KSP on that DPS. I was very impressed with them. I played a lot with KSF. You know, he needed a lot of confidence coming into this, and I think he has that, being the veteran player of this team. And then you just add in KSP, who just doesn't seem to miss.
See, I agree that they are very impressive, but I think that the most impressive for me had to have been McGravy. This guy had such a redemption storyline here today. I cast his debut game back when he was on Mayhem, and he had a very good performance on that map of Numbani, but then it didn't really culminate much together for him for the rest of the season and the few times that we did see him. But him coming out on the Valiant, he made a statement, in my opinion, just absolutely shutting down the Fuel.
Now, the Dallas Fuel may have lost their first ever game here on the stage, but Reinforce, who impressed you? What did you see from the Dallas Fuel?
We actually saw a lot of good things coming out of the Fuel. I mean, I know they lost 1 and 3, but at the same time, I felt like we saw a lot of good things coming out of the K. Not this highlight, because he got slept hard during a play. Not great at all. Here's a pulse bomb. He finds a few kills, right? So some good things coming out of the K. But overall, we saw some great things coming out of Crimso and Doha and the K. And I think this team was sort of predicted to be a bottom team. I think a lot of people were pretty low on the Dallas Fuel, but overall, I think that they definitely have the players to become a middle-of-the-pack team down the line, and I think they can continue to develop. So it was a pretty good initial showing, and I think they have talent moving forward.
I want to talk about Crimso. I think he really impressed me. Newest addition to Dallas Fuel came in, you know, just under a week ago, and he popped off on the Baptiste. He was saving Trill's life. He was saving everybody's life with his immortality fields there. Immaculate, great placement, and he just wasn't dying. So I gotta, you know, really give it to him and give him the props that he deserves. He came into his first Overwatch League match and really brought it.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay, well, and on that note, we will move on to another match. We saw the Gladiators. They faced off against the Titans, all right? So that was a big and tall order they had coming into their first match here. And yes, they did have a good showing. They did lose, but they did definitely hold their own. What were your thoughts in general about that squad?
Well, when it comes to Vancouver, I think a lot of people are actually underrating this team because it's easy to look over this team, I find. Some people did it in the past last season. They were saying Vancouver weren't all-worthy, and then they ended up in the grand finals. They got second place. And now, going into this season, I feel like a lot of people, they were saying, oh, Vancouver Titans, I mean, they're probably around 7 or 6 or whatever. But when you look at it, on paper, they actually just upgraded their team going into this season. I think Fisher is mechanically...
An upgrade?
Yeah, I think Fisher's an upgrade to Bumper.
No,
Would you disagree? I think Fisher is really good.
I think if I was going to look at this match, I would have said the flaws existed a lot around Fisher. I think there were times that he was just out of position, sort of forcing fights that, you know, weren't really there to be forced. And I think they sort of struggled at times, and that's why it was so close. At the end of the day, Vancouver is still Vancouver. They're an incredible team, individually, all around. But I didn't see the team synergy that made them great last year.
I mean, you can talk about if Bumper or Fisher is a better fit for the Vancouver Vancouver Titans and if they still retain that synergy. But I think overall, I think that just on paper, Fisher is a better player. So looking at this Vancouver Titans squad, I think they're still going to be a top team. And I still think they are like a top 4 team.
What are your thoughts on Ryu Jae-hong? We saw him in one map at least. So how do you think he meshed with his new team?
Yeah, I mean, when he was in, it obviously looked very good. That's where we had Hoxall coming in, just cleaning up people with the nano blades. So it looks like Ryu Jae-hong, rather, is just slotting into this team very well. I don't think it's that surprising to see that he's going to be potentially taking a bit more of a step back role and just trying to steer the team and command them, off the stage, direct them where they need to be, and then still let Twilight and Slime play together because they have so much pre-existing synergy as a support duo. But that being said, it looks like he can basically come into this roster at any given time during a series and unite them.
Do it for the Apex.
Yeah,
for the Apex, bro.
Seeing Jae-hong and Ana, it's just a great thing. You love to see it.
You can never be upset.
Honestly, Hanamura in general, when you looked at the entire lineup we saw from the Vancouver Titans, it felt like everyone was on their signature hero as they took A, and that was fan fiction writing itself, right? Like that was just beautiful to behold, and it worked out for them phenomenally.
The only thing we were missing was Stitch on Tracer and then Runner actually playing again as
Okay, you can't have too much Apex at once.
Trying to make me cry on Watch Point.
Not have everything.
Stitch on Tracer definitely could have been possible here today, but we didn't see him do that.
You know, Overwatch Apex history to me is me playing
Losing.
Apex.
I don't think anyone remembers you.
That's
from Apex.
very self-centered.
Didn't you guys choose Envy and then
Force.
lose in the first round of Season 1 and then Envy went on to win it?
Okay, excuse me, how many tournaments have you won in your career?
0. How many have you won?
2.
I won a Stage 4 Overwatch League. What did you
Wow,
win?
you won a
okay,
stage?
I need to
I won a
interrupt
stage.
you.
What did you
I need to
What did you
interrupt
win?
you.
A
Cocktail mics.
Children?
A quarter of a
Okay,
season.
we have to sort this out, and that's why we're gonna head into a very quick break. And after that, we will be jumping from Dallas to New York to see who, or rather, how the Defiant hosting. No, where did I go with this one?
How the Defiant?
I'm awfully
host team?
confused. Yeah, no. So we're heading over to New York, where we're breaking down the action which happened over there, and then I figure out what I actually meant to say in this very segment. The Overwatch League is brought to you by ZipChair Gaming, the official chair supplier of the Overwatch League, and by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
The time has finally come.
We're back, Overwatch fans, and we are live from Dallas, Texas.
We are live in New York City.
Come on, this is carnage! It's not stopping! It's not stopping!
Now we have a game. Ooh, get rocked. Maybe the Madman can do it. Oh, what is this? Are you ready?
We kicked off opening day in New York with our first match of the 2020 season between the Defiant and Eternal. Yeah, that's right. I am back. I'm also back on track. No one actually was supposed to say. It was a long day, all right? I've been here for 12 hours now.
It's been a long day.
It has been a long day. Yeah. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about the games we saw there. Paris Eternal and the Defiant, our first few games. A lot of expectations from their fans because both of those teams struggled a little bit in their last season. Did any of the teams meet the expectations you think you yourself or the fans had on them?
I think both of them made a lot of changes in the offseason. Obviously, Paris don't have Hanbin and Sparkling yet, so it's kind of hard to gauge exactly what that is. But XZ really was a shining light for me on that team. He really showed like a strong presence on the hit scans, on the Widow, on the McCree. And then Toronto Defiant, I think they looked really well rounded. Their DPS lineup sort of had a good free flowing. They seem to be like working that out, and I think Beast Halo sort of shut a lot of people up with a lot of questions.
Yeah, Beast surprised a lot of people because I mentioned this prior in the show that a lot of people came into this season and were sort of looking down on Beast and they weren't really rating him highly, but I think he actually made a bit of a name for himself today and he hit a lot of big shatters, and I mentioned it, especially versus double shield compositions, Reinhardt and Orisa. It's really hard to hit those big shatters, so Beast came in clutch, and if he can keep this confidence up, if he can keep performing like this, I think Toronto Defiant can be a pretty good team, especially as we down the line as we go into hero pools.
Yeah, I think for Paris Eternal, we kind of just have to see how things develop. This was the first game coming through. I think a lot of people were surprised that we didn't see Soon at all throughout the duration of this series.
Actually,
but you already mentioned XE. I think that he just played such a phenomenal series throughout, barely ever having any missteps. Especially with the McCree that he did pull through. But we kind of have to see how things develop once Hanbin and Sparkle become available for play.
The Widowmakers were so good in this map.
Oh,
yes, that was
entertaining.
Great back and forth.
This map on Havana, XZ was like, oh, he's going to Widow. Who's going to deal with this? And Logic was like, okay, don't worry. I got this. And you saw some sick things from him.
I missed that Widowmaker action. Didn't see much of it last year, but no.
Unfortunately not, but I'm pretty sure we will see a lot more this year. And Logic's, you know, that is a hero he has been known for. So it's great to see him back in the lineup, back on stage, being subbed in very specifically. I feel like those teams very much prepared for the maps they will be playing, and they had a good game plan coming in terms of their subbing strategy.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really looking forward to seeing both of these teams in the future. My last question on that come with Paris is, are we going to see Bembest and No Smite as the double main tanks until Hanbin becomes of age? Because, you know, they obviously don't want to play Smex for some reason. Maybe they're just trying to avoid playing the Diva, but maybe when Hanbin comes in, they'll be playing more of the off tanks.
They need Hanbin pretty badly, in my opinion, because this is a team that showed a lot of potential today, but they really need Hanbin and Sparkle down the line to really start performing well. I think that it really showed that they lacked an off tank today, and yeah, you can make an argument that it worked, right? Reinhardt, Orisa, show some promise. But come on, it's not a real composition. It's not a real composition. You need a Diva player in there, so I can't wait to see this team with Hanbin at least.
Right, so let's talk about the second game we saw in a Big Apple. Of course, I'm talking about the London Spitfire, who had the very tough task of facing the Excelsior in front of their New York home crowd at Hammerstein Ballroom. It was an action-packed match, and London held their own. 11 players joined that roster, 10 of them being rookies. Did they meet expectations? Did they succeed expectations?
Not enough Krillin.
Not enough Krillin.
Wait, didn't they lose when they put in Krillin?
Yes. I think that...
You don't talk
anyway, right? Who cares?
For me, I really didn't know what to expect from London Spitfire. Like we kind of went over in the pre-show and then throughout as the series was going on. You know, they do have some players with a lot of experience behind them, whether it's in Tier 2 or Tier 3 Overwatch. They have stage presence and time invested there, but I still couldn't have really fathomed that they would have played nearly as well as they did. They started off the series very strongly on control, but that's also where, unfortunately, where things went wrong because, as we know, you win control, you lose the series.
Warm up, right? Like New York didn't play that good on control. Like, you can't give London too much credit. Look, I'm up on London as well. I think that they have a lot of promise, but New York, they came up to a rough start, and I think they really just kicked it off on King's Row, and that's where Mono came into form on the Reinhardt. So I think that New York, they just struggled initially, and then it came to life in the second half.
I think they still exceeded expectations, though. A lot of people have, with so many question marks that are coming in, I think there were a lot of bright lights with this team, and I'm looking forward to seeing how they do against a team that we don't consider to be, you know, top 5. So, because I think they, you know, there's a lot of question marks around the bottom 10 half of the league, and I think this team is definitely going to creep up in that.
Yeah, I mean, do you think that London Spitfire, not to cut you off, would take
you already did it, so we're there.
No, the Valiant are a top 5 team, as I was just saying, so.
Oh my god.
I knew he was going to do that.
Unbelievable.
What do you mean? Stonks are up. Let's go.
Yep. Again, heard it here first. Thank you, Costa. I do wonder, though. I mean, NYXL, we always knew that during the season, they are a team to be feared, but we always kind of knew what to expect from them. They always had that defensive playstyle. Now with the new additions, Hotba as well as Who Are You, they look like they can go in a lot more aggressive. Does this make this team a lot more scary for their opponents?
it makes them more versatile, right? They can show more styles. Like before, you played the New York Excelsior and you knew what you were getting. They were playing methodical, they were playing pretty passive and slow, which worked for them. I mean, they were still a scary team, right? But now they're even more versatile. And I think that just bodes well for New York Excelsior down the line. So I think overall, looking back in 2018, etc., they relied a lot on Sebiolbi on the Tracer, Mono on the Winston, etc., and they didn't really adapt to new compositions that fast. They didn't adapt to GOATs that fast. It took them some time. Now with Hotman in the mix, I think they'll adapt to new metas much faster, and they'll be playing a bit more of a wild card, especially in the playoffs, because we don't know what we'll see from them.
Yeah, I mean, not only with Hotba being that addition, but getting Who Are You now that he's been eligible for play. They have that big Genji player that can get into the back line. I mean, they do have Libero, who has been one to dabble with Genji in the past.
Well, but Libero doubles with everything.
That is, yes, Libero is one of the most
dabbles too much
players, but when you come to peak Genji play, two of the big names that always come out there, and we were talking about this earlier, is going to be Hoxall, it's going to be Who Are You.
Yeah, and I think the thing that's interesting about the versatility is we haven't even seen Libero or Sebiolbi play on this roster. They can go any direction. They have so much hero pool and hero depth, which when hero pools come into the game is going to be very important.
Well, you said lots of versatility. It's going to be very interesting to see this season what all those teams can bust out. We'll be checking out some of the top moments of our opening day. More Watchpoint post show right after this. Now it's time to take a look at the best plays and moments from opening day. It's time for Emote Control, presented by State Farm.
Wow, you were like singing during that.
I know, I was feeling myself here.
That's a jingle that's going to get stuck in my head.
There was a lot of talk of the Defiant signing Canadian Chauffeur and Agilities, but, you know, people seem to have been sleeping on their other DPS, Logics. How sweet were those Widow flicks, please?
Oh my,
that one in particular.
That's just disgusting. I don't understand, like, XZ was carrying this game on the hit scan, and then Logics comes into the game and just puts it to another level. Look at this shot. Not many players can hit that shot.
What I love about that is just like one-man carry.
Yeah.
That's a pog. It's a pog.
That's a pog.
This is pog.
You know, these are the things that people talk about when they talk about Big Boss Pine, is just being able to go into a game and completely just dominate it by yourself.
Yeah.
It's not even Apex history. It's just history.
It's just history. Now, speaking of Toronto, Chauffeur. We need to talk about Chauffeur here. He had a fantastic post-game interview together with his Precious, and I'm not talking about Hex here. Let's take a look.
I heard he got a special ring. Do you want to talk about it?
I mean,
how many carats?
Well, it's a sapphire ring, so it's not many carats, but it is quadruple A, which means it has no impurities. It is unheated, so it's in its most natural form. And yeah, it's very nice. I plan on getting a ruby ring, an emerald ring, and an opal ring as well.
Trying to become the next Thanos here.
Okay, my favorite thing about this entire thing is Hex's reaction. His face is just like, I have nothing to say about anything you just told me. I never heard Chauffeur talk so much.
But why did you pick the potato head?
Because I've never heard him talk so much about anything.
I feel like it's just kind of like staring at him, being like, I don't know what's going on
God,
exactly.
this is going down.
Why did you pick it?
I was gonna pick the potato head because Hex asked how many carats a sapphire ring had.
That is a good point.
You're turning this one around. This is you're putting this on Hex rather than on
I agree with what he said. I'm with what he said.
All right.
All right then. All right then. Well, this next one, everyone, this one is real beauty, right? We have to go back. We have to show it to you once again. Axel's Genji making quick work of the entire Gladiators roster. How sweet was this?
I just, again, fantastic to see. Everyone, even if you don't know anything about Apex history, everyone can still just appreciate a Genji popping
Who is
off
this
and
Apex you
absolutely
speaking of?
destroying people. So I think that even if you just started watching Overwatch today, you could still have this expression on your face when it comes down to seeing that Hogsall play.
Salt though?
What? No, wait. No, okay.
Because if you're gladiators,
No.
you can't do anything.
Okay.
Salt.
All right.
Can't do anything. What are you
So
gonna do?
negative.
The reason this is so bug, it's Jaehong giving it to Haksol. There's like so many different elements of that coming together. And also, when was the last time we saw Nanoblade become like an actual viable thing and not just Vancouver being like, we're going to do this for the lols?
Yeah. It's normally like the Temple of Anubis strat because they're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
crushing somebody so hard, so might as well do that.
I need some Korean barbecue.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've got time after this
Well,
broadcast.
I have another good one for you guys, and it is McGravy. He had a few really great bombs. Granted, a lot of them were helped a little bit by
By Gig,
A or
Reinhardt. The
TP.
Reinhardt pinned him.
Yeah,
He had a lot of
Let's
great
look at
bombs
main
today,
tanks.
honestly.
It's not about the
But,
diva, it's about the Reinhardt.
McGravy, as
No,
you
no, no.
said, redemption arc.
The McGravy. What are you guys all salty
I'm doing
about?
salt.
I'm doing salt because he boomed my Preds.
Actually,
my
sorry.
I would have been 3-1 if it wasn't for that damn McGravy doing all those crazy bombs.
I gotta throw up the salt as well because if you're Note, you blocked Gig's shatter initially, and then he just charges you and you can't do anything about it. So you block the shatter, but you still die to a diva bomb. Like, how disappointing is that?
That's such a main tank take. God.
But
one
give us
cares
the
about
story.
Sorry, Valiant fan. Sorry, Valiant fan.
No one cares about your
they're at it
stupid
again.
main
No
tank
one cares
take,
about
okay?
your Valiant.
Calm down, kids.
Unbelievable.
Calm down, kids. This is only day one. Yeah, you know what? Our opening weekend train keeps on rolling with 4 matches tomorrow. We will be seeing the Boston Uprising and the defending champions, the San Francisco Shock, make their 2020 debut. And which match are you guys most excited to see if you're looking at this schedule?
Ooh.
I'm gonna go with Vancouver Titans again
Not all at
because I
once.
can't get enough of those nanoblades.
No.
And also they're going to beat the Valiant, and Custom is going to predict them. It's going to be wrong.
Got the W. They got this one in the bag 100%. You
How?
gotta be, wait, did you see them today? They were sloppy, but you know they're
Against
gonna,
Dallas!
It's gonna let the children argue.
They're gonna be great. They're gonna be
We
great.
cut them off eventually.
If I may, I actually am excited for that first series of Paris versus London. It's going to be the European showdown, but I also think that this is going to be a much more achievable opponent compared to NYXL for the Spitfires. So I think we can see a bit more cohesion from them and see how well they can perform against a team that is, I guess, in a more similar spot of just having some newer additions coming through.
It'll be a better gauge of where they actually are because it's very hard to tell where they are after one match against NYXL.
Yeah.
Teams.
Yeah, it's going to come down to which team is doing their homework now as well, based on what we've seen today. So lots of exciting stuff coming our way. First and foremost, before we ending the show, I want to thank you, Achilles. You were our first guest here on the desk. How was it for you?
It was an absolute pleasure. I'm happy that I could have been here to
Was the
kick off
only
the
right
entire
answer.
season. You know, had to deal with these knuckleheads, but it was a good time. It was all in good fun.
Yeah, thank you for coming.
Yeah, no, it's been great.
It's only gonna get better from here.
Do you imply that everyone else is better than Achilles?
He might be doing that.
Not at all.
Oh,
That's
that's
what I
kind of how
said.
it's kind of what I heard. Anyway, no, thank you so much for joining us. It's been a blast, and we're going to see you casting very soon. Tomorrow, we have another guest analyst here on the desk, and it's going to be his partner in crime. Wolf will be popping in for our matches tomorrow. And yeah, that's pretty much it from us here already. I want to thank everyone for tuning in. Thank you so much for watching. I'm just going to completely ignore that Wolf has been sitting underneath this desk for about 10 minutes now. Now, we hope you guys tune in tomorrow again for more Overwatch League here on YouTube. Have a great night.